Chapter 804. You said you're a disciple of the Holy Saber sect? This was a small patch of fiery red maple leaf forest. The maple leaf forest was located in Li Fuchen's manor. Right now, in a pavilion in the center of the maple leaf forest, Li Fuchen and Yin Qingwu were seated opposite each other. They were drinking tea and admiring the scenery. After knowing that Yin Qingwu was a disciple of the Saint Saber Gate, Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang and Sky Saber Sage were also from the Sacred Saber Gate. The Sacred Blade Gate was one of the 10 great sects of the Deep Blue Plain. It had a long history and a powerful force. Yin Qingwu nodded. That's right. Not only am I a disciple of the Holy Blade Gate, but my Yin clan is also one of the 7 great clans of the Holy Blade Gate. It's a pity that I can't return to the Holy Blade Gate and my clan for the time being. She now had the memories of 2 lives, but it was not enough for others to know, and others would not believe her completely. Li Fuchen said, I feel that it isn't too late to return to the Saint Saber Guild after you progress to a saint. Only by possessing great strength would one be able to gain the trust of others. If one's strength was weak, it would be too difficult to gain the trust of others. You're right. Yin Qingwu also planned to cultivate to the Saint Monarch realm before returning to the Sacred Saber sect. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and the Swordsman Guild Elder Selection was about to begin. In the Swordsman Guild headquarters garden, the mystic Deep Sword Saint turned around and smiled at Li Fuchen. The Deep Blue Plain has a total of 9 high-class continents. Only my Swordsman Guild doesn't need to use teleportation arrays and can directly head to other high-class continents. Is it because of Sword World? Li Fuchen said, You are very smart. The mystic Deep Sword Master nodded. There are 9 entrances to the Sword Realm. These 9 entrances are actually 9 exits. However, it's not easy to find the exits to other high-level continents. Let's go. The mystic Deep Sword Saint opened the entrance to the Sword World and flashed in with Li Fuchen. Finding the exit to the other continents wasn't just difficult, it was simply impossible. The Sword World was massive and boundless. The crucial thing was that one couldn't distinguish the direction in the Sword World. Even Li Fuchen was no different from a blind man and could only rely on his intuition to travel. Fortunately, the mystic Deep Sword Monarch seemed to be able to sense the exits of other high-level continents, so he moved in a straight line. After a whole month, the mystic Deep Sword Lord finally stopped. His face was pale, and he had a bitter smile on his face. Traveling in the Sword World wasn't an easy task. Forcefully entering the Sword World before the Sword World automatically opened would consume a lot of essence, qi, and spirit. If he was only a low-level Sword Dao Saint, he wouldn't be able to reach his destination. We're here. Xianming's Sword Sovereign waved his hand, and a token flew out. In next to no time, a sword-shaped door of light appeared in the gray and hazy sky of the sword dimension. Outside the sword-shaped light door was a large peach forest. An aura that was as perfect as the Saint Spirit continent, but had a slight difference, surged in. Whoosh! The two of them rushed out of the sword realm. The peach forest was very big, almost 10,000 acres in size. Moreover, this was in a main city where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Only the Swordsman Guild could be so extravagant. In the middle of the peach forest was a small plaza. In front of the plaza was an antique palace. This is the Swordsman Guild headquarters in the heavenly river city of the Holy Soul Continent. The mystic Deep Sword Saint introduced to Li Fuchen. Saint Soul Continent. Li Fuchen had naturally heard of the 9 high-class continents, but this was his first time visiting the Saint Soul Continent. There were already plenty of people waiting at the plaza. Li Fuchen could see with a single glance that half of the people here were saints, while the other half were youths like him. Mystic Deep Sword Saint, you are here. A gray-haired, middle-aged man greeted. The mystic Deep Sword Saint laughed and said, I haven't been here for the past 150 years. It is finally time for me to come. It wasn't every elder selection that 9 individuals would participate. In normal situations, if one wasn't outstanding enough and didn't have heaven-defying strength, they wouldn't be qualified to be nominated. The mystic Deep Sword Saint and the others were a little hesitant about the nomination of the Sword Emperor. Of course, if Li Fuchen wasn't here, they would still nominate the Sword Emperor. After all, the Sword Emperor was qualified enough, but there was still a trace of hesitation. It was because of Li Fuchen's appearance that they didn't have any hesitation. There is no harm in coming to take a look. I am destined to accompany him anyway. Over a dozen meters to the left of the gray-haired middle-aged man, there was a handsome youth and a rather immature youth. The handsome youth smiled lightly. Extreme dominating sword saint, don't be too full of yourself. Otherwise, you'll be the one to embarrass yourself. The mystic deep sword saint looked at the handsome youth. The handsome youth might be handsome and tall, but his title was very domineering. He was called the Extreme Dominating Sword Saint and had extremely powerful strength. Among the mid-level saints, he was one of the strongest. All right. It has been so many years since we met. Why are you bickering the moment we meet? The one who spoke was a middle-aged beauty who had a sword-shaped hairpin in her hairbun. The Heaven Luo Sword Saint is here. A sonorous voice echoed throughout the peach forest. Everyone looked over and saw a white-faced man and a lowly walking out from the sword-shaped door of light. Seeing the white-faced man, the Extreme Dominating Sword Saint's face flashed with battle intent. The Heaven Luo Sword Saint was publicly recognized as the #1 mid-level saint in the Deep Blue Plane. His strength was so powerful that he could transcend levels and was able to contest with top-notch high-level saints. However, the Heaven Luo Sword Saint could only contest with regular high-level saints. Heaven Luo Sword Saint, why did you bring a lowly here? The gray-haired, middle-aged man teased. The Heavenly Luo Sword Saint raised his eyebrows. It's just that she broke through to the next realm earlier, so she looks small. Of course, compared to everyone else here, she is indeed much smaller. However, I'm sure that she will become the headquarters elder. That is a little boastful. Why does she have to be the headquarters elder? The Extreme Dominating Sword Saint sneered. The Heaven Luo Sword Saint chuckled. Because she has an innate sword heart. Innate sword heart? What? Innate sword heart? Everyone was flabbergasted. Even Li Fuchen was very surprised. An innate sword heart meant that the person was born with a sword heart. What kind of sword Dao talent was that? Since ancient times, there were countless legends in the universe. Those with an innate sword heart had a trace of hope to become a god. It isn't right. I remember the ancient records that those with an innate sword heart would have innate sword chi lingering around their bodies. Regular people might not be able to sense this trace of innate sword chi, but it is impossible for us to not sense it. The middle-aged beauty raised a question. After hearing the question, the rest of the people reacted. They were certain that this little lowly didn't have an innate sword heart. With their mid-level saint's cultivation, it was impossible for them to not sense the innate sword chi. Since they couldn't sense it, it meant that she wasn't one. The Heaven Luo Sword Saint scratched his head embarrassedly. The innate sword heart I am talking about is different from your understanding of the innate sword heart. She automatically condensed the sword heart at the age of 8. It is also considered an innate sword heart. Consider my ass. The gray-haired middle-aged man was speechless. An innate sword heart meant that one had an innate sword heart. The little lowly might have automatically condensed the sword heart, but it was still an acquired sword heart. The two were completely different. Don't be so stubborn. Anyway, little one is already very incredible. How many people in a universe can condense the sword heart at the age of 8? The Heaven Luo Sword Saint spoke with pride. That is true. The gray-haired, middle-aged man nodded. He didn't even dare to think about condensing the sword heart at the age of 8. Even if such a person didn't have the hope to become a god, they would at least have the hope to become a demigod. Everyone couldn't help but look at the little lowly in a different way. It is incredible to condense the sword heart at the age of 8, but this person beside me has the innate sword body. The Extreme Tyrant Sword Saint statement was shocking. Innate sword body. The mystic deep sword saint's eyes contracted. What is the innate sword body? Li Fuchen asked the mystic deep sword saint. The mystic deep sword saint explained, the innate sword body means that the body contains innate sword patterns. Furthermore, it isn't an ordinary sword pattern, it is an innate sword pattern. As long as one cultivates the sword Tao, they will be able to advance at a tremendous pace. Furthermore, the body will be extremely tough and comparable to equipment. If the innate sword heart is the opportunity to become a god, then the innate sword body is destined to become the overlord of the universe. It is just one level inferior to the innate sword heart. Hearing the explanation, Li Fuchen understood. The innate sword body was similar to the sword essence, but it was of a much higher grade. The sword pattern in the sword essence was an acquired sword pattern. Furthermore, it was just the sword pattern in the bone marrow. It wasn't comparable to the sword pattern in the entire body of the innate sword body. It wasn't hard to imagine that with the same cultivation level and sword Tao rank, the sword art executed by the innate sword body would have power that was far superior to normal people. After all, the sword pattern would enhance the sword art. It seems like I really cannot underestimate the people of the world. Li Fuchen admitted that he had underestimated the people of the world. He might have heaven-defying fated opportunities, but it didn't mean that others didn't have heaven-defying talents or fated opportunities. During this period of time, Li Fuchen had already heard of 2 heaven-defying sword Tao talents. Who knew if there were any other heaven-defying sword Tao talents? With the arrival of the Heaven Luo Sword Saint, everyone had arrived. This time, a total of 5 individuals were participating in the elder selection. The other 4 continents didn't have any elders nominated. Apart from Li Fuchen, the 5 individuals were the lowly Pei Xinwen, who followed the Heaven Luo Sword Saint, the immature youth Qin Luo, who followed the extreme Tyrant Sword Saint, the red-clothed woman Zhuge Yihua, who followed the middle-aged beauty, and the short youth Wei Yijian, who followed the gray-haired middle-aged man. Pei Xinwen condensed the sword heart at the age of 8. Qin Luo possessed the innate sword body. Zhuge Yihua and Wei Yijian weren't inferior either, as they had already condensed the sword heart, and their sword Tao proficiency was extremely high. That's right, Mystic Deep Sword Saint, you haven't introduced this kid beside you? The gray-haired middle-aged man suddenly asked. Isn't he a little embarrassing? While the Heaven Luo Sword Saint was teasing the gray-haired middle-aged man, he sized up Li Fuchen. Yeah, it was just a single glance, and he wished he could take back his words. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint smiled and said, there isn't much to introduce. He merely defeated a low-level saint. He already knew that Li Fuchen defeated the Crimson Python Saint. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was able to escape from the pursuit of the Grey Wolf Overlord to Winecloud City. It already explained a lot of things. What? Everyone's eyes landed on Li Fuchen, wishing they could see through Li Fuchen from inside out. Chapter 805. Whether it was a mule or a horse, it had to be taken out for a walk. After the introductions, the selection began. The location was the Peach Foursquare. The 5 of them would fight to the death, and the winner would become a probationary elder of the headquarters. The reason why it was a probationary elder was to prevent cheating. For example, everyone would nominate one person every 50 years. As long as they won all the nominations, they would become the main guild elder. Then the Swordsman Guild would have too many main guild elders. It would be equivalent to making up the numbers and becoming a joke. Therefore, after the selection, there was another round of selection. This round of selection was very simple. One had to fight a sword saint puppet for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The loser would not be qualified to become an elder of the headquarters. I'll go first. Who wants to be my opponent? Wei Yijian, the short youth beside the gray-haired middle-aged man, jumped out and shouted, let me try. The lady in red, Zhuge Yihua, flashed and appeared in front of Wei Yijian. Be careful. Wei Yijian turned into a wisp of black smoke and suddenly disappeared. Ding! Zhuge Yihua's senses were extremely sharp. He blocked the slash that came from nowhere with his sword. This is the Phantom Sword principle. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint blurted out. The Phantom Sword Tao was an extremely powerful assassination sword Tao. It came and went without a trace. The gray-haired middle-aged man smiled and said, Wei Yijian's Phantom Sword Way is a combination of sword escape and sword art. Even if you are stronger than him, if you cannot restrain the Phantom Sword Way, you will still lose. You couldn't hit others, but others could easily attack you. As time went on, you would lose without a doubt. That's not necessarily true. The beautiful middle-aged woman did not take it seriously. She seemed to be very confident in Zhuge Yihua. Red Peanut Extermination. After more than 10 moves, Zhuge Yihua, who was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, changed his sword stance. A red flower bloomed in the void, and the shadow of the sword flickered, as though it was shuttling through many spaces. Safflower Sword Principle. Li Fuchen could see that Zhuge Yihua's Safflower Sword Dao was obviously the same as the Safflower Empress Safflower Martial Dao. However, Zhuge Yihua's Safflower Sword Dao was much more profound. The Red Flower Sword Dao contained the true essence of life and death. Just like how flowers bloomed and withered, it involved the operation of the heavenly Dao. There is no doubt that Wei Yijian's sword skill was slightly weaker than Zhuge Yihua's. Even though his movements were ghostly and his sword skills were ghostly, he still could not escape the Red Flower's blockade. Puff! Vomiting blood, Wei Yijian was shaken out of the void. Thanks for letting me win. Zhuge Yihua cupped his fists. Wei Yijian didn't have a great expression. In the St. Moon continent, he was the #1 ranker on the Sword Emperor rankings. He didn't expect that he couldn't even defeat a woman. Seeing Wei Yijian's defeat, the gray-haired middle-aged man didn't mind. Wei Yijian was barely qualified to be nominated as an elder of the headquarters, so it was normal for him to be defeated. Qin Luo, please enlighten me. After defeating Wei Yijian, Zhuge Yihua looked at Qin Luo. Qin Luo had the legendary, innate sword body, but no one knew if it was true. All right. Qin Luo walked out and stared at Zhuge Yihua with clear eyes. Red Peanut Extermination. Zhuge Yihua used his ultimate move right off the bat. With a single strike of his sword, red flowers filled the void and sword shadows filled the air. Great! Qin Luo raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand and jabbed them out. The overbearing sword aura was like a divine thunder that pierced through the universe. The sword pierced through the red peanut Mia and sent Zhuge Yihua flying. What a powerful innate sword body. The mystic deep sword saint's eyes lit up. Qin Luo's strength was clearly above the Sword Emperor's. No, it was way above the Sword Emperor's. His body was like a peerless divine sword that could increase one's strength to an unimaginable level. So powerful, Wei Yijian, who was initially unhappy, put away his emotions. So what if he could defeat Zhuge Yihua? He had no strength to fight against Qin Luo. Pei Xinwen, will fight you. The little lowly Pei Xinwen jumped out. Please. Qin Luo's childish face had a tinge of seriousness. The innate sword body allowed him to clearly sense the strength of his opponent's sword principle. In his eyes, Pei Xinwen was like a combination of sword principle rules. Her every move was in line with the great way of the sword. Thunderclap. Qin Luo attacked Pei Xinwen with the sword move that he used to defeat Zhuge Yihua. The overbearing sword aura tore through the void and blasted at Pei Xinwen. Azure Dragon out at sea. Pei Xinwen did not dodge, but met the attack with a sword move. Boom, boom, boom. The Azure Dragon sword aura was more tenacious than Qin Luo had imagined. The thunderclap sword aura seemed to have shot into a ball of cotton, and within the cotton was a stone. Tai Chi Sword Dao. Li Fuchen immediately recognized that Pei Xinwen's sword art belonged to the Tai Chi Sword Dao. The Tai Chi Sword Dao was a combination of hardness and softness. There was softness and hardness and softness. It was the most difficult sword Dao to deal with. Unless Qin Luo was much stronger than Pei Xinwen, he would not be able to break her sword move. Tied. If the first move wasn't enough, Qin Luo swept with his sword fingers. Boom! The sword lights were like tides that were rising and falling. It was like the energy tide that was triggered by the explosion of stars. The shocking waves had swept across the entire place. Sword rotation, yin-yang. Pei Xinwen wasn't in a hurry. Two sword shadows, one bright and one dark, were emitted from her body and revolved around her. In the next moment, a circle of sword light had enveloped her body. The sword intent contained yin and yang complemented each other, making it flawless. When the tide of sword lights blasted on the sword light barrier, there was a loud sound. But no matter how ferocious the sword lights were, the sword light barrier didn't suffer any damage and would only deform occasionally. The middle-aged beauty said, "It isn't without reason that the Tai Chi sword Dao is known as the most difficult sword Dao to deal with. It is truly a headache to be her opponent. If it was her, she wouldn't be able to deal with Pei Xinwen if they were on the same level. She might even be able to take advantage of the situation." Break! Seemingly realizing the problem, Qin Luo flashed and instantly appeared in front of Pei Xinwen. He then thrust his sword fingers at the sword light barrier. PFFF. The sword light barrier was broken. His innate sword body was the strongest in close combat. It was just like a divine sword. Only by slashing on the opponent's body would he be able to cause the greatest damage. Sword rotation, 4 divisions. Pei Xinwen retreated continuously. As she was retreating, 4 sword shadows appeared and formed an even more powerful sword light barrier. PFFF. How could Qin Luo allow Pei Xinwen to widen the distance between them? He stuck close to the sword light barrier and punctured it with a single finger. Sword rotation, 8 trigrams. 8 sword shadows appeared, and a circle of 8 trigrams appeared under Pei Xinwen's feet. This time, Qin Luo wasn't able to puncture the sword light barrier and merely sent Pei Xinwen flying. After gently landing on the ground, Pei Xinwen wrinkled her adorable nose. "Your strength isn't bad, but it isn't enough to defeat me. Is that so?" Qin Luo flipped his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. He might have the innate sword body, but it didn't mean that he didn't need a sword. With a sword in hand, he could pour in sword chi without any restraints. After all, no matter how tough his body was, it wouldn't be comparable to a heaven-class high-tier artifact sword. This time, it is my turn to make the first move. Tai Chi, myriad forms. Pei Xinwen acted as though she didn't see the sword in Qin Luo's hand. Her body felt weightless and arrived in an instant with her sword art. It was impossible to describe the terror of this sword. When the sword was brandished, the sword chi turned into a myriad of scenes and enveloped over. Just in time, Qin Luo wielded his sword and slashed without restraint. "Li Fuchen, how confident are you to defeat them?" The mystic deep sword saint was a little uncertain and asked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen looked at the battle between Qin Luo and Pei Xinwen and said slowly, 100%. "Oh, they have yet to use their full strength." The mystic deep sword saint was surprised. Li Fuchen might have defeated the Crimson Python saint, but the mystic deep sword saint didn't know what happened back then. Unless they have grasped an extremity sword art. Li Fuchen didn't plan to conceal that he had grasped an extremity sword art. After this elder selection, he would become an elder of the guild, and it would be exposed sooner or later. "You have really grasped an extremity sword art?" The mystic deep sword saint looked at Li Fuchen with a shocked expression. Even the tiger fong sword saint and the 100-flower sword saint hadn't grasped an extremity sword art. Only his mystic deep sword art had reached the extremity level. "After entering the sword world, my sword art has reached the extremity." Li Fuchen nodded. The mystic deep sword saint was even more astonished. Li Fuchen had only entered the sword world once, and his sword art was already at the extremity. Such sword Dao perception was simply unprecedented. After taking a deep breath, the mystic deep sword saint felt as though he could see Li Fuchen galloping through the universe. "Perhaps he can allow my deep blue plain swordsman guild to achieve glory again." The mystic deep sword saint thought to himself. After knowing that Li Fuchen had grasped an extremity sword art, the mystic deep sword saint was much less interested in the battle. Correspondingly, his mental state was much more relaxed. Tai Chi, origin return. Pei Xinwen executed her kill move. Her kill move wasn't just limitlessly close to extremity, it already had the fledgling stage of extremity. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a quasi-extremity sword move. Once this move was executed, Qin Luo immediately felt his opponent's sword chi collapsing and becoming more refined. Even with his innate sword body, he felt a stinging pain on his skin. He knew clearly that if he was hit by this sword move, his innate sword body would definitely be penetrated. It was also the Tai Chi sword Dao, but Pei Xinwen's Tai Chi sword Dao was obviously more focused on killing. Of course, this was also because Pei Xinwen's Tai Chi sword Dao wasn't powerful enough. If the Tai Chi sword Dao was at the extremity, it should be balanced on offense and defense and wouldn't be focused on one side. Innate body piercing sword Qi. When Pei Xinwen executed her kill move, Qin Luo naturally didn't dare to be negligent and also executed his kill move. Countless mists were emitted from his body and turned into a horrific sword Qi that blasted at Pei Xinwen. PFFF. Fresh blood was vomited as Pei Xinwen still lost. The duo's kill moves were similar, but Pei Xinwen's physical defense wasn't as good as Qin Luo's. Therefore, she wasn't able to resist as well. The innate sword body is truly tyrannical. The gray-haired, middle-aged man praised. The middle-aged beauty nodded and said, "The innate sword body is an innate bloodline. It isn't something that regular bloodlines and physiques can compare with." The Sword Dao Saint's bloodline could actually be considered a sword body, but as compared to the innate sword body, it was definitely inferior by several levels. After Qin Luo defeated Pei Xinwen, everyone couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen. Right now, only Li Fuchen hadn't entered the stage yet. If Qin Luo defeated Li Fuchen, then Qin Luo would be the victor. If Li Fuchen defeated Qin Luo, then Li Fuchen wouldn't need to fight with anyone else and would be the victor. Please enlighten me. Chapter 806. You are able to defeat a low-level saint. I think you should be able to withstand my all-out attack. Receive my innate body-piercing sword Qi first. It was the same innate body-piercing sword Qi. This time, Qin Luo's body was flowing with sword patterns. Countless sword Qi that looked like mist gathered into a shocking sword Qi that was overflowing with light. It then swept at Li Fuchen. The innate body-piercing sword Qi didn't just contain Qin Luo's understanding of the sword Dao, it also contained the mystical of the innate sword body. When the two were combined, it was truly invincible. Unfortunately, his opponent was Li Fuchen. There was a radiant sword light as Li Fuchen executed a sword slash. A blinding pillar of light instantly penetrated the innate body-piercing sword Qi. The extreme sword Dao presence had shocked everyone apart from the mystic deep sword saint. Extremity. The Heaven Luo sword saint blurted out while his eyes were wide open. He was able to contest with the elites of high-level saints because his extremity sword art was extremely powerful and much stronger than regular extremity sword arts. Previously, he didn't believe that Li Fuchen could defeat a low-level saint, but now he was 80% convinced. How was it possible to comprehend an extremity sword art at the Law Phase realm? The extreme dominating sword saint couldn't believe his eyes. In order to comprehend an extremity sword art, two conditions had to be fulfilled. Firstly, the true spirit had to transform into a saint spirit. Secondly, the sword Dao perception had to be exceptional. Both conditions were as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Possessing a saint spirit at the Law Phase realm was something that many half-saints couldn't achieve. If a half-saint had a saint spirit, they would most likely be able to become a saint. Why would they still be lingering at the half-saint level? The second condition was even harder than the first. At least, the extreme dominating sword saint didn't know anyone who could comprehend an extremity sword art at the Law Phase realm. Not even the Swordsman Guild leader could do it. The extreme sword Dao presence was omitted. Even with the innate sword body, Qin Luo couldn't withstand Li Fuchen's extremity sword art. He was sent flying and vomited blood. Li Fuchen had already held back. Otherwise, the sword Qi would have penetrated Qin Luo's innate sword body. The victor was already decided. The gray-haired, middle-aged man let out a bitter smile and looked to the mystic deep sword saint. Mystic deep sword saint, you aren't being honest. Since he knows an extremity sword art, what is the point of competing? I didn't expect for your Saint Spirit continent to produce such a superb sword Dao prodigy. The middle-aged woman said. To be able to make a middle-stage sword path Saint Monarch call him a super sword path genius. He wasn't just a continent-level genius. He was a plane-level genius or even a universe-level genius. The mystic Deep Sword Sovereign said, "Actually, I only found out for a while." It was true that he had only known about it for a while. Extreme State Sword Art. Qin Luo cried out involuntarily as he stumbled to the ground. With the Xiantian sword body, he had never tasted defeat among his peers. In fact, he had never encountered any great threat. This was the first time in his life that he had lost, and it was such a clean defeat that he couldn't even withstand a single move. For no reason at all, a phrase flashed through his mind. There's always someone better than you out there. In the past, he was the man beyond the man and the sky beyond the sky. This time, he had become the former. Li Fuqin, I will definitely defeat you next time. Qin Luo's battle intent soared into the sky. As the innate sword body, he didn't believe that he couldn't surpass Li Fuqin, and it was just a matter of time. This failure was a blow to him, but it was also an opportunity to hone himself. In the past, things had been too smooth for him, and he didn't activate the greatest potential of the innate sword body. All right, I will wait for you. Li Fuqin nodded. After defeating Qin Luo, Li Fuqin passed the first selection. Next up was the second selection. The second selection was to fight with a low-tier sword saint puppet for 15 minutes. At the Swordsman Guild headquarters testing hall, a group of people entered. In the depths of the testing hall, there was a Class 9 array. Inside the Class 9 array, a sword saint puppet was standing quietly. This sword saint puppet didn't look any different from a real person, but its skin was icy cold and didn't have a trace of warmth. At this moment, the sword saint puppet's eyes were closed and it didn't have a trace of chi presence. When the middle-aged woman activated the array, the sword saint puppet suddenly opened its eyes and shot out 2 beams of silver light. Li Fuqin could see that the sword saint puppet's eyes were obviously a type of heaven-class gem that contained extremely powerful energy. Looking at Li Fuqin, the middle-aged woman said, "The time is 15 minutes. As long as you can persist and not be defeated, you will become the headquarters elder." While speaking, the middle-aged woman removed the restrictions on the sword saint puppet. Boom! A horrific chi prowess rushed into the sky. The sword saint puppet's body felt as though it was alive and had an additional indescribable nimbleness. Without any sound or presence, the sword saint puppet vanished on the spot, and a circle of dazzling crescent sword light enveloped Li Fuqin. Clang! Sparks burst out as Li Fuqin executed a sword strike to shatter the sword light and sent the sword saint puppet flying a few meters back. He actually suppressed the sword saint puppet. The middle-aged woman was shocked. The Swordsman Guild only had a total of 9 low-tier sword saint puppets. They might only be puppets, but their strength was stronger than most low-level saints. Furthermore, their bodies had astounding toughness and were very resistant. Clang, clang, clang. The sword saint puppet didn't have any emotional fluctuations. It felt as though its body was weightless as it attacked at Li Fuqin from different angles. Each sword strike was very concentrated, but when facing Li Fuqin's radiant sword art, no matter how fast the sword saint puppet's sword speed was, it couldn't get close. A moment later, the sword saint puppet's sword prowess suddenly changed. The dazzling sword light turned into countless horrific halos that slashed at Li Fuqin. It was obvious that the sword saint puppet had used a kill move. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuqin could feel that the sword saint puppet was stronger than the Crimson Python Saint. With just one move of the radiant sword art, it wasn't enough to withstand the kill move. Once the Sword Sea Horizon was executed, Li Fuqin's sword prowess was unprecedentedly powerful. Everyone in the surroundings took a deep, cold breath. Li Fuqin's radiant sword art was already powerful enough, but it was still inferior to the primary extreme sword art. How many more trump cards did this kid have? Qin Luo clenched his fist tightly. This was the first time he felt that he didn't work hard enough in the past. If he worked hard enough, why didn't he create an extremity sword art? Looking at Li Fuqin, he didn't just possess an extremity sword art. He even possessed an even stronger extremity sword art. From today onwards, I shall only have the sword Dao in my heart. Qin Luo swore. How did he cultivate? The lowly Pei Xinwen was flabbergasted. Everyone said that she was a prodigy, but as compared to Li Fuchen, she didn't seem to be a prodigy. Once the Sword Sea Horizon was executed, Li Fuchen instantly scattered the Sword Saint puppet's sword prowess and sent it flying. Soon enough, 15 minutes later, the middle-aged beauty restrained the Sword Saint puppet and said to the mystic Deep Sword Saint, "Mystic Deep Sword Saint, congratulations to your Saint Spirit continent for gaining another headquarters elder. Congratulations. Kid, you have to treat me to a drink." Everyone had a good relationship, and the occasional bickering was just for boredom. The mystic Deep Sword Saint laughed heartily and said, Of course, of course." He was very happy that the Saint Spirit continent had another headquarters elder. As the Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder, there was a need to bear some responsibilities. With the addition of Li Fuchen, his burden was definitely much lighter. In the future, if there was anything, he just had to ask Li Fuchen to step up and he could cultivate properly. Chapter 807. After becoming a headquarters elder, Li Fuchen obtained an elder token. This token was actually a heaven-class, high-tier cardinal artifact. After dripping the blood to recognize the owner, no one else would be able to use it. In addition, the elder token also had multiple functions such as protection, communication, alertness, information storage, meditation, and so on. Moreover, once the holder of the elder token died, the other holders of the elder token would immediately sense it, and they would be able to make preparations in advance so that the enemy wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. Li Fuchen, you are now the Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder and are responsible for protecting the guild. You're no longer a swordsman who can come and go freely. You have to understand this. After returning to the Saint Spirit continent, the mystic Deep Sword Saint warned. Li Fuchen nodded, I understand. After becoming a headquarters elder, there would naturally be some restrictions. When the guild was in trouble, he would have to lend a hand. When the guild was in trouble, he would also have to lend a hand. Since it was time for him to lend a hand, he couldn't refuse, as it was his duty. Of course, the Swordsman Guild had always been in a lot of trouble. After all, who would be stupid enough to offend the Swordsman Guild? With duties, there will naturally be privileges too. The mystic Deep Sword Saint smiled and said, After becoming a headquarters elder, as long as you have enough contribution points, you can read any manuals in the Swordsman Guild, including the Unbounded Old Man's Unbounded Sword Art. Apart from that, you can also redeem extreme Dao cardinal artifacts and extreme Dao equipment. In short, as long as you have enough contribution points, the Swordsman Guild will be open to you. Unbounded Sword Art, huh? Li Fuchen was curious. It was also an extreme state sword art, but the Unbounded Old Man's Unbounded Sword Art was one of the strongest sword arts back then. There were only a few sword arts that were stronger than it. However, Li Fuchen could imagine the astounding amount of contribution points required to read the Unbounded Sword Art. His 10 million contribution points were probably a drop in the bucket and wasn't worth mentioning. From the mystic Deep Sword Saint, Li Fuchen found out about the various privileges of the headquarters elder and the methods to earn contribution points. To earn contribution points, apart from completing missions, one could also exchange with the Swordsman Guild. For example, a Heaven-class high-tier weapon would be worth 1 million contribution points. A Heaven-class high-tier armor would be worth 2 million contribution points, and a Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact would be worth 3 million contribution points. If it was an extreme Dao weapon, it would be worth 500 million contribution points. An extreme Dao armor would be worth 1 billion contribution points, and an extreme Dao cardinal artifact would be worth 2 billion contribution points. Apart from treasures that could be exchanged for contribution points, martial arts could also be exchanged for contribution points. According to the value, Heaven-class high-tier martial arts could be exchanged for at least 100,000 contribution points, and the highest could be exchanged for 1 million contribution points. Heaven-class high-tier cultivation techniques could be exchanged for at least 1 million contribution points, and the highest could be exchanged for 10 million contribution points. Extreme Realm martial arts, which were Heaven-class peak-tier martial arts, could be exchanged for at least 100 million contribution points. There was no upper limit. The minimum requirement for an Extreme Realm cultivation technique was 1 billion contribution points, and there was no upper limit. In other words, as long as I'm willing, I can obtain hundreds of millions of contribution points at any time. The Radiant Sword Art and the primary Extreme Sword Art weren't complete extremity sword arts, but they were superior in the sword Dao they contained. One was the Radiant Sword Dao, and the other was the primary Extreme Sword Dao. Li Fuchen reckoned that the value wouldn't be too low. Arriving at the Swordsman Guild headquarters library, Li Fuchen entered. Divine Rainbow Sword Art. 200,000 contribution points per reading, 100 million contribution points per year. Soaring Dragon Sword Art. 300,000 contribution points for each reading, 150 million contribution points for borrowing for a year. Yin Yang Clear Wind Sword Art. 500,000 contribution points per reading, 250 million contribution points per year. Heavenless Sword Tiger Art. 100,000 contribution points per reading, 500 million contribution points per year. The Heavenly Cycle Star Sword Art costs 2 million contribution points per reading. Borrowing it for a year costs 600 million contribution points. Mystic Deep Sword Art. 100,000 contribution points per reading, 5 billion contribution points per year. In the library, manuals that were made with special materials were listed. Li Fuchen ignored the Heaven-class high-tier manuals and went straight to the Extreme Realm Manuals bookshelf. I didn't expect for the Mystic Deep Sword Saint's Sword Art to be in the library too. I wonder how many contribution points this sword art earned for the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. Li Fuchen guessed that this sword art would be exchanged for at least 3 billion contribution points. It might be possible for it to be exchanged for 5 billion contribution points. 3 million contribution points per reading is too expensive. I better flip through the Divine Rainbow Sword Art once. Li Fuchen only had a total of 10 million contribution points, and it was only enough for him to flip through the Mystic Deep Sword Art 3 times. As for the Supreme Sword Art, the Everlasting Sword Art, Li Fuchen couldn't afford it. Arriving at the Divine Rainbow Sword Arts Manual, Li Fuchen pasted his Elder Token on it. In the next moment, the 10 million contribution points in the Elder Token were reduced by 200,000 points. When Li Fuchen flipped open the first page of the Divine Rainbow Sword Arts Manual, he felt the surroundings changing. A divine rainbow was skimming over from the depths of the universe. Its chi presence and speed couldn't be described with words. Divine Rainbow Sword Art First Move. Divine Rainbow of Outer Heaven. Flipping to the second page, there was an even more dazzling divine rainbow that penetrated the stars. Divine Rainbow Sword Art Second Move. Divine Rainbow penetrates the sun. Flipping to the third page, there was an explosion of the divine rainbow. Billions of light spots burst out and enveloped the starry sky. Divine Rainbow Sword Art Third Move. Divine Rainbow Light Rain. What a great divine rainbow sword art! Li Fuchen exclaimed. He thought that his Radiant Sword Art contained a first-rate sword Dao, the Radiant Sword Dao, and its value shouldn't be low. But at this moment, he knew that he was wrong. The Divine Rainbow Sword Art might not be a first-rate extremity sword art, and wasn't even a first-rate extremity sword art, but the sword intent was very complete and touched upon the essence of the universe. On the contrary, his Radiant Sword Art only had the first move, and the sword intent wasn't complete enough. It also didn't touch upon the essence of the universe. If it was converted into contribution points, it would only be able to exchange for 10 or 20 million contribution points at most. The first time is a little blurry. I better read a few more times. Li Fuchen flipped open the Divine Rainbow Sword Arts Manual again. At the same time, his Elder Token's contribution points were reduced by another 200,000 points. 2 times, 3 times, 10 times. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen flipped through the Divine Rainbow Sword Art 12 times and used 2 for million contribution points. He might not be able to learn the Divine Rainbow Sword Art, but the Divine Rainbow Sword Art and the Radiant Sword Art had some similarities. After referencing, Li Fuchen felt that his mind had some comprehension of the Radiant Sword Art's second move. The fledgling form of the second move was faintly appearing. Forcefully letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen thought to himself, in order to learn the Divine Rainbow Sword Art, I will probably have to read it at least 100 times. If I convert it to contribution points, it would be at least 20 million. But it isn't necessary. Li Fuchen's perception was definitely astounding. Others might not be able to learn the divine rainbow sword art, even after borrowing it for a year. Li Fuchen was confident that he didn't need such a long time. It also meant that he didn't need to borrow it for a year to learn a sword art and save a lot of contribution points. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't intend to learn the divine rainbow sword art. His objective was to use it as a reference. Blocking the inspiration, Li Fuchen walked into the depths of the library pavilion. He wanted to see how many contribution points were needed to read the legendary limitless sword technique. Soon, Li Fuchen came to the deepest part of the book collection pavilion, where there are layers of arrays and countless restrictions. Without the Elder Token, Li Fuchen believes that he has already been crushed into dust by the overlapping power of arrays and restrictions. In the deepest part of the room, there are only a few bookshelves, and on each shelf, there is only one secret manual. Coming to a bookshelf, Li Fuchen looked at it. On one of the secret manuals, the words Limitless Sword Technique fell into his eyes. Limitless Sword Technique, 200 million contribution points for each reading, 100 billion contribution point for borrowing for a year. SSS. Looking at the introduction of the Limitless Sword Technique, Li Fuchen took a deep cold breath. 200 million for each reading and 100 billion for borrowing for a year? This was a little too exaggerated. Even if he increased his contribution points by 10 times, it wouldn't even be enough for a single reading. But as a supreme sword art, the Limitless Sword Technique is worth this price. Chapter 808. After returning to his manor, Li Fuchen immediately went into seclusion and started to comprehend the second move of the Radiant Sword Art. A few days later, in the manor, there was a resplendent sword light that rushed into the sky. The intense radiance was radiating above the wind cloud city. This second move shall be called Boundless Radiance. In the manor's empty space, Li Fuchen sheathed his sword. After several days of arduous cultivation, he had already fused all the comprehensions from the divine rainbow sword art into the radiant sword art and created the second move, Boundless Radiance. This move's power was several times stronger than the meteor fall and was just inferior to the sect origin swords. Young Master, someone wishes to meet you. The people that followed the barbaric peak Great Emperor back then, including the barbaric peak Great Emperor, had already become Li Fuchen's attendants. Li Fuchen didn't mistreat them and would occasionally give them pointers. On this day, someone came to report. Someone wishes to meet me. Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness. Soon enough, he saw the visitor outside the manor's entrance. It was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura, and his appearance was somewhat similar to Li Jianxin. A member of the Li clan, Li Fuchen let out a silent laugh. It seemed like the Li clan really suspected that he was the Sword Lord's bloodline. There is no harm in meeting him. Li Fuchen knew that this was a misunderstanding, and if he didn't resolve this misunderstanding, it would be troublesome. Bring him to the guest reception hall. Li Fuchen said. Yes. The informant backed off and left. Guest reception hall. Li Jianhui waited apprehensively. The Li clan had declined for too many years and didn't even have a saint. A single Li Jianxin should be able to restore the Li clan's glory. But if Li Fuchen was included, the Li clan would definitely regain its ancient glory. But the prerequisite was that Li Fuchen was the Li clan's bloodline. A short moment later, Li Fuchen arrived at the guest reception hall. May I know who you are? Li Fuchen asked. Li Jianhui cupped his fist. I am Li Jianhui, the current clan head of the Li clan. I am here to understand some information. You wish to know if I am the Li clan's bloodline? Li Fuchen let out a smile that didn't look like a smile. Li Jianhui appeared rather awkward, but there was a blazing passion in the depths of his eyes. My Li clan might have declined, but we still left behind plenty of saints' absolute arts. If young Master Fuchen is of the Li clan's bloodline, then these saints' absolute arts will be completely open to young Master Fuchen, including the top-rate extremity sword art, Skyline Sword Art. The Skyline Sword Technique was an extremely famous sword technique in the entire Deep Blue Plain. It was second only to the Limitless Sword Technique and a few other sword techniques. Is there any way to test the bloodline? Li Fuchen asked. Hearing this, Li Jianhui hurriedly took out a bloodstone. This is my Li family's bloodline stone. If you have the Li family's bloodline, drip your blood on it, and the bloodline stone will shine. All right. Li Fuchen swung his hand, and a drop of fresh blood dripped onto the bloodline stone. Patter. There was no reaction from the bloodline stone. Seems like I don't have the Li clan's bloodline. Li Fuchen said. Li Jianhui regretfully said, Yes, you don't have the blood of my Li family. Hesitating for a moment, Li Jianhui lifted his head and said, The Li clan would like to make a deal with young Master Fuchen. I wonder if young Master Fuchen is willing to listen? Speak. Li Fuchen nodded. Young Master Fuchen should know that the Sword Saint is the strongest expert in the history of my Li clan. He left behind plenty of saints' absolute arts, and the most incredible absolute art is the Skyline Sword Technique. However, not many people know that the Skyline Sword Technique can be used together with the Extreme Tao Artifact Sword, the Skyline Sword, to display the strongest power. Especially for the juniors, the Skyline Sword can reduce the cultivation difficulty of the Skyline Sword Technique. But it is useless for the Li clan's descendants. 800 years ago, the Skyline Sword was lost on the Fire Dragon Island, and there has been no news of it. If young Master Fuchen is willing to head to the Fire Dragon Island and help us search for the Skyline Sword, my Li clan is willing to pay 5 peak grade Spirit Stones. If young Master Fuchen can find the Skyline Sword and bring it back, the Li clan Skyline Sword Technique can be borrowed for 1 year and another 5 peak grade Spirit Stones. Li Jianhui stated the terms of the deal. Peak grade Spirit Stones? Skyline Sword Technique? Li Fuchen raised his brows, as this wasn't a low reward. Peak grade Spirit Stones were extremely important even for saints. After all, the Li clan had declined, and every time they used a peak grade Spirit Stone, there would only be one left. It was a non-renewable resource. As for the Skyline Sword Technique, it could be reused, but to the Li clan, the Skyline Sword Technique was more important than anything else. How could they allow others to casually borrow it? Why do you want to make a deal with me? There are plenty of people who are stronger than me. Li Fuchen questioned. Li Jianhui smiled bitterly and said, It is a huge price to request a saint to make a move. Furthermore, the Skyline Sword has a spirit, and it isn't possible for a regular person to come into contact with the Skyline Sword. Apart from that, I am also worried that a saint might covet the Skyline Sword. The Skyline Sword wasn't a regular Extreme Tao Artifact Sword. It was a top-notch Extreme Tao Artifact Sword, and it was priceless. Aren't you afraid that I will covet it? Li Fuchen laughed and said. Li Jianhui said seriously, I don't trust saints, but I trust young Master Fuchen. If young Master Fuchen goes back on his words, he wouldn't have come this far. All right, since the Li clan trusts me, I, Li Fuchen, am willing to make a trip to the Fire Dragon Island. 10 peak grade Spirit Stones were enough to push him to the half-saint realm. If he relied on himself to cultivate slowly, it was unknown how many years it would take to progress to the half-saint realm. Then the Li clan shall thank young Master Fuchen in advance. Here are 5 peak grade Spirit Stones. Li Jianhui took out 5 peak grade Spirit Stones and handed them to Li Fuchen. He wasn't afraid that Li Fuchen wouldn't do anything after obtaining the peak grade Spirit Stones. The higher the martial Tao realm, the more importance will be placed on promises. If a promise wasn't fulfilled or wasn't treated seriously, it would have a huge impact on the path of the martial Tao. If Li Fuchen went back on his promise because of 5 peak grade Spirit Stones, Li Jianhui would treat it as his judgment wasn't good enough and he had misjudged Li Fuchen. After receiving the peak grade Spirit Stones, Li Fuchen said, I will head to the Fire Dragon Island within half a year. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't go back on his promise. Right now, when he accepted the peak grade Spirit Stones, it was the same as accepting karma. If there was a karmic backlash, it would cause his sword Tao to stagnate. After sending Li Jianhui off, Li Fuchen turned around and returned to the manor. He thought to himself, the Fire Dragon Island isn't a benevolent place. This place was once the territory of the Overlord Beast, the Fire Dragon race. After the Fire Dragon race moved away, the demonic beast, overlords, and human saints frequently went there to explore. During the exploration, it was normal for them to kill each other. I might not be afraid of low-tier demonic beast overlords and low-tier saints, and I am confident that I can escape unscathed if I encounter a mid-tier demonic beast overlord, but it is still abnormally dangerous. This was also the reason why Li Fuchen didn't head to the Fire Dragon Island immediately. He needed to use these 5-peak Great Spirit Stones to increase his cultivation. Forget about Qi cultivation, I can increase my body refinement. Li Fuchen didn't plan to increase his Qi cultivation as he knew that 5-peak Great Spirit Stones weren't enough. The peak level of 9th level of Law Phase Realm and Half Saint might only be a difference of 1 level, but the amount of Qi required was extremely shocking. If the peak level of 9th level of Law Phase Realm was a basin of water, then the Half Saint's Qi would be a vat of mud. Be it quantity or quality, it wasn't on the same level. The difficulty of increasing his body refinement was relatively easier. Right now, Li Fuchen's body refinement was already at the middle level of the completion level of Law Phase Realm, and wasn't too far from the perfection level of Law Phase Realm. 5-peak Great Spirit Stones should be enough. If he wanted to advance from the perfection level of Law Phase Realm to the body refinement Half Saint, it would be far from enough. Even 50-peak Great Spirit Stones wouldn't be enough. Peak level of the completion level of Law Phase Realm. Peak level of the completion level of Law Phase Realm. Peak level of the completion level of Law Phase Realm. After consuming all 5-peak Great Spirit Stones, Li Fuchen's body refinement was stuck at the peak level of the completion level of Law Phase Realm. He was just a sliver away from the perfection level of Law Phase Realm. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. The hand of God's Qi power is too horrific. 5-peak Great Spirit Stones aren't even able to break through half a small level. This is only the hand of Moon. If it is the hand of Sun, the consumption of peak Great Spirit Stones will probably be doubled. If his body refinement wasn't able to increase, his body's defense naturally wouldn't be able to increase too. This wasn't something that Li Fuchen wished to see. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and arrived at the Thunderbolt layer before arriving at the Heat layer. For the next period of time, he was planning to come here to temper his Qi power every day. Half a month, 1 month, 2 months. It might be because Li Fuchen's body refinement was just a sliver away from breaking through, where there might still be some peak grade spirit Qi remaining in the depths of his body. 2 months later, Li Fuchen's body refinement suddenly broke through to the perfection level of Law Phase Realm. Li Fuchen felt as though he could hear the sound of his body's flesh and blood being reconstructed. His body's toughness had instantly increased, and the law field on the surface of his body had also increased significantly. The Star Immortal body might still be at the mid-class, but it was already at the peak of the mid-class. His entire body was as tough as steel, and even his hair was extremely tough. It was hard to be damaged by sabers and swords. Right now, even if it was a mid-tier demonic beast overlord, Li Fuchen was confident he could resist and wouldn't crumble in a single clash. It is a pity that I am still unable to reach the hand of Sunday. If I can reach the hand of Sun, so what if I am a mid-tier demonic beast overlord? Chapter 809. 3 months later, Li Fuchen set off for the Fire Dragon Island. With his current strength, it was truly hard for him to progress further. After all, with his current contribution points, it was hard for him to achieve anything in the library. It wasn't an easy task to create the third move of the Radiant Sword Art or the primary Extreme Sword Art. The remaining contribution points weren't enough. Above the boundless sea, a sword light was advancing rapidly. The weather above the sea was constantly changing. A moment ago, it was clear and boundless, but in the next moment, dark clouds that looked like ink were approaching and covering the entire sky. Rumble. Within the dark clouds, there were electric snakes that were rumbling, and there would be magma-like electric currents splashing out from time to time. Below the dark clouds, water tornadoes would surge into the sky and converge with the dark clouds, forming spiraling water pillars. The thinner water pillars were a few miles in thickness. The thicker ones were 100 miles in thickness. Furthermore, they were getting thicker and spinning faster. They contained violent water Dao laws and wind Dao laws. Even a great ruler would be in danger if they enter. With Li Fuchen's strength, he naturally didn't need to care about these water pillars. The sword light flashed and penetrated through the water pillars without any obstruction. Who dares to offend me? The Rampage Overlord. A massive silver crab emerged from the sea. Due to the pressure from his Saint Spirit Continent willpower, this silver crab wasn't as big as some of the demonic beast rulers in the outside world, but it was still close to 100 miles in size. Its carapace was glistening with silver light, as though it was polished with silver metal. With a casual swing of its pincer, a water pillar that was a few dozen miles in thickness exploded. Low-tier Overlord Beast. Li Fuchen was rather surprised. He already knew that the storm above the sea was caused by the Overlord, but he didn't scan with his spiritual awareness. After all, if his spiritual awareness scanned the Overlord would definitely notice him too. Human kid, you aren't even a saint, and you dare to offend me. The Rampage Overlord. Hand over your life. The silver crab was a famous Rampage Overlord in this sea region. Its main body was a low-tier Overlord beast, Chaos Element Silver Crab. It was used to being arrogant and didn't even put Li Fuchen in its eyes, let alone Li Fuchen. It would even dare to teach a low-tier saint a lesson. I'm just passing by. There's no need to hand over my life, right? Li Fuchen didn't slow down. Stay here. The Rampage Overlord's 8 legs moved rapidly on the surface of the sea. It was so fast that it looked as though it was teleporting. In an instant, it arrived below Li Fuchen and slashed at the sky with its pincers. Gotcha! The illusory silver pincers cut a large hole in the void. As expected of a low-tier saint beast, Li Fuchen silently praised. An adult low-level sacred beast was much stronger than a low-level demon overlord. Its strength was almost on par with a mid-level demon overlord. Meteor Fall. A brilliant sword light descended from the sky and blasted rampaging demon sage, sending him straight into the sea. Before the rampant overlord appeared, Li Fuchen concealed his chi presence and vanished without a trace after a few flashes. Voila! The waves were monstrous, and the rampaging demon saint emerged from the sea. There was not a single scar on its body, and its silver carapace was still shining brightly. Damned human, where did you go? The Rampage Overlord relied on his spiritual perception to search everywhere, but he couldn't find Li Fuchen's traces and chi presence. The Fire Dragon Island was located at a sea region that was billions of miles south of the Saint Spirit Continent. This place still belonged to the Saint Spirit Continent, but due to the extreme distance, apart from saints, there wouldn't be any humans nearby. 100 Poison Saint. Are you certain that the Sword Saint Skyline Sword is on the Fire Dragon Island? On a small island that wasn't far from the Fire Dragon Island, there were 2 figures standing in the air. The one who spoke was wearing half a devil mask and had a fearsome chi presence. Ghost Sword Saint, 100 Poison Saint, might dare to deceive others, but why would I dare to deceive you? The Skyline Sword is a first-rate extreme Dao artifact sword, and its sword chi is unique. It is hard to make a mistake, but it isn't easy to retrieve the Skyline Sword. Right now, the Skyline Sword is in the territory of the Fire Ape race on the Fire Dragon Island. Without the strength of a mid-level saint, it would be difficult to enter the Fire Ape race's territory, let alone retrieve the Skyline Sword. The 100 Poison Saint was an elder wearing a dark purple robe. His eyes were glossy green, and his skin was purple. The Ghost Sword Saint that he mentioned was a mid-level saint from the Sky Thrust Union. He was abnormally powerful, and even a high-level saint might not be a match for him. Fire Ape Race, huh? The Ghost Sword Saint went silent. The Fire Ape Race might not be a Saint Beast race, and their strength wasn't as terrifying as the Fire Dragon race. But it didn't mean that there weren't any experts in the Fire Ape race. It was said that the Fire Apes of the Fire Ape race possessed the bloodline of the pinnacle Saint Beast, the fiery Saint Ape. As long as the bloodline of the fiery Saint Ape was stimulated, the Fire Ape would evolve into a mid-level Saint Beast, the Scarlet Fire Saint Ape. Currently, there was only one Scarlet Fire Saint Ape in the Fire Ape race, but it was this Scarlet Fire Saint Ape that had strength close to the human race's pinnacle saint. Apart from the Scarlet Fire Saint Ape, the fire ape race still had plenty of demonic beast overlords. Most of them were low-level demonic beast overlords, but when they joined forces, it was enough to move people. Ghost Sword Saint, I've already told you about the Skyline Sword. It is up to you whether you want to go or not. The 100 Poisons Saint said. The Ghost Sword Saint said resolutely, if it is a battle with the fire ape race, I will leave immediately. But if it is to infiltrate and take the Skyline Sword, I am rather confident. Don't worry, as long as your information is reliable. After matter is over, I will recommend you to join the Sky Thrust Union and also recommend you to be the Union Head Elder. This was a top-rate Extreme Dao artifact sword, the Skyline Sword. As a mid-level saint, his weapon was only a third-rate Extreme Dao artifact sword, and it was impossible to compare. If he could obtain the Skyline Sword, no one below the peak-level saints would be a match for him. It is a deal. The 100 Poisons Saint revealed a smile. It was easy to join the Sky Thrust Union, but it wasn't easy to become the Union Head Elder. This is the Fire Dragon Island? After arriving at the Fire Dragon Island, Li Fuchen felt a blazing chi presence rushing at him. It was obvious that the heaven and earth law of the Fire Dragon Island was dominated by the fire law. It was no wonder the Fire Dragon race and the current Fire Ape race had established their base here. The Fire Dragon Island was massive. Apart from the Fire Ape race, there were plenty of demonic beast overlords living here. Searching for a sword on the Fire Dragon Island was the same as searching for a needle in a haystack. It was fortunate that Li Jianhui had given Li Fuchen a sword test rock. This sword test rock was stained with the Skyline Sword's chi presence. As long as the distance was close enough, the sword test rock and the Skyline Sword would be able to sense each other. By then, Li Fuchen would naturally know where the Skyline Sword was. Boom, boom, boom. Li Fuchen had just arrived at the Fire Dragon Island for a short moment when a few thousand miles away, there was a shocking collision sound. Without a doubt, it was a battle between two Saint-class experts. He didn't use his spiritual awareness to scan. In the past, he was able to use his spiritual awareness without any restraints because his opponent's spiritual awareness wasn't as powerful as his. But now, he was encountering either demonic beast overlords or saints. Both parties' spiritual awareness were on the same level. If he used his spiritual awareness to scan others, he would definitely expose himself, and it wasn't something Li Fuchen wished to see. A few thousand miles away, two human saints were in a great battle. One of them was already injured and had a dispirited chi presence. Yellow Wind Saint, I treated you as a brother, but you actually plotted against me. The injured person yelled out. The yellow-faced, middle-aged man called Yellow Wind Saint sneered and said, Brother? Black Absolute Saint, don't treat me as a fool. If I didn't make the first move, I might already be lying on the ground. The 1,000-severing soul chasing arrow that you are hiding in your sleeve is specially used to deal with me, right? Die. The black-clothed Black Absolute Saint shook his wrist and shot an illusory black chilling light at the Yellow Wind Saint. If there was a knowledgeable person here, they would definitely recognize that the illusory black chilling light was an extremely vicious extreme Dao cardinal artifact, the 1,000-severing soul chasing arrow. It was said that once the 1,000-severing soul chasing arrow locked onto the spirit's soul chi presence, it was impossible to dodge and could only resist. However, the 1,000-severing soul chasing arrow wasn't something that could be resisted with normal methods, as it was illusory. Clang! The black chilling light was repelled, and the Yellow Wind Saint continued to sneer. Black Absolute Saint, I dare to cooperate with you because I have this beast soul jade token that can restrain your 1,000-severing soul chasing arrow. Damn it! The Black Absolute Saint turned and fled. He was severely injured and wasn't a match for the Yellow Wind Saint. Chapter 810. As Li Fuchen didn't release his spiritual awareness, he only noticed the Black Absolute Saint when he approached. Two low-level saints? Li Fuchen's expression turned dark. He might have defeated Sage Monarch Crimson Python before, but it didn't mean that he could disregard low-leveled sages. Firstly, Sage Monarch Crimson Python didn't have any Extreme Dao equipment, Extreme Dao Cardinal Treasure, or Extreme Martial Arts. He was a classic Trino low-level saint, and defeating such a low-level saint wasn't something to boast about. One couldn't hope to meet a Trino low-level saint every time. After seeing Li Fuchen, the Heiju saint didn't hesitate to fire the 1,000-severing soul-chasing arrow. The 1,000-severing soul-chasing arrow might be a mediocre extreme Tao cardinal treasure, but it was a soul Tao cardinal treasure that was very hard to defend against. In the past, the great monarch Heiju had used the 1,000-severing soul-chasing arrow to ambush a mid-level great monarch. The great monarch's soul spirit was injured, and the great monarch had to flee. The great monarch didn't recover even after dozens of years. He naturally didn't want to kill Li Fuchen, but to control Li Fuchen. Once the 1,000-severing soul-chasing arrow entered the opponent's soul, it would be able to control the opponent's soul. Soul Tao, secret treasure. Just as the illusory black cold radiance was about to enter his mind, Li Fuchen executed the soul Tao secret technique, spirit soul chain. Clang! The illusory black light was sent flying. What? Lord Heijue's eyes widened. How could it be so coincidental to encounter a soul path expert? Furthermore, the other party was clearly only at the Transcendence realm, yet he was able to contend against an extreme secret treasure. This was too exaggerated. Li Fuchen's spirit soul chain's proficiency wasn't high, and it wasn't powerful either. However, Li Fuchen's spirit soul was abnormally tough, and the spirit soul chain was naturally indestructible. It was able to deflect the 1,000-severing soul-chasing arrow with ease. Go! There was still some distance between the duo. The Black Absolute Saint controlled the 1,000-severing soul-chasing arrows and constantly attacked Li Fuchen. Clang, clang, clang. Li Fuchen sent the illusory black cold light flying time and time again. Li Fuchen condensed the second spirit soul chain and lashed at the Heiju Saint. Sage Monarch Heiju's mind was struck. Apart from feeling a little dizzy, he did not feel anything out of the ordinary. It's not that powerful. Strange. Lord Heiju thought that he would suffer a little, but it was all bark and no bite. The distance between the duo was already very close. The Black Absolute Saint thrust with his finger, and a black flame expanded with the wind. It turned into a giant black, flaming millstone that blasted at Li Fuchen. Endless radiance. The intense light filled the heavens and the earth. Sage Heijue's expression changed, and he was sent flying by the sword light. He could not help but fly towards Sage Huang Feng, who had caught up to him. However, because Sage Huang Feng was affected by the 10,000 fathoms sword move, his vision and spiritual sense were temporarily blinded. He was unable to react immediately and missed a good opportunity to kill Sage Heiju. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen concealed his chi presence and vanished without a trace. If it was a one-on-one fight, he would not be afraid. However, if it was a one-on-two fight, it would still be quite dangerous. Who knew what trump cards the other party had, or if they had powerful extreme path secret treasures? Damn it! Sage Monarch Heiju fled frantically. He originally wanted to control Li Fuchen and let Li Fuchen restrain the Yellow Wind Saint. Since Li Fuchen was able to come to the Fire Dragon Island, Li Fuchen's strength wasn't weak. He reckoned that Li Fuchen was a heaven-defying great emperor that could contest with low-tier demonic beast overlords. Such a heaven-defying great emperor might not be a match for a low-tier saint, but he should be able to withstand a few moves. He might even have a trump card that was bestowed by his seniors and could restrain the Yellow Wind Saint for more time. However, Li Fuchen was simply too heaven-defying. He was so heaven-defying that he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. After a single move, he suffered severe injuries. The Yellow Wind Saint took a glance in the direction where Li Fuchen left and continued to chase after Sage Heiju. If he didn't kill Sage Heiju this time, it would be hard for him to kill Sage Heiju in the future. The Fire Dragon Island is truly dangerous. Li Fuchen believed that if it was a regular low-level saint, he might have been hit earlier. An extreme Tao soul, Tao cardinal artifact, wasn't something that anyone could resist. Even a mid-level saint would be injured if he was caught off guard. The Fire Dragon Island was massive and was dozens of times bigger than the Flying Silver Island. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could only extend out to a few thousand miles. Therefore, he could only constantly move. After flying for a while, Li Fuchen felt that the temperature of this region seemed to be a little higher. Could the fire element crystals be unearthed? The fire element crystals were one of the most elite resources on the Fire Dragon Island. A single low-grade fire element crystal was worth 2 peak-grade spirit stones. A single mid-grade fire element crystal was worth 10 peak-grade spirit stones. A single high-grade fire element crystal was worth 100 peak-grade spirit stones. Most of the saints or overlords would head to the Fire Dragon Island to search for the fire element crystals. Sensing the intensity of the temperature, Li Fuchen gradually flew towards the place with the higher temperature. 1 hour later, the temperature was already very high and the entire place was filled with pure red light. After scanning with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen noticed a scorched pit a few hundred miles away. In the center of the pit, there was a scarlet red crystal that didn't have any impurities. Concentrated fire Tao laws were gathered around the crystal and formed all sorts of fire phenomenon. Low-grade fire element crystal. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. The low-grade fire element crystal was scarlet red and didn't have any impurities. The mid-grade fire element crystal was red with a hint of purple. The high-grade fire element crystal was pure purple. It might only be a low-grade fire element crystal, but it was still equivalent to 2 peak-grade spirit stones. Swish! With a flash, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of the scorched pit. He extended his hand and sucked the fire element crystal into his hand. Let go! A red streak swept over from the horizon with astounding speed. Li Fuchen's body flashed and dodged the attack. Rumble! Not far away, half of a small mountain peak was sliced off and was scorched black. The newcomer was a low-level saint wearing a yellow robe. His chi presence had traces of blazing heat, and it was obvious that he was a Fire Tao saint. The fire element crystal isn't something you can touch. Quickly throw it away and get lost. The yellow-robed saint was rather surprised that Li Fuchen was able to dodge his attack. This was also the reason why he was willing to let Li Fuchen leave. Otherwise, he would have just killed Li Fuchen and wouldn't have to waste so much time talking. Why? Is this Fire Dragon Island your backyard? How could Li Fuchen throw away a fat piece of meat that was in his hands? The opponent wasn't worthy. Courting death. The yellow-robed saint didn't say anything and attacked again. He formed a seal with both hands and blasted a fireball that was a few miles in size at Li Fuchen. He had already given the opponent enough face by asking him to get lost. The opponent wasn't grateful and even mocked him. He was simply courting death. Before the fireball got close to Li Fuchen, it suddenly exploded. Li Fuchen thrust his sword at the yellow-robed saint. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It is a pity that you don't even dare to reveal your true chi presence. How can you do anything to me? In the yellow-robed saint's opinion, Li Fuchen should be a low-level saint, but he used some method to lower his chi presence to the law phase realm. As such, no one would be able to see through him. Without dodging, the yellow-robed saint's yellow robe suddenly lit up with countless blazing patterns. A circle of flames bloomed and extinguished the sword light. Extreme Tao armor? Li Fuchen wasn't a fool and immediately knew that the yellow-robed saint was wearing an extreme Tao armor. The extreme Tao armor was able to block extreme realm martial arts. Unless the extreme realm martial art was of a high enough level or the attacker was powerful enough. Otherwise, it was impossible to break it. Li Fuchen was only at the law phase realm now, and with just his extreme realm sword art, he naturally wouldn't be able to deal with the yellow-robed saint's extreme Tao armor. Fire God Fist. The instant the sword light was extinguished, the yellow-robed saint yelled out and executed a fist. Countless Fire Tao laws surged over and gathered on his fist before it was blasted at Li Fuchen. Rumble. The horrific flaming fist was condensed into a substance and was like a fist of lava that didn't have any impurities. It had melted the void. Zhu clan. When Li Fuchen saw the Fire God Fist, he knew that the opponent was a member of the Half-God clan, the Zhu clan. The Zhou clan's ancestor was known as the Fire God, and the Fire God fist was one of his absolute arts. It was said that a single fist could melt everything. Li Fuchen frowned. He didn't wish to become enemies with the Zhou clan, but it didn't mean he didn't dare to do so. Sect Origin Swords. It was fine if Li Fuchen didn't make a move, but once he made a move, he immediately used his strongest kill move. There were layers of sword lights in the sky, and in an instant, 10,000 swords had turned into one sword. PFFF-TSS. The Zhou clan's Fire God fist that could melt everything had been neutralized. The biting cold sword light didn't dissipate and enveloped the yellow-robed saint. TSS, TSS, TSS. The yellow-robed saint's yellow robe was rippling with flames, but this time, the flames had small holes. It might not be a big deal, but it gave him a shock. Li Fuchen's move was too terrifying, and even the ripple-flamed saint garment wasn't able to block it completely. If the Fire God fist wasn't there to obstruct it, wouldn't the ripple-flamed saint garment be broken? Dying. The yellow-robed saint didn't have an extreme Dao weapon, but he had an extreme Dao cardinal artifact. There was an additional metal sphere in his hand. He tossed it lightly, and the metal sphere was suddenly shot at Li Fuchen. Blaze. Along the way, the metal sphere enlarged by more than 1,000,000 times, and the surface was surging with glaring flames. It was just like a small sun as it smashed at Li Fuchen. Not good. Li Fuchen quickly retreated. In the next moment, the ground shook and flames burst into the sky. The surging heat wave turned the radius of a few dozen miles into magma. 100 miles away, Li Fuchen extinguished the flames on his body and had a lingering fear. This extreme Dao cardinal artifact had astounding power. If he was smashed by it head-on, he would definitely be injured. If it was a regular low-level saint, he might even be smashed to death. After all, his defense wasn't inferior to a low-level saint. Furthermore, he had the Star Immortal body. The Zhou clan is a half-god clan and is extremely wealthy. There is no way to compare. Li Fuchen concealed his chi presence and quickly escaped from the yellow-robed saint's vision. After the yellow-robed saint chased for a while, he stopped with a gloomy expression. It was obvious that Li Fuchen was proficient in chi presence concealment, and the yellow-robed saint's spiritual awareness couldn't detect Li Fuchen. Consider yourself lucky. Chapter 811. The low-grade fire element crystals contained extremely pure fire Dao Qi. This fire Dao Qi was superior to the spirit Qi in the peak-grade spirit stones. To fire Dao martial artists, the cultivation effects of the fire element crystals were definitely superior to the peak-grade spirit stones. This was also why a low-grade fire element crystal was worth 2 peak-grade spirit stones. After keeping the low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen was looking forward to this trip to the Fire Dragon Island. It was extremely difficult for others to progress to a half-saint or saint. Without a few decades or a century, it was basically impossible. But Li Fuchen was different. His spirit soul had definitely reached the saint soul class, and his true spirit had also reached the saint soul class. As long as he had enough resources, he would be able to keep progressing. According to his previous estimations, 10 peak-grade spirit stones would allow him to progress to a half-saint. 200 peak-grade spirit stones should be enough to progress to a saint. 200 peak-grade spirit stones would only be equivalent to 2 high-grade fire element crystals. A few days later, Li Fuchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was too optimistic. Fire element crystals weren't cabbages and could be found everywhere. It would depend on luck to encounter one. I heard that in the territory of the fire ape race, there is a small-scale fire element crystal or vein. I wonder if it is real or fake. Li Fuchen's mind flashed with a piece of information. Of course, it didn't matter if this information was real or fake. Li Fuchen wouldn't head to the fire ape race. The fire ape race's mid-tier overlord beast, the red fire saint ape, had strength that was close to a peak-level saint. Furthermore, all the peak-level saints in the deep blue plane had basically left the deep blue plane, who below the peak-level saints would be a match for the red fire saint ape. Furthermore, apart from the red fire saint ape, the fire ape race also had plenty of demonic beast overlords. There were plenty of mid-tier and high-tier demonic beast overlords. Half a month later, Li Fuchen obtained a low-grade fire element crystal and a few pieces of extreme Dao weapon shards on the Fire Dragon Island. A mediocre extreme Dao weapon shard wouldn't have any value, at least not in Li Fuchen's eyes. But these extreme Dao weapon shards contained immense power, and it was at least a third-rate extreme Dao weapon shard. It might even be a second-rate extreme Dao weapon shard. Boom, 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 boom. There were frequent battles on the Fire Dragon Island. In normal situations, Li Fuchen would avoid them. But this time, the commotion was too huge, and there were at least a dozen saints fighting. A treasure has appeared. As the thought flashed in his mind, Li Fuchen concealed his chi presence and approached silently. Li Fuchen didn't use his spiritual awareness to sense. When he approached the battlefield, he took a glance from afar. In the middle of a green lava lake, there was a scarlet-red, dragon-shaped, blazing herb that was growing on a piece of green rock. Heaven-class top-tier herb fire dragon grass. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. Heaven-class peak-tier herbs were also known as extreme Dao herbs. They were extremely precious and were items that saints had to fight for. The value of a fire dragon grass was at least 50 supreme-grade spirit stones. It was no wonder that so many martial saints were fighting. However, it wouldn't be easy to snatch this fire dragon herb. In the sky above and around the green lava lake, 8 demon saints and 5 saints were fighting. If he recklessly rushed over to snatch the fire dragon herb, he would definitely become the target of everyone. I can only seek fortune amidst danger. Li Fuchen sank into the ground, then burrowed into the magma lake, gradually approaching the green rock in the middle of the magma lake. During this period of time, Li Fuchen didn't release any chi presence, and it was all thanks to his valiant spirit soul talent. Swish! The lava splashed, and a figure flashed by, taking away the fire dragon herb on the green rock. The barbaric dragon overlord possessed the true dragon bloodline. After reaching the mid-tier overlord, he would even be able to contest with mid-level saints. Right now, his opponent was a mid-level saint called the Eagle Claw Saint. The Eagle Claw Saint was extremely powerful, and after exchanging a few dozen moves, the barbaric dragon overlord's body already had plenty of claw marks. If it wasn't for his tough defense and vigorous vitality, he would have already perished. With a glance, the barbaric dragon overlord subconsciously took a glance at the fire dragon herb on the green rock. The barbaric dragon overlord's eyes widened. Where did the fire dragon herb go? The Eagle Claw Saint was one step ahead of the barbaric dragon overlord when he noticed that the fire dragon herb was gone. Furthermore, he saw that Li Fuchen had snatched the fire dragon herb. Die! The Eagle Claw Saint's body shook and instantly appeared behind Li Fuchen before clawing. When the Eagle Claw Saint attacked, Li Fuchen felt his skin stinging as though countless needles were pricking his body. Bang bang! The spatial zone exploded and there was a splash of blood. Li Fuchen vanished without a trace. Can you escape? The Eagle Claw Saint was a mid-level saint, and his eyes immediately locked onto Li Fuchen's figure before chasing after him. The fire dragon herb has been snatched. Chase after him. The rest of the saints and overlords had stopped and chased after the Eagle Claw Saint. Li Fuchen's speed was very fast and wasn't inferior to low-level saints. However, the Eagle Claw Saint was a mid-level saint and took a few breaths to catch up. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had the Void Dao heart and was very sensitive to spatial waves. He was able to instantly change directions the moment the Eagle Claw Saint made a move. Soon enough, Li Fuchen saw a forest. The trees in this forest were extremely massive. Any random tree was at least 10,000 feet tall and a few hundred feet thick. The bark of the trees wasn't tough tree bark, but dark red scales that were the size of water tanks. It felt as though they weren't trees, but vertical pythons. The dragon scale wood was an extremely tough tree. It was said that during the fire dragon race's existence, a powerful foe once descended. The fire dragon race's patriarch had a battle with a fire dragon that was comparable to a heaven monarch. When the dragon blood splattered, it caused a transformation in this forest. As long as one didn't leave this area, even if the dragon scale wood was destroyed, it would be able to grow back quickly. Furthermore, With the toughness of the dragon scale wood, even a great emperor might not be able to break a single dragon scale wood. A low-level saint wouldn't be able to break too many dragon scale wood at once. What was more mystical was that the dragon scale wood forest contained a natural array. Once one entered the dragon scale wood forest, it was the same as entering the array's range. It was the same in the sky. The reason why Li Fuchen dared to take the risk was because he discovered the existence of this dragon scale wood forest. As long as he escaped inside, even a mid-level saint wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Don't even think about entering. The eagle claw saint was anxious. He had seen the dragon scale wood before, and with his strength, a single attack would only be able to destroy a small patch of dragon scale wood. No one knew how many dragon scale woods there were in the entire dragon scale wood forest. With a burst of speed, the eagle claw saint clawed viciously. An illusory eagle claw tore the spatial zone that Li Fuchen was in into pieces. Crash! Li Fuchen's body was splattered with blood, and even his bones could be seen, but he still stubbornly rushed into the dragon scale wood forest. Damn it! The eagle claw saint was certain that Li Fuchen was a saint that concealed his chi presence. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to withstand a single claw attack. Without hesitation, the eagle claw saint followed Li Fuchen into the dragon scale wood forest. At the back, most of the overlords and saints followed in. Only 2 overlords stopped. The 2 overlords looked at each other and transmitted a message. The dragon scale wood forest is the Golden Eye Ancestor's territory. The Golden Eye Ancestor has a bad temper. It is better for us not to enter. Boom, boom, boom. Patches of dragon scale wood collapsed, and the eagle claw saint realized that he had lost track of Li Fuchen. Croak! Right at this moment, there was a thunderous frog cry. Apart from the eagle claw saint and the barbaric dragon overlord, the rest of the saints and overlords vomited fresh blood and were sent flying. Croak! Another frog croak rang out, and a low-level holy monarch was blasted into a bloody mess, almost exploding to death. Hurry up and flee. How could everyone not know that they were in the territory of a horrific expert? Furthermore, this expert strength was probably at the level of a high-level saint. Run! The eagle claw saint turned and retreated. He was just a regular mid-level saint, and if he encountered a high-level saint, he would have to kneel. Wow! 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 The croaking of the frogs became more and more frequent, and the dragon scale wood exploded. In the next moment, a blood-colored shadow flashed, and an incomparably huge blood-colored toad appeared in front of everyone. This blood-colored toad had a pair of golden pupils, and it looked both majestic and cold. Golden Eye Ancestor. A demonic beast overlord recognized the blood-colored toad and was appalled. Li Fuchen, who concealed his chi presence, naturally wasn't discovered by the Golden Eye Ancestor. When he heard the explosions and miserable cries, he was silently rejoicing that he had the spirit's soul talent to conceal his chi presence. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to come to the Fire Dragon Island. After exiting the Dragon Scale Wood Forest, Li Fuchen found a concealed place to land. The Fire Dragon Herb can be used to increase the Fire Dao Qi and also to temper the body. I wonder if a single stalk of Fire Dragon Herb can allow my body refinement to reach the half-saint level. A single stalk of Fire Dragon Herb was worth at least 50 peak-grade Spirit Stones. Li Fuchen felt that with so many peak-grade Spirit Stones, it was enough to increase his body refinement to the half-saint level. After taking out the Fire Dragon Herb, Li Fuchen consumed a leaf first. Blaze! A surging flame burned on Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen felt a huge amount of impurities being refined from the depths of his body. At the same moment, the Fire Dragon Herb's medicinal effects were rapidly transforming into the hand of Moon's Qi power. The medicinal effects of the leaf were quickly consumed. Li Fuchen consumed the rest of the Fire Dragon Herb in one go. Boom! A fire dragon soared into the sky, accompanied by crackling sounds. Initial state of perfection of Law Phase Realm. Middle state of perfection of Law Phase Realm. Late state of perfection of Law Phase Realm. Peak state of perfection of Law Phase Realm. Boom! When Li Fuchen's body refinement broke through to the half-saint level, Everything in the surroundings was absorbed over. On the ground, there was an extremely giant pit, and above the pit was a solid metal sphere. There was a cracking sound as the solid metal sphere cracked open and Li Fuchen walked out. This is the half-saint level. Chapter 8:12. The disparity between the perfection level of Law Fei's realm and a half-saint is truly huge. Li Fuchen could feel that a bloodline was forming in his flesh and blood. This bloodline was naturally the body refinement bloodline. Right now, Li Fuchen's body had two bloodlines. One was the body refinement bloodline, and the other was the Sword Dao bloodline. The body refinement bloodline contained the marvel of the hand of God. As for the Sword Dao bloodline, it contained the marvel of the primary extreme sword technique, primary extreme sword art, and radiant sword art. The existence of the bloodline was very special. Even if Li Fuchen lost his memories and couldn't remember anything, he could still casually execute the things that he learned and had reached an extremely high level. This was an ability that was superior to instincts. Furthermore, when he had children in the future, they would inherit his bloodline, saving him countless years of hard work. Swish! The spatial zone distorted and Li Fuchen's figure instantly vanished. Now that his body refinement was at the half-saint realm, Li Fuchen's speed was even faster than most of the low-level saints. The Hand of Moon's chi power burst out slightly, and the horrific star's law spread out. The surrounding void immediately distorted and propelled Li Fuchen forward. The Eagle Claw Saint was in a miserable state. Perhaps because he was the strongest, the Golden Eye Ancestor treated him as the main enemy in the Dragon Scalewood Forest. If he didn't have an escape cardinal artifact, it would be a problem if he could escape from the Dragon Scalewood Forest alive. Damn kid. The Eagle Claw Saint hated Li Fuchen. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be in this situation. After suffering severe internal injuries, he couldn't even use 10% of his strength. If he used more than 10% of his strength, his injuries would worsen. Just as he was searching for a secluded place to recuperate, he suddenly saw Li Fuchen again. Even though his strength was less than 10%, was there a need to use so much strength to deal with a low-level saint? The answer was no. Kid, prepare to die. The Eagle Claw Saint lunged at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was shocked, but when he saw that the Eagle Claw Saint was severely injured, his eyes flashed, and he executed a palm strike. Rumble. The spatial zone was torn open, and Li Fuchen was sent flying. Even if it was a heavily injured mid-level saint, his strength was still much stronger than a low-level saint. But Li Fuchen calmed his heart. Currently, his body tempering cultivation had improved tremendously, while the Eagle Claw Sacred Sage was severely injured. As such, the opponent's attacks could no longer hurt him. With the Starlight Immortal body, he was able to resist the attacks. The Eagle Claw Saint had a bad premonition that his claw wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen. Claw shatters the world. The Eagle Claw Great Sage roared as he crossed his claws and lashed out. Voila! Like a mirror, the space was torn into countless large cracks. Myriad swords returned to origin, transforming 10,000 swords into a single sword. Li Fuchen blasted over. Although his current physique refining strength was not inferior to his Sword Dao strength, the extremity sword art was very exquisite. Only by relying on the extremity sword art would he have the hope of injuring the Eagle Claw Sage. Puff! Li Fuchen and the Eagle Claw Saint vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. Li Fuchen vomited a mouthful of blood because the Eagle Claw Saint was indeed ridiculously powerful. Even if the Eagle Claw Saint was left with less than 10% of his strength, he was still able to injure Li Fuchen. The reason why the Eagle Claw Saint vomited blood was because the clash between the two of them had caused his injuries to worsen. With the Starlight Immortal body, such minor injuries were nothing to Li Fuchen. Boundless Radiance. Li Fuchen slashed at the Eagle Claw Saint again. The vision and spiritual awareness were obstructed by the intense radiance. By the time the Eagle Claw Saint reacted, the sword was already in front of him. Clang clang. With a swipe of his claw, the Eagle Claw Saint deflected Li Fuchen's sword, but the sword chi still left a sword wound on his body. Kid, you're too much. The Eagle Claw Saint was enraged. If he was at his prime, Li Fuchen would already be on the ground and wouldn't be able to injure him. After forcefully increasing his strength by 20%, the Eagle Claw Saint turned his claw into a beak and pecked at Li Fuchen. PFFF. A bloody hole was pecked on Li Fuchen's chest. Li Fuchen's body turned into a prawn and was sent flying. But the Eagle Claw Saint was flabbergasted. In just a few breaths, the bloody hole on Li Fuchen's chest had closed up and it looked like nothing had happened. Die! The Eagle Claw Saint didn't believe it and created countless Eagle Claw Saints to peck out bloody holes on Li Fuchen's body. The price was that the Eagle Claw Saint was also struck by Li Fuchen's sword and his abdomen was nearly pierced. The final result was that Li Fuchen's injuries recovered in just a few breaths, and the Eagle Claw Saint's injuries had worsened by several times. I cannot let this continue. This kid must have cultivated some indestructible secret technique. Unless half of his body is destroyed or his energy is exhausted, it is impossible to injure him. With this thought, the Eagle Claw Saint understood and quickly retreated. Once he recovered his strength, he would look for Li Fuchen to settle the score, but not now. If the Eagle Claw Saint wanted to leave, Li Fuchen couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. He could only watch as the Eagle Claw Saint left. With my current strength, it is still not enough to deal with a mid-level saint. But if a mid-level saint wants to kill me, they will need to put in some effort. Now that his body refinement was at the half-saint realm and with the star immortal body, Li Fuchen's survivability had increased tremendously. It wasn't exaggerating to say that his current survivability might not be comparable to a mid-level demonic beast overlord, but it wasn't too far off. After choosing a direction, Li Fuchen continued to fly. Inside the storage bag, the sword trial stone fragment that had been silent all this time suddenly let out a sword hum. Can you sense the chi presence of the Skyline sword? Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. To be honest, Li Fuchen didn't really care about the other 5 peak Great Spirit stones that Li Jianhui promised. However, he still cared about the Skyline sword art. The Skyline sword art was a first-rate sword art. Previously, Li Fuchen was able to create the second move of the Radiant sword art after reading the second-rate sword art, the Divine Rainbow sword art. If he observed the Skyline sword art, he would at least be able to create the third move of the primary extreme sword art. Following the feeling, Li Fuchen gradually flew towards the Skyline sword. On a mountain rock, the Go Sword Saint was looking at the Fire Ape race's territory from afar. As a swordsman, he was already able to sense traces of the first-rate extreme Dao artifact, Sword's Chi presence. The Skyline sword is indeed in the Fire Ape race's territory. The Go Sword Saint flashed and turned into a faint shadow that skimmed towards the Fire Ape race's territory. This is the Fire Ape race's territory? Li Fuchen might not have been to the Fire Dragon Island and didn't know where the Fire Ape race was, but he recognized the Fire Apes. When he saw the Fire Apes moving around at the border of the Fire Ape race's territory, Li Fuchen knew that his hopes of seizing the Skyline sword had been shattered. It didn't matter what methods he had. They weren't worth mentioning in the eyes of high-tier demonic beast overlords or the Fire Eye Saint Apes. Even if they were separated by a few hundred or a few thousand miles, a casual attack from the Fire Eye Saint Apes would be able to kill Li Fuchen easily. Forget it. There are some things that cannot be forced. Li Fuchen shook his head and was preparing to leave. There was a sword hum, and a white light flew out of the Fire Ape race's territory at a speed that surpassed Li Fuchen's eyes and spiritual awareness. Skyline sword. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance as he chased after the Skyline sword. He might not know why the Skyline sword flew out of the Fire Ape race's territory by itself, but he didn't care as long as he could obtain the Skyline sword. Shortly after Li Fuchen left, there was a yell that echoed from the Fire Ape race's territory. Immediately after, a fire fist rushed out and melted the land within 100 miles into magma. Splash! The magma exploded and an indistinct shadow skimmed out. With the Go Sword Saint's strength, a mere high-tier demonic beast overlord wasn't worth mentioning. Only the Red Fire Saint Ape had the ability to suppress him, but it didn't mean that he couldn't even withstand a single attack. Die! The meteor crashed onto the ground while the scarlet flames soared into the sky. A giant ape that was burning with flames rushed out. The giant ape's eyes were also burning with flames like two fireballs. He focused his eyes and immediately saw the fleeing shadow, Li Fuchen, and the skyline sword that was advancing at light speed. He grinned and said, "I didn't expect my fire ape race's territory to have such an artifact sword. How can I let you have it so easily?" The fire ape race's territory was massive, and the skyline sword had spirituality and knew how to conceal its chi presence. Unless one was a first-rate sword Dao saint, it was impossible to detect the existence of the skyline sword. This was why the red fire saint ape didn't notice the skyline sword. Otherwise, he would have already used it to exchange for artifacts. Crackle. The red fire saint ape tore with both hands, and there was a large opening in the void. The other side of the opening was actually behind the faint shadow. The faint shadow was naturally the ghost sword saint. He looked behind and saw that the red fire saint ape was about to emerge from the opening. Cross ghost slash. The black sword crisscrossed and slashed as the ghost sword saint forcefully slashed the red fire saint ape back. Crackle. Another large opening appeared, and this time, a flaming fist rushed out first and blasted on the ghost sword saint. The skyline sword was extremely fast, and in a split second, Li Fuchen couldn't sense the existence of the skyline sword. Li Fuchen had a premonition that the skyline sword's speed was probably at light speed or close to it. If it wasn't for the sword trial stone shard, Li Fuchen wouldn't know which direction to pursue. 1 million miles. 10 million miles. 1 million miles. After chasing for 1 million miles, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness finally sensed the existence of the skyline sword. Chapter 8:13. Li Fuchen slowed down and gradually approached the skyline sword. When the skyline sword didn't react, Li Fuchen flashed and arrived at the steep mountain peak. "Although that sword of yours has been sealed, I can sense that it is even more powerful than me. Why are you chasing after me?" A cold and arrogant voice sounded from the heavenly path sword. Li Fuchen was startled. The skyline sword could feel the presence of the joint heaven sword. That was right. The connection between swords was probably more direct. Right now, the joint heaven sword still had a seal that wasn't removed. According to the sword spirit, the fully unsealed joint heaven sword was the leader of the three great divine swords of ancient times. Since it was called a divine sword, it was at least a supreme extreme Tao artifact sword. "I am entrusted by the sword saint's descendant." Li Fuchen stated the reason for his visit. "Sword saint's descendant?" The skyline sword said, "If I wish to return, I can do so at any time. But the Li clan doesn't have anyone that is qualified to use me. As a top-notch extreme Tao artifact sword, as long as it wasn't controlled, it would be able to go wherever it wished. Of course, its power was limited and it would usually be in deep slumber. 800 years was just like a nap to it. The Li clan still has an incredible descendant. He is young and has already condensed the sword heart." Li Fuchen was referring to Li Jinxin. "As long as one of them pushes the skyline sword art to extremity, I will sense it." The skyline sword didn't plan to return. If the ghost sword saint didn't discover it, it would continue to sleep in the fire ape race's territory until someone from the Li clan pushed the skyline sword art to extremity. Just as Li Fuchen was planning to continue persuading the skyline sword, he suddenly frowned. His spiritual awareness could sense a faint shadow rushing over with astounding speed. It was the ghost sword saint. The moment the ghost sword saint noticed the skyline sword, he had already placed an imprint on the skyline sword. No matter where the skyline sword saint fled to, the ghost sword saint would be able to sense it. Therefore, after breaking away from the scarlet fire saint ape, the ghost sword saint immediately chased after the skyline sword saint. "I will make a move first." The skyline sword spirit was just a sword spirit. Under the ghost sword saint's control, the skyline sword saint wasn't just fast, its power wasn't powerful. It was barely at the mid-level saint level and couldn't last for long. Once the skyline sword saint's power was exhausted, it would enter a slumber and wouldn't wake up for thousands or tens of thousands of years. "Do you think you can escape?" Previously, The Ghost Sword Saint had not expected the Skywalk Sword to be so fast and had been caught off guard. This time, he would not be careless. As soon as he used his sword art, a formless energy bound the Skywalk Sword. The Skywalker sword slammed left and right, cutting through the formless energy layer by layer. However, the formless energy was endless, and not long after, the Skywalker sword energy withered. "Little friend, lend me a hand." The Skyline Sword was unwilling to be controlled by the Ghost Sword Saint. Once he fell into the hands of the Ghost Sword Sage, the other party would definitely refine him. "Then, are you willing to return to the Leaf family with me?" Li Fuchen asked. Yes. Previously, he was unwilling because he was still a free man. But now, he was no longer a free man. "All right, I believe that you won't go back on your word." Li Fuchen rushed into the sky and grabbed the Skyline Sword. The Skywalker sword did not resist. "You dare to touch the Skyline Sword?" Cross Ghost Slash. The Ghost Sword Saint's voice was cold as he crisscrossed his black sword and slashed at Li Fuchen. Extreme State Sword Art. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. The sword art that the Ghost Sword Saint executed was actually an Extreme State Sword Art. A mid-level saint was already extremely powerful, but a mid-level saint that possessed an Extreme State Sword Art could only be described as terrifying. Li Fuchen didn't bother about anything else and poured his sword energy into the Skyline Sword before brandishing it. It was impossible to describe the speed of Li Fuchen's sword as it was already close to light speed. PFFF. The Black Cross sword light was shattered while the Ghost Sword Saint retreated miserably. His gloomy eyes had a trace of shock. This is the power of an ultra-first-rate, extreme Dao artifact sword. In the Ghost Sword Saint's opinion, Li Fuchen's strength was at most a low-level saint. Without the Skyline Sword, not even 10 Li Fuchens would be a match for him. But with the Skyline Sword, Li Fuchen was able to break his Cross Ghost Slash in an instant. "If I have the Skyline Sword, even if I encounter a peak-level saint, I might still be able to contest." After the shock, there was extreme desire. The Ghost Sword in the Ghost Sword Saint's hand was just a mediocre extreme Dao artifact sword. It was 4 tiers inferior to an ultra-first-rate extreme Dao artifact sword. Right now, the Ghost Sword Saint already had the strength to contest with a high-level saint. If it was 4 tiers higher, he wouldn't have to fear peak-level saints. Azura Ghost Slash. A shadow appeared on the Ghost Sword Saint's body. The shadow was like a demon god and had blood-red eyes. When he brandished his sword, the black sword light burst out and it felt like it was going to devour the world. It was going to devour Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen executed the first slash, he knew that the Skyline Sword's specialty was its speed. It was so fast that he couldn't control it anymore. The only thing he could do was to choose the right angle and brandish the sword. Everything else basically had nothing to do with him. Towering Radiance. When facing the Ghost Sword Saint's finishing move, Li Fuchen also executed his own finishing move. A dazzling radiance filled up the entire place. If the Ghost Sword Saint's finishing move was the night, then Li Fuchen's finishing move was the radiance that dispelled all darkness. Bang! The ground split open as the radiance and darkness vanished at the same time. Originally, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to block the Ghost Sword Saint's finishing move, but the Skyline Sword's enhancement to the sword art was too great. The Radiant Sword Art's limit potential was definitely at the super first-rate level, but the current Radiant Sword Art was only at the lesser grade. But when complemented with the super first-rate Extreme Dao Sword, the Skyline Sword, the power was at least third-rate or even second-rate. The power of a second-rate Extreme State Sword Art wasn't something that a regular person could block. If the opponent wasn't the Ghost Sword Saint but the Eagle Claw Saint, even if the opponent didn't die, he would be severely injured. Bastard. The Ghost Sword Saint was extremely enraged. The Ghost Sword in his hand had only enhanced his sword art by 1 or 2 times, but the Skyline Sword had enhanced his sword art by dozens or even 100 times. It might even be more than that. It was simply preposterous. This is the power of a super first-rate artifact sword. Li Fuchen was shocked. The Ghost Sword Saint who had grasped an Extreme State Sword Art might not be as strong as the Mystic Deep Sword Saint, but he wasn't too inferior. Furthermore, the Mystic Deep Sword Saint was publicly acknowledged to be comparable with regular high-level saints. It also meant to say that with the Skyline Sword, the Ghost Sword Saint's strength was already at the level of a high-level saint. This was too exaggerated. How could the Ghost Sword Saint know that the Extreme Tao Artifact Sword contained the Extreme State Sword Intent? A super first-rate Extreme Tao Artifact Sword's sword intent wasn't inferior to a super first-rate Extreme State Sword Intent. It was already able to allow the user to surpass levels in combat. It was just like how Li Fuchen had grasped 2 Extreme State Sword Arts and was able to contest with a saint while at the Law Phase realm. This child actually grasped an Extreme State Sword Art. The Skyline Sword Spirit was rather shocked. Li Fuchen was only at the Law Phase realm and had already grasped an Extreme State Sword Art. When he became a saint, his sword art proficiency would be incredible. Chapter 814. 10 moves, a few dozen moves. With the Skyline Sword, Li Fuchen's strength was terrifying. After a few dozen moves, the Ghost Sword Saint didn't have the upper hand at all. The Ghost Sword Saint had a grave expression as he stared at Li Fuchen. If he still thought that Li Fuchen was able to contest with him because of the Skyline Sword, then he would be an arrogant fool. A child, given an extremely sharp sword, could contend against an adult wielding a sharp sword? It was only a pipe dream. By the same logic, if it was someone else, even if they had the Skyline Sword, they wouldn't be able to exhibit such strength. After all, attack power could be increased, but combat awareness, reaction speed, and the fine control of power couldn't be improved by external forces. Apart from Li Fuchen's strength, Li Fuchen wasn't inferior to the Ghost Sword Saint in other aspects. The Ghost Sword Saint couldn't understand how Li Fuchen cultivated. The Ghost Sword Saint wasn't like the Zhu clan's saint. The Zhu clan was a half-god clan and had an unimaginable foundation. They might not have several Extreme Tao equipment and Extreme Tao cardinal artifacts, but it was already enough. The Ghost Sword Saint only had 2 Extreme Tao artifacts. One was the ungraded Extreme Tao artifact sword, the Ghost Sword, and the other was the ungraded Extreme Tao cardinal artifact. The latter was basically useless to him and might be able to save his life during crucial moments, but that was all. Therefore, he couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen now. However, it didn't mean that the Ghost Sword Saint would give up. Activating a top-grade Extreme Tao artifact sword would consume a lot of chi. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could persist forever. The Ghost Sword Saint's speculations were correct. Li Fuchen was indeed unable to persist any longer. After just a short moment, Li Fuchen's chi was already depleted by 30%. The Skyline Sword was like a black hole that constantly devoured his sword energy. Do you know the union of man and sword? The Skyline Sword Spirit naturally knew that Li Fuchen wasn't in a good condition and asked, "I can only do that." Li Fuchen nodded. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen suddenly executed Meteor Fall. But this time, he wasn't executing it at the Ghost Sword Saint. He was executing it behind him. "Stay behind." The Ghost Sword Saint yelled out and wanted to intercept Li Fuchen, but he was still too late. Li Fuchen and the Skyline Sword fused into a sword light and vanished without a trace. The Meteor Fall move was originally the union of man and sword. Right now, Li Fuchen could still use the union of man and sword. Furthermore, it was pushed to the extremity of a union of man and sword. When combined with the Skyline Sword, Li Fuchen's flying speed had increased by countless times. It might not be as fast as attacking enemies, but it was enough to shake off the Ghost Sword Saint. "Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will catch up to you." The Ghost Sword Saint chased after the mark on the Skywalker sword. So fast. Li Fuchen felt that the concept of time and space was blurry. His spiritual awareness could sense that time and space was nearly at a standstill, and he was constantly advancing. A moment later, a man and a sword flew out of Fire Dragon Island. "We must remove the brand on my body. Otherwise, with our strength, we won't be able to hold on for long," the Skywalker sword's sword spirit said. "Let me see." Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness entered the Skyline Sword. If the Skyline Sword didn't recognize an owner, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness wouldn't be able to invade it. However, the sword spirit didn't resist, and it was an exception. After his spiritual awareness entered the Skyline Sword, Li Fuchen quickly noticed the brand left behind by the ghost sword saint. The brand was a deep and cold small sword. This small sword was magnified by 10,000 times, and it was still very mystical. It was no wonder the Skyline sword couldn't erase the brand within a short period of time. If Li Fuchen was just using his spiritual awareness, he wouldn't be able to erase the brand either. However, Li Fuchen still had his spirit soul power. After scanning with his spirit soul power, the details of the brand were still vivid in his mind. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen had erased the brand. Over 10 million miles away, the ghost sword saint vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. In order to break free from the red fire Saint Ape, he suffered severe internal injuries, but he was able to suppress them. Now that the brand on the Skyline sword was erased, he couldn't suppress his injuries anymore. He actually broke my mystic sword mark. The ghost sword saint had a rather unpleasant expression. The mystic sword mark was a 9-star spiritual awareness secret technique. In normal situations, unless the enemy's spiritual awareness was extremely powerful, it was impossible to break the mystic sword mark within a short period of time. Was it the Skyline sword or that kid? The ghost sword saint hadn't suffered a setback for a long time. In the deep blue plane, there weren't many that could make him suffer. After erasing the brand, Li Fuchen removed the union of man and sword. The union of man and sword with the Skyline sword consumed too much sword energy. Right now, Li Fuchen's sword energy was left with less than 30%. Li Fuchen changed directions and flew towards the Saint's spirit continent. Senior, is the joint heaven sword? When the two swords were together, they had to converse. After knowing that Li Fuchen's sword was the joint heaven sword, the Skyline sword spirit was shocked. As compared to the joint heaven sword, the sword spirit was definitely a junior. Since the sword spirit had consciousness, the joint heaven sword had already shaken the entire universe and was the leader of the ancient era's 3 divine swords. According to what the sword spirit knew, the uncontrolled joint heaven sword could slaughter high-level saints, and it wasn't just one level stronger than the sword spirit. That's right. The joint heaven sword spirit said proudly, "Senior, this junior has heard of your achievements for a long time. It is my honor to finally meet you today." In front of the joint heaven sword, the Skyline sword spirit withdrew his arrogance. The joint heaven sword said, "You aren't bad too. There aren't many that can reach your speed in the ancient era." Every sword had its own characteristic, and the Skyline sword's characteristic was definitely speed. In the world of martial arts, there was nothing that couldn't be overcome. Only speed was unbreakable. It was the same for swords. When a sword was fast enough, it could ignore the difference in strength to a certain extent. It didn't matter how strong the opponent was. As long as the opponent's defense could be broken, the opponent would be injured or even killed. With the sword spirit's eyesight, he could naturally see that the Skyline sword could break the speed of light. Breaking the speed of light was an incredible ability. Apart from the Void Dao artifact swords and Supreme artifact swords that were famous for their speed, the Skyline sword was definitely the fastest sword. Of course, in order to break the speed of light, the Skyline sword wouldn't be able to rely on itself. It would require an extremely powerful swordsman to activate it. Hearing this, the Skyline sword spirit felt a little proud. Although he didn't come from the ancient era, he was very clear about his own strength. Back then, when the sword's sovereign wielded it, he could easily surpass the speed of light. Sometimes, before the enemy could even react, the Skyline sword would already penetrate the enemy's body. That feeling was still lingering in his mind. This was also the reason why he wasn't willing to return to the Li clan. He didn't wish for his next master to be a mediocre person. "Senior, you have experienced the ancient era. You should have seen or heard of all kinds of supreme artifacts, swords, and superb artifact swords. Other than the Void Dao artifact sword, what other sword is faster than me?" The Skyline sword asked. In the era that he lived in, he had never heard of any sword that was faster than him. Even supreme artifact swords were slightly slower than him. When the joint heaven sword spirit heard this, he knew that the Skyline sword was rather arrogant. "There aren't many swords that are faster than you, but there are a few. Like the superb artifact sword, Pegasus sword. Once this sword moves, It is like a heavenly steed flying in the sky and is untraceable. Another example would be the supreme artifact sword, Time Sword. This sword contains the power of time, and there are also supreme artifact swords. The joint heaven sword spirit mentioned a few types of swords in a single breath, causing the Skyline sword to fall silent. The joint heaven sword spirit wasn't trying to diss the Skyline sword, but a mere superb artifact sword wasn't considered anything in the entire universe. Everyone said that it was the leader of the three great divine swords, but the joint heaven sword knew clearly that there were stronger swords in the depths of the universe. The so-called leader of the three great divine swords was just a saying in this star field. Li Fuchen didn't know the conversation between the two sword spirits. He was currently recovering his sword energy while making haste to return to the Saint Spirit continent as soon as possible. During this trip to the Fire Dragon Island, Li Fuchen knew that it was necessary to increase his chi cultivation. A low-level unity realm, Saint might not be as strong as him, but his chi was vigorous enough to use a superb artifact sword for a long period of time. Chapter 8:15. To be honest, Li Jianwei didn't have much hope for Li Fuchen. The Fire Dragon Island wasn't a friendly place, let alone the fact that Li Fuchen wasn't a saint yet. Even if Li Fuchen was a saint, he would still need to be careful at the Fire Dragon Island. The Li clan had no choice but to make this deal with Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was definitely the most likely to obtain the Skyline sword below the saints. They didn't really believe in saints, and they couldn't afford to pay such a high reward. In Li Jianwei's opinion, Li Fuchen was ranked number 1 on the Great Emperor rankings and had great luck. He might just be lucky enough to bring back the Skyline sword. Therefore, when Li Fuchen brought back the Skyline sword, Li Jianhui was extremely shocked. He really brought it back? The Skyline sword couldn't be fake, and Li Jianhui immediately recognized it. Right now, Li Jianhui knew that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen might not have progressed to the Soul Merge realm, but his strength wasn't inferior to a saint. Otherwise, no matter how lucky Li Fuchen was, he wouldn't be able to bring back the Skyline sword. The 5 peak grade spirit stones that Li Fuchen promised were naturally not lesser. Apart from that, Li Jianwei had to borrow the Skyline sword art for a year too. Li Jianhui didn't even dare to think about reneging. This is my Li clan's core region, Skyline Sword Valley. Li Jianhui brought Li Fuchen to a valley in the depths of the Li clan. Such intense sword intent. Outside the Sword Valley, Li Fuchen could already feel the sword intent assaulting him. Li Jianwei said, "The Skyline sword art is engraved on the walls of the Sword Valley. Therefore, you can only observe the sword art inside the Sword Valley and cannot bring it out." He wasn't at ease to let Li Fuchen bring it out. All right, Li Fuchen nodded and walked into the Sword Valley. The Skyline Sword Valley wasn't huge and could only be considered a small valley. The intense sword intent was rippling in the Sword Valley, making Li Fuchen feel as though he was in the universe. The Skyline sword art is a sword art that I created after roaming the universe for 1,000 years. It is derived from the fact that the universe revolves endlessly and a gentleman should constantly strive to improve himself. If a junior wishes to comprehend the Skyline sword art, they must first have the heart to advance courageously. At the entrance of the Sword Valley, Li Fuchen saw a row of captivating words. Each word was like a sword art that went straight into the soul. It was hard to forget them, even if one wanted to. As expected of Sword King, Li Fuchen guessed that these words were carved by Senior Sword Lord to warn the later generations. As Zhang Xian continued forward, he saw a sword art on the stone wall. Written on it were the words, "Heaven and earth are my own." Li Fuchen reached out to touch. Boom! In the universe, a beam of sword light was galloping. It was clearly in the depths of the starry sky a moment ago, but in the next moment, it was already in front of him. In a vast universe, this beam of sword light was the most eye-catching and unstoppable. What a fast sword, what a fierce sword. Compared to the real heaven and earth Renwushing, Li Jianxin's heaven and earth Renwushing was too immature. He had not comprehended the core sword intent at all. The true heaven and earth let me roam was not only fast, it also contained a will that could not be stopped by 10,000 mountains. Only with such a will would one be able to unleash the speed of the heaven and earth. Let me roam to the limit. Exiting the sword-intense space, Li Fuchen continued to move forward. The second move was the Tianguang flying sword. In the pitch-black universe, countless sword lights gathered to form a river of light. This river of light gathered the power of heaven and earth. With a single strike, it shattered many stars. Although its speed wasn't as fast as heaven and earth, let me go, it was 10 times more ferocious. The third move was the sky wind Godspeed slash. In the universe, a wisp of wind was galloping. When the wind blew past, stars would be extinguished and many of the stars would be slashed apart. The fourth move was the Heaven Thunder Illusion Destroyer. In the universe, there was a red electric light that was flickering. In the surroundings, stars were exploding. If Li Jianxin's fourth move has 100% of this intent, even two of me wouldn't be a match. Li Fuchen lamented in his heart. The Skyline sword art was too powerful, and it was the strongest sword art that Li Fuchen had ever seen. Be it the Tianguang flying sword, Sky Wind Godspeed slash, or the Heaven Thunder Illusion Destroyer, they actually had nothing to do with light, wind, or thunder. They merely looked similar. The Skyline sword art was able to use pure sword Dao laws to simulate the effects of light, wind, thunder, and thunder. It was enough to show how terrifying it was. Li Fuchen continued to advance. The fifth move was the Sky, Fire, Splitting Sun sword. The sixth move was the Heaven Will slash. Each move was more terrifying than the previous move, and each move was closer to the sword Dao essence. After looking through the 9 moves of the Skyline sword art, Li Fuchen's mind was filled with the lingering charm of the Skyline sword art and his own sword Dao comprehension. Let me digest it first. Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and started to digest the sword Dao comprehension. 3 days later, Li Fuchen opened his eyes, and they were filled with astonishment. Watching the Skyline sword art once is already comparable to watching the Divine Rainbow sword art over a dozen times. If I watch it 10 or 100 times, I will definitely be able to create the third move of the primary extreme sword art. After returning to the entrance of the Sword Valley, Li Fuchen started from the first move and continued to watch the Skyline sword art. 1 month, 2 months, in the blink of the eye, half a year had passed. The Skyline sword art uses the sword Dao to coincide with the Heaven Dao. The Heaven Dao will circulate endlessly, and the sword Dao will circulate endlessly. When the two are combined, it will yield twice the results with half the effort. Li Fuchen had a deep understanding of the Skyline sword art. He might not have intentionally cultivated the Skyline sword art, but he had unknowingly grasped 5 moves of the Skyline sword art. They were the Heaven and Earth Roam, Tianguang Flying Sword, Sky Wind Godspeed slash, Sky Thunder Illusion Destroyer, and Sky Fire Splitting Sun sword. Among them, the Sky Thunder Illusion Destroyer and Sky Fire Splitting Sun sword have been pushed to extremity. In terms of pure power, the 5th move, Sky Fire Splitting Sun sword power, was far superior to Sect Origin swords. The 4th move, Sky Thunder Illusion Destroyer, was comparable to Sect Origin swords. Time cannot be wasted. Li Fuchen continued to watch the Skyline sword art. As for creating the 3rd move of the primary extreme sword art, he would do it after 1 year. 7th month, 9th month, 11th month, it seems different. It turns out that this is the true Heaven and Earth Roam. No wonder there was a saying, reading a book 1,000 times will reveal the meaning. Even the stupidest person would be able to gradually understand the meaning of the book after reading a book a few times. Li Fuchen wasn't a stupid person. In terms of perception, not even saints were comparable to him. Therefore, after watching the Skyline sword art for close to 100 times, Li Fuchen felt as though a layer of veil had been removed, and he saw the true face of the Skyline sword art. Correspondingly, Li Fuchen had pushed the first 5 moves of the Skyline sword art to extremity. He had even learned the 6th move, Celestial Will slash. Previously, the 4th move was comparable to the Sect Origin swords. Right now, the 3rd move, Sky Wind Godspeed slash, was comparable to the Sect Origin swords. The 4th move had surpassed the Sect Origin swords. According to Li Fuchen's understanding, the Sect Origin swords was around the power of a 3rd-rate extremity sword art. The fourth move of the Skyline sword art was at the pinnacle of a third-rate extremity sword art. The fifth and sixth moves were probably at the level of a second-rate extremity sword art. Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh. He didn't expect for his strongest sword art to change in less than a year. Furthermore, for a long time in the future, his strongest sword art would probably be the Skyline sword art. If the primary extreme sword art wanted to catch up, he would have to create the fourth move. It was probably impossible for him to create the third move. It should be related to the Skyline Sword Valley. Back at the Swordsman Guild headquarters library, Li Fuchen had only flipped through the Divine Rainbow Sword Arts Manual, and he had only flipped through it 12 times. Chapter 816. After 1 year, Li Fuchen left the Li clan. The Li clan didn't know that Li Fuchen had cultivated 6 moves of the Skyline sword art in just 1 year. In Li Jianwei's opinion, even if Li Fuchen was a prodigy, it was already incredible for him to cultivate 1 or 2 moves of the Skyline sword art. If Li Jianwei knew that Li Fuchen had cultivated 6 moves of the Skyline sword art, he would most likely regret it. Heaven and Earth Realm. In the wilderness, Li Fuchen was the union of man and sword. He turned into a sword light and flew with lightning speed. Although it was the same union of man and sword, Heaven and Earth Realm was much faster than Meteor Fall and was much more agile. There was no other choice, as the Radiant Sword Art only had the potential to become a top-rate extreme state sword art. But the Skyline Sword Art was already a top-rate extreme state sword art. When night arrived, the demonic beasts and demons attacked the humans in a frenzy. It was unknown how many towns were destroyed. In normal situations, Li Fuchen wouldn't hesitate to make a move. With his strength, no matter how many demonic beasts and demons there were, he would just need 1 or 2 sword moves to deal with them. Kill. Countless demonic beasts were surging towards the nearby towns. The people in the towns were already in despair. Some of the stronger people had already escaped. It was a pity that only a minority could escape. Most of them were killed by the hidden demonic beast great rulers as soon as they rushed out. Dying. In the sky, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. The sword light was like the sunlight that illuminated the night sky. All the demonic beasts that were within the range of the sword light were turned into ashes without any corpses. It is a human saint. They actually dare to break the rules. Hurry up and contact the demonic beast overlord. Apart from a sword Dao saint, who else could have such power in a single sword move? The demonic beast great rulers that were fortunate enough to survive quickly contacted the nearby demonic beast overlords. The humans and demonic beasts had an agreement. In normal situations, demonic beast overlords and saints weren't allowed to interfere with low-level fights. Whoever violated the agreement would have to pay the price. Previously, when Li Fuchen killed the Sky Trample Great Ruler, the Skyquake Overlord took revenge and destroyed plenty of towns and a city. Afterwards, the humans were infuriated and killed countless demonic beasts. They forced the demonic beasts to hand over the Skyquake Overlord. Had it not been for the upper echelons of both sides, they wouldn't have given up so easily. What? A saint has made a move. Which saint is it? There are more demonic beast overlords than saints. There was a demonic beast overlord in the vicinity called Demonic Beast Overlord but he was just a low-tier demonic beast overlord. He didn't dare to show himself immediately. After all, his strength wasn't comparable to a saint, even if it was the weakest low-tier saint. Demon Sage Wind, Smoke frowned, and immediately contacted the nearby mid-tier and low-tier demon sages. A human sword Dao saint is causing trouble? The sky-shaking overlord's eyes flashed with a ferocious light when he received the news. Grand Monarch Skytrampler was a child with the most potential, but he was killed by the humans. He had been holding back his anger and wanted to take revenge on the humans again. However, he knew that brainless revenge on the human race would only put him in danger, so he was waiting for an opportunity. Now, the opportunity had come. Since the human race was the first to violate the agreement, he could use this opportunity to slaughter them. The sky-shaking overlord soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. Human sword Dao Sacred Sage? I wonder if swallowing his blood essence will allow me to advance further. The golden light overlord grinned and revealed a mouth full of golden teeth. There were plenty of demonic beast overlords on the Saint Spirit continent. After all, if there weren't enough demonic beast overlords, how could they contest with human saints? With the Windsmoke overlord's help, 3 or 4 nearby overlords received the message and were rushing over at full speed. Stalin first. After contacting the nearby overlords, the Windsmoke overlord turned into a cloud of smoke and flew towards Lifuchin. Which human saint are you? Do you know that you have violated the agreement between the two races? Hurry up and surrender. The smoke was rolling over from the horizon and was covering the sky. Demonic beast overlord. Lifuchin looked up at the smoke. When he first arrived at the Saint Spirit continent, his strength might be at the pinnacle of the Law Phase realm, but as compared to a demonic beast overlord, he was far inferior. Right now, he already had the strength to look down on regular demonic beast overlords. When the Windsmoke overlord saw that Lifuchin didn't make a move, he assumed that Lifuchin was apprehensive. The smoke expanded and turned the radius of 1,000 miles into a smoky area. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. There was also an unpleasant chi presence. Die! Lifuchin casually slashed with his sword. A resplendent sword light sliced through the smoke and sliced a lump of thick smoke. There was a muffled groan as the smoke rapidly retracted and the surroundings became clear. Such power! 100 miles away, the Windsmoke overlord who had turned into a lump of thick smoke was extremely shocked. Ever since he evolved into a demonic beast overlord, he awakened an innate ability called the Windsmoke Undying Body. With the Windsmoke Undying Body, his body could be real or virtual, making it impossible for enemies to injure him. Unless the enemy's strength was countless times stronger than him, they wouldn't be able to injure his bloodline source. Earlier on, Lifuchin actually injured him. Turning into thick smoke, Lifuchin was rather surprised that a single sword slash wasn't able to kill the Windsmoke overlord. It might be a casual sword slash, but with his current strength, it wasn't strange for a casual sword slash to kill a low-tier demonic beast overlord. You still dare to make a move? The Windsmoke overlord was enraged. He had already sensed that a mid-tier demonic beast overlord was rushing over. So what if I make a move? I wonder if you can block this sword slash of mine. When Lifuchin brandished his sword, the sword light shone like sunlight. The Windsmoke overlord yelled out miserably. Under the dazzling sword light, the thick smoke was evaporating bit by bit. Golden light overlord, hurry up and save me. The Windsmoke overlord didn't expect Lifuchin's sword move to be so terrifying. Huff, 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 huff. A golden light broke through the air and arrived. Golden light arrow rain. Golden arrows were shot at Lifuchin. The arrows contained a layer of vicious and tyrannical chi presence that was specialized in injuring the soul spirit. How could Lifuchin not see that the Windsmoke overlord was a mid-tier demonic beast overlord and was stronger than most of the low-level saints? Cling, cling, clang, clang. A sword slash and the golden arrows couldn't advance any further. Golden light protection. Seeing that the innate ability Golden light arrow rain couldn't injure Lifuchin, the golden light overlord who was enveloped in golden light charged at Lifuchin. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was going to smash Lifuchin to death. Courting death. Lifuchin's eyes surged with murderous intent as he executed the Skyline Sword Art's fourth move, Sky Thunder Illusion Destroyer. There was a flash of red electric light as Lifuchin arrived behind the golden light overlord. Impossible. The golden light overlord lowered his head and saw that the golden light on his body had been forcefully sliced apart and one of his arms had vanished. What? Even the golden light overlord isn't a match? Could he be a mid-level saint and is just concealing his chi presence? From far away, the Windsmoke overlord was shocked. The golden light overlord was a mid-level demonic beast overlord, and his innate ability, golden light protection, was something that regular low-level saints couldn't break. Golden light overlord, we are here to assist you. In the horizon, there was a green light and a green light that flew over. It is the old green devil and the green lion overlord. The wind smoke overlord was very determined. The old green devil and the green lion overlord were both low-level demonic beast overlords. With the addition of the golden light overlord and the wind smoke overlord, there were 3 low-level demonic beast overlords and 1 mid-level demonic beast overlord. With such a combination, they might be able to contest with a mid-level saint. Let's kill him together. The golden light overlord activated the golden light arrow rain. Kill. The wind smoke overlord, the old green devil, and the green lion overlord had also activated their innate abilities. The wind smoke overlord opened his mouth and blew out a wind blade that was formed from thick smoke. The old green devil executed a palm strike, and a green palm print was launched at Lifuchen. The green lion overlord turned into a green lion head and bit at Lifuchen. Just in time, Lifuchen's body burst out with a flame-like radiance. Immediately after, countless dazzling sword lights burst out like a sun that was split into countless dazzling spheres of light. Skyline Sword Art's 5th move, Sky Flame Splitting Sun Sword. PFFF, 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 PFFF. Apart from the Golden Light Overlord, the other 3 low-level demonic beast overlords were sent flying while vomiting blood. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, and they were on the verge of death. The Golden Light Overlord didn't have it good either, as his body was pierced with several large holes. Damn it, he is too powerful. The Golden Light Overlord had an unpleasant expression. He had once fought with a mid-level saint, and that mid-level saint wasn't as powerful as Lifuchen. Human Saint Lord, prepare to die. A loud and clear voice was like thunder. A palm that could shake the heaven and earth blasted over from a distance. Great! It is the Sky Quake Overlord. The Green Lion Overlord was delighted. They were both mid-level demonic beast overlords, but the Sky Quake Overlord wasn't someone the Golden Light Overlord could compare with. After all, the Sky Quake Overlord's original body was a low-tier overlord. Chapter 817. There's truly no end to this. Lifuchen didn't expect so many overlords to arrive in such a short period of time. No wonder there were rumors that the number of overlords on the Saint Spirit continent was around 10 times more than saints. If it wasn't for the strength of saints that were far superior to overlords, the humans wouldn't be able to suppress the demonic beasts. However, not all overlords were inferior to saints. If their true forms were overlords, they would be able to contest with saints. Furthermore, overlords were also separated into different grades. Overlords that were low-tier overlords would be able to contest with regular saints. Overlords that were mid-tier overlords would be able to contest with prodigious saints. Overlords that were high-tier overlords would be able to contest with extremely demonic saints. Overlords that were peak-tier overlords would be born to be the overlords of the universe and would stand at the pinnacle of all life forms. They were equivalent to the elite group of human heaven monarchs. The Skyquake Overlord was a mid-tier saint beast and a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. It was completely capable of fighting with the human race's genius mid-tier saints. The human race's genius mid-tier saints were at the level of the mystic deep sword sovereign, which was equivalent to an ordinary high-level human saint. Let's go. Lifuchen wasn't conceited enough to contest with a high-tier saint and had quickly retreated. Do you think you can escape? The Skyquake Overlord's palm covered the sky and shook the earth. As compared to this palm, Lifuchen was just like a speck of dust that was extremely insignificant. Just as the palm was about to close, an unstoppable sword light suddenly burst out and skimmed through the gaps of the fingers. Skyline Sword Art's first move, Heaven and Earth Realm. After viewing the Skyline Sword Art 100 times, Lifuchen didn't just cultivate the Skyline Sword Art's 6th move, Heavenly Will Slash. He also had a new understanding of the Skyline Sword Art's first move, Heaven and Earth Realm. Right now, among the 6 moves of the Skyline Sword Art, the 1st and 6th moves had the highest proficiency. You have some skill, but it is a pity that it isn't enough. The Skyquake Overlord revealed a surprised expression. He was a mid-tier Overlord beast, and every move contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. This palm might seem like a simple palm, but even a mid-tier saint wouldn't be able to block it. After the palm strike was ineffective, the Skyquake Overlord's body shook. A horrific vibration force suddenly burst out and spread far away. Boom! Towns, mountains, rivers, everything was instantly reduced to dust by the power of the vibrations. The sky-shaking overlord's true form was a sky-shaking sage elephant. He was born with the ability to use the power of tremors. If the enemy was slightly weaker, they would immediately shatter into pieces, leaving nothing behind. The vibrating power had affected the void, and it was indescribably fast. In the face of this horrific, vibrating power, Li Fuchen's sword light had immediately shattered. He vomited a mouthful of fresh blood while his body was covered with cracks. Is this the power of the sky, shaking overlord? Li Fuchen believed that if he didn't have the star immortal body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it with his half-saint body refinement and peak 9th level law phase realm chi cultivation. He wouldn't even be able to last a single breath. He's not dead. The sky-shaking overlord was even more astonished. Qianming Sword Sovereign, I'm in trouble. Come and help me. Without a choice, Li Fuchen could only seek help from the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. Swordsman Guild Headquarters. The Mystic Deep Sword Monarch was in seclusion. Suddenly, the Elder token in the storage bag vibrated. He took it out and looked at it. A voice sounded, Qianming Sword Sovereign, I'm in trouble. Come and help me. Elderly Fuchen. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He flashed and vanished from the Swordsman Guild headquarters. In the next moment, outside of Wind Cloud City, a teleportation platform was activated at the teleportation plaza. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint was teleported to the high-class city that was closest to Li Fuchen. There was a translucent sword light as the Mystic Deep Sword Saint entered the void and used extreme speed to rush towards Li Fuchen's location. Li Fuchen, you must hold on. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint was too fast. Due to the extreme speed, the void was like a viscous stream that was flowing around his body. Li Fuchen, with your strength, you will definitely die if you block another attack. Right now, you can only temporarily unseal the Joint Heaven Sword in order to survive. The intense life and death crisis had awakened the Joint Heaven Sword's sword spirit. How do I unseal the Joint Heaven Sword? Li Fuchen asked. The Joint Heaven Sword's sword spirit said, For these years, you have provided me with plenty of power. Therefore, when unsealing the Joint Heaven Sword, you just need to control yourself and not get injured by the sword intent. All right, Li Fuchen nodded. Unseal. The Joint Heaven Sword's sword spirit burst out with a yell. An extremely horrific sword Tao power was produced out of nowhere and poured into the sword pattern inside the Joint Heaven Sword. Roar. In the next moment, there was a sword roar. The instant the sword roar echoed, the void was actually sliced apart. It felt as though there was an invisible edge that was slicing the void. Li Fuchen's Perlicue was bleeding while he gripped the Joint Heaven Sword tightly. In order to unseal the Joint Heaven Sword, one would need to comprehend the Joint Heaven sword pattern. Only by comprehending the Joint Heaven sword pattern would one be able to truly control the Joint Heaven Sword. The price to pay for skipping this process was the rejection from the Joint Heaven Sword. The rejection might be very weak, but the unsealed Joint Heaven Sword was a supreme artifact sword. The weak rejection wasn't something that a regular person could endure. Boom! Inside the Joint Heaven Sword, all the sword patterns were connected and were glowing. The sword spirit said with fatigue, These sword patterns are only temporarily connected by me. They can only be maintained for a short period of time. Remember, after speaking, the sword spirit fell into a deep slumber. Dying. The Skyquake Overlord launched the second attack and blasted over with horrific vibration power. But this time, there was a circle of sword light that protected Li Fuchen. This circle of sword light was produced automatically by the Joint Heaven Sword. What? This chi presence. Could it be a top-class extreme Dao artifact sword? No, it seems like a supreme artifact sword. The Skyquake Overlord's eyes widened and immediately revealed a greedy expression. If this supreme artifact sword was exchanged for resources, it would save him countless years of hard work. He didn't know where Li Fuchen obtained this supreme artifact sword. In the entire deep blue plane, there weren't that many supreme artifacts. But so what? Soon enough, this supreme artifact sword was going to belong to him. With a flash, the Skyquake Overlord executed a palm strike. The vibration power covered the palm and blasted at Li Fuchen. Get lost. Li Fuchen struggled to lift the joint heaven sword and slashed. Crash! The void was sliced into pieces. The sword chi storm that was formed by Minute Sword Chi had devoured the Skyquake Overlord. There was a miserable scream as a blood figure emerged from the sword chi storm. This blood figure was naturally the Skyquake Overlord. He looked at the sword in Li Fuchen's hand with fear. In the past, he only knew that supreme artifacts were very powerful, but he didn't know how powerful they were. Today, he finally knew the power of a supreme artifact weapon. No wonder the Skyline Sword is only a top-class artifact sword, while the Joint Heaven Sword is a supreme artifact sword. Li Fuchen was shocked. When wielding the Skyline Sword, he was barely able to execute sword arts. When wielding the Joint Heaven Sword, he was only able to brandish it in a simple manner. Firstly, it was too strenuous to control the Joint Heaven Sword. Secondly, the Joint Heaven Sword contained an extremely profound sword intent, and his sword intent wasn't able to pour in. Therefore, the current Li Fuchen wasn't too different from when wielding the Skyline Sword. He was at most 1 or 2 times stronger. If the sword spirit was controlling the Joint Heaven Sword, it was enough to slaughter high-level saints. Die! Li Fuchen cleaved at the sky, Quake, Overlord again. The sword chi storm ignored the distance and descended on the sky, Quake, Overlord. The Skyquake Overlord's flesh was sliced off layer by layer. If he wasn't a mid-tier Overlord and had vitality that was 10 times or 100 times stronger than regular mid-tier Overlords, he would have died a long time ago. Damn it, Blood Shadow Quake. The Skyquake Overlord waved his hand and gathered all the blood in the air. It turned into a ball of blood and exploded around Li Fuchen. Chapter 8:18. This won't do. I've consumed too much of my sword energy. I have to go. After brandishing 2 swords consecutively, Li Fuchen's sword energy was only left with 80%. In other words, this sword strike had consumed 10% of his sword energy. Die! Before leaving, Li Fuchen executed a full moon sword chi and sent the Skyquake Overlord flying. You want to leave? How could the Skyquake Overlord not see that Li Fuchen wanted to escape? He forcefully stopped his body from flying back and quickly chased after Li Fuchen. With Li Fuchen's strength, even if Li Fuchen was wielding a supreme artifact sword, Li Fuchen would need at least 100 slashes to kill Li Fuchen. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could execute 100 slashes. Boom! Whenever the Skyquake Overlord caught up, Li Fuchen would turn around and slash. 70%, 60%, 30%. Soon enough, Li Fuchen's sword energy was only left with 30%. Moreover, he had been absorbing the spiritual chi from the best grade spirit stones. Otherwise, his sword essence would have long been exhausted. However, it took time to absorb the spiritual chi in the top grade spirit stones. Moreover, it was very inefficient to absorb the spiritual chi while escaping. 20%, 10%. When the sword energy was only left with 10%, Li Fuchen felt that his dantian and meridians were empty and unprecedentedly weak. At this moment, he even struggled to lift the sword, let alone brandishing it. I wonder if strength will be of any use. Li Fuchen poured the Hand of Moon's chi power into the Joint Heaven Sword. In the next moment, a scene that surprised Li Fuchen happened. After infusing the vital chi of the Moon's hand into the Killing Heaven Sword, not only did its might not decrease, but it also became much lighter. When Xiao Chun brandished the sword, he felt incredibly relaxed. Turning around, Li Fuchen's arm flashed with afterimages as he brandished his sword 3 times in a row. 3 sword chi storms stacked together and blasted at the Skyquake Overlord. Skyquake Overlord vomited blood as he retreated rapidly. He felt as though his bones were about to break. What happened? The sky-shaking Overlord was bewildered. Li Fuchen's previous decline he saw in his eyes, now suddenly brave, let him suspect if it was Li Fuchen's scheme. It seems that at the level of the supreme treasured sword, it doesn't make a difference whether the energy source is true chi or vital chi. As for the joint heaven sword, it was much lighter because of the astral rule. The hand of the moon contained the astral rule, and the astral rule contained the gravitational rule. Naturally, it made the joint heaven sword much easier to control. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's hand of moon chi power was only left with 10%. It was fortunate that his sword energy had recovered to 30%. On the other hand, the sky-shaking overlord was exhausted and his aura was weak. Although it was a mid-tier holy beast and possessed an extremely terrifying life force, it still suffered some damage from the continuous slashes of the supreme treasured sword. This kind of damage to one's origin couldn't be healed by relying on one's vitality. To be exact, it couldn't be healed in a short period of time. I don't believe you can hold on for much longer. Previously, the sky-shaking overlord sage would not have given up, let alone now. Right now, he wished he could skin Li Fuchen alive. When the sword origin was only left with 10%, the strength of the Hand of Moon had recovered to 20%. When the strength of the Hand of Moon had been depleted by 10%, the sword energy had only recovered to 15%. Li Fuchen's situation had once again become precarious. After 15 minutes, Li Fuchen's sword energy was finally exhausted. The strength of the Hand of Moon was only left with the last attack. Seeing that he was at the end of the line, Li Fuchen suddenly let out a breath of relief. Sky-shaking overlord, who gave you the guts to pursue my swordsman guild's headquarters, elder? A clear and cold voice permeated from a void. Immediately after, a transparent sword light froze the void and also the sky-shaking overlord's body. Mystic Deep Sword Saint. The sky-shaking overlord's expression changed drastically. His body shook and shattered the frozen void. At his prime, he might not even be a match for the Mystic Deep Sword Saint, let alone now. Since you are here, don't leave. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint's figure emerged from the void and brandished his sword. The sky-shaking overlord's body was frozen again. He vomited fresh blood and shattered the void while roaring, "Mystic Deep Sword Saint, your human race broke the rules first. Are you trying to start a war?" The Mystic Deep Sword Saint grunted, "What rules did I break?" The sky-shaking overlord pointed at Li Fuchen. "As a saint, I am not allowed to interfere with the low-level conflicts between two races." "Isn't that the rule?" "It is the rule. Since it is the rule, why are you shielding this person?" The Mystic Deep Sword Saint sneered. "Who told you that he is a saint? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? If he isn't a saint, how can he severely injure my demonic race's low-tier overlords and a mid-tier overlord so easily?" Previously, Li Fuchen didn't rely on the supreme artifact sword to severely injure 4 demonic beast overlords. His strength was obviously close to a mid-tier saint. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint didn't believe that Li Fuchen wasn't a saint. That only means that your demonic beast race is weaker. He is indeed not a saint. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint was also very surprised that Li Fuchen was so powerful. However, he was certain that Li Fuchen wasn't a saint. "Mystic Deep Sword Saint, I have nothing to say if you are intentionally shielding him. I hope you can bear the consequences today." The sky-shaking overlord threatened. "You better think about yourself first." Mystic Deep Murderous Intent. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint blasted at the sky-shaking overlord with the Mystic Deep Sword Art. "Bastard, you deserve to die." The sky-shaking overlord couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The surrounding void would freeze from time to time, while transparent sword scars were engraved on his body. "Mystic Deep Sword Saint, you are breaking the rules." Right at this moment, a massive black dragon claw attacked and tore the void apart, destroying the Mystic Deep Sword Saint's sword prowess. Dark Dragon Monarch. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint had an extremely grave expression. The Dark Dragon Monarch's original body was a mid-tier overlord black dragon. Most importantly, the Dark Dragon Monarch's cultivation level was higher than the sky-shaking overlord and was a high-tier overlord. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint was definitely not a match for the Dark Dragon Monarch. Only P-class saints would be able to contest with the Dark Dragon Monarch. Leave behind an arm, and you may leave. It was unknown when the void turned pitch black. A massive black dragon had appeared in the pitch-black whirlpool. Dark Dragon Monarch, you are bullying my swordsman guild, the mystic deep sword saint said. So what if I am bullying? Those who dare to break the rules must pay the price. What if I say he isn't a saint? If I say he is, then he is. If you dare to be so long-winded, then stay behind. The Dark Dragon Monarch said impatiently. Such prowess. No wonder you are the Dark Dragon Monarch. Come, I, the Myriad Image Sword Saint, would like to know how impressive you are. Do you live up to your name? A mocking voice echoed from a distance. Li Fuchen looked over and saw a swordsman with a long beard walking out from the void. The mystic Deep Sword Saint introduced. Li Fuchen, the Myriad Image Sword Saint, is the guardian elder of my swordsman guild headquarters. His cultivation is already a high-level saint. In the deep blue plain, there were a total of 7 swordsman guild headquarters. Each of the swordsman guild headquarters would have a guardian elder. Below the guardian elder would be the high-class elders, followed by the regular elders. Myriad Image, your human race broke the rules first. You cannot blame me. The Dark Dragon Monarch squinted his eyes. The Myriad Image Sword Saint pointed at the Dark Dragon Monarch and said, Your demonic beast race really likes to lie. Which eye of yours can see that he is a saint? With his strength, it isn't too much to say that he is a saint. If he isn't, then he isn't. If he is, then he is. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Come, let us spar first. Let's see if the Dark Dragon Monarch has improved after all these years. The Myriad Image Sword Saint brandished his sword and shot countless sword lights into the void, attacking at the Dark Dragon Monarch. You lunatic! The Dark Dragon Monarch was enraged and slammed with his claw. As the duo fought intensely, more demonic beast overlords and human saints arrived. Chapter 819. TSK, the Dark Dragon Monarch, is actually fighting with the Myriad Image Sword Saint. This is a good opportunity to observe their strength. Be it the Dark Dragon Monarch or the Myriad Image Sword Saint, they were both top-class existences. It was almost impossible to witness their battle during normal times. Now that there was a rare opportunity to spectate, everyone naturally moved. Dark Dragon Fist, Boundless Nature. In the void, a black dragon claw clashed with a multicolored sword light. The laws of heaven and earth exploded inch by inch. Myriad Image, don't be in a hurry to fight. Settle the matter between the two races first before fighting. The Dark Dragon Monarch said. That's right, Myriad Image. If you want to fight, you can start an all-out war between the demonic beasts and humans. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Beside the Dark Dragon Monarch, a green-eyed, white-skinned woman appeared. Green Soul, are you threatening me? The Myriad Image Sword Saint's eyes burst out with radiance. The Green Soul that he mentioned was a Green Soul demonic lord that wasn't inferior to the Dark Dragon Monarch. He was proficient in various soul, Tao, and innate abilities. So what if I threaten you? How can the demonic beasts and humans not participate in the war? On the other side of the Dark Dragon Monarch, a bundle of flames appeared out of nowhere. A stalwart figure with bull horns on his head walked out. It is the Blaze Demon Monarch. Even the Blaze Demon Monarch is here. This matter is getting serious. Everyone was shocked. The Blaze Demon Monarch was a demon monarch, and the weakest demon monarch had the strength of a high-level saint. On the human side, there were also a few high-level saints. However, they weren't from the Swordsman Guild, therefore, they couldn't stand out and speak for the Myriad Image Sword Saint. They had been watching coldly from aside. The Swordsman Guild is too high profile. It is time to suppress them. In the depths of the void, a middle-aged man with a flame pattern on his robe said indifferently. If there were saints here, they would definitely recognize that this person was a high-level saint from the Zhu clan, a demigod clan. He was extremely powerful. The situation isn't good. The mystic Deep Sword Saint frowned. It is indeed not good. Li Fuchen could see that the demonic beasts and demon races had a common enemy, but the humans weren't as harmonious. The other factions were waiting to see the Swordsman Guild become a joke. Ha! I, the Wanxiang Sword Saint, have been a saint for thousands of years and have never been afraid of anyone. The three of you can come meet together. The omniscient sword saint was filled with heroic spirit and boundless battle intent. Since you're seeking death, don't blame us. The dark dragon monarch, the green soul demon monarch, and the flame demon monarch attacked at the same time, as if they had already discussed this in secret. Crackle. The battle between the four shook heaven and earth, their auras rushing into the heavens. Soul-sucking art. After 7 or 8 moves, the green soul demon lord activated his innate ability, the soul-sucking technique. Although the omniscient sword sage's soul was extremely sturdy and could not be sucked out, he was still momentarily frozen in place, unable to move. Dark binding. The dark dragon monarch also activated his innate ability, and a dragon claw shadow bound the 1,000 manifestation sword sage's body. Doomsday flame. The flame demon lord opened his mouth and spat out a white fireball, which bombarded the myriad sword sage. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of flaming blood. The manifestation sword sage was severely injured in an instant. He wasn't a body refinement sage, so it was difficult for him to withstand the full power of the flame demon monarch. If he wasn't wearing a second-rate extreme Dao artifact armor, even if he didn't die, he would have lost most of his battle prowess. Senior myriad manifestation, receive this sword. A cold light shot out, and the myriad sword sage subconsciously received the cold light. This was an extremely terrifying sword. Just the sword chi was enough to make the myriad sword sage's skin stab in pain. Supreme artifact sword. The myriad sword sage was shocked and looked at Li Fuchen. Senior myriad manifestation. This supreme artifact sword is only temporarily unsealed. Let's end this quickly. Everything started because of Li Fuchen. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't allow the myriad image sword saint to suffer and suffer. Alright, the myriad sword sage's battle intent burst out again. With the supreme artifact sword in hand, he would even dare to fight against a peak class saint. Myriad manifestation, prepare to die. The dark dragon monarch suddenly attacked with his claw. You are the one who will die. A cold sword light seemed to slash open the entire world. PFFFTSS. The dark dragon monarch's indestructible dragon claw was forcefully severed and blood sprayed out. Impossible. The dark dragon monarch retreated in a panic while his eyes were wide open. To be able to sever his dragon claw in a single sword, one had to be at least a peak class saint. This sword, the dark dragon monarch's eyes landed on the joint heaven sword. After severing the dark dragon monarch's dragon claw, the myriad sword sage's sword prowess was like lightning. Immediately after, the sword penetrated the blaze demon monarch's body and split the green soul demon monarch into two. The myriad sword sage's sword was only a second-rate extreme Dao artifact sword and was 3 tiers inferior to a supreme artifact sword. Right now, with the supreme artifact sword in hand, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. This was before he familiarized himself with the joint heaven sword. If he was completely familiar with the joint heaven sword, his strength would increase by several folds. It is a supreme artifact sword. The sword in his hand is a supreme artifact sword. Someone exclaimed. The entire deep blue plane didn't have many supreme artifacts, but the myriad sword sage had one. It was impossible for people not to covet it. Finally, everyone had their eyes on Li Fuchen. The myriad sword sage's supreme artifact sword obviously belonged to Li Fuchen. I wonder if the myriad sword sage will return the supreme artifact sword to this person. He will definitely return it. I understand the myriad sword sage very well. Plenty of people were tempted, but they knew that if the supreme artifact sword was in the hands of the myriad sword sage, they wouldn't have any chance. They would only have a chance when the supreme artifact sword was in Li Fuchen's hands. Myriad sword sage, you are formidable this time. Let's go. In the opinion of the dark dragon monarch and the others, it was impossible to contest with the myriad sword sage without at least 5 people that were on the same level as them. The difference between a high-level saint and a peak-level saint wasn't just a little bit. The myriad sword sage didn't give chase. After all the demonic beast overlords left, he swung his hand, and the joint heaven sword turned into a cold light before returning to the sheath at Li Fuchen's waist. Li Fuchen could sense that the sword pattern on the joint heaven sword was starting to clog up, and it wouldn't take long before it was sealed again. Li Fuchen, you have to be careful in the future. If there isn't anything important, it is best not to leave the Swordsman Guild. The myriad sword sage warned Li Fuchen. Originally, no one would deal with Li Fuchen. But after knowing that Li Fuchen had the supreme artifact sword, there would definitely be plenty of people that would deal with Li Fuchen. Be it the demonic beast race or the human race, they would all be involved, and it was impossible to guard against them. I know. Now that things had developed to this stage, Li Fuchen was caught unprepared. Right now, the only thing he could do was to evolve into a saint as soon as possible. Only by becoming a saint would he have the capital to establish himself on the Saint Spirit continent. Otherwise, he would have to hide in the Swordsman Guild, and this wasn't the life he wanted. Li Fuchen, is it? My Zhu clan wants this supreme artifact sword. Name a price. A tyrannical voice echoed in Li Fuchen's ears. Li Fuchen looked up and could see a vague figure in the depths of the void. Apologies, it is not for sale. Li Fuchen replied immediately. My Zhu clan has never failed to get what we want. I hope you won't regret it. The figure vanished. Don't worry. Not even the Zhu clan can do anything to you at the Swordsman Guild headquarters. The mystic Deep Sword Saint looked at the place where the Zhu clan's high-level saint vanished and said to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded while his lowered eyes were filled with terrifying radiance. So what if it was the Zhu clan? If they provoked him, they would still have to pay the price. Chapter 820. If I want to become a quasi-sage, I need at least 5 supreme grade spirit stones. If I want to become a sage, I don't know how many supreme grade spirit stones I need. If I rely on my own cultivation, I won't be able to become a sage without a few decades. It had been a month since the previous incident. On this day, Li Fuchen let out a sigh and walked out of seclusion. He had already used up the 5 supreme grade spirit stones he got from the Li family, but did not allow his cultivation to reach the quasi-sage realm. Unless Li Fuchen's eyes were very bright. Unless his primary extreme sword technique could reach the extremity and become an extreme cultivation technique, he would be able to reach quasi-sage in a short period of time. I've already created the 3rd move of the primary extreme sword technique. Correspondingly, my primary extreme sword principle has also improved a lot. It's not that I don't have the confidence to reach the ultimate realm of the primary extreme sword technique, but the premise is that I can read more sword principle manuals. For a cultivation technique to reach the pinnacle realm, it was 10 times or even dozens of times more difficult than a sword technique. After all, cultivation techniques involve the human body and emphasized on the unity of heaven and man. I still have 8 million contribution points. Let's go take a look at the library. Arriving at the library pavilion, Li Fuchen chose the Yin Yang Clear Breeze Sword Style Manual. Reading this secret manual once cost 500,000 contribution points. Borrowing it for a year would cost 250 million contribution points. The first move of the Yin and Yang Cool Breeze Sword Art, 2 sleeves of Cool Breeze. The second move of the Yin and Yang Cool Breeze Sword Art, Sailing with the Wind. The third move of the Yin and Yang Breeze Sword Art, Charming Scenery. The fourth move of the Yin and Yang Cool Breeze Sword Art, Gathering of Winds and Clouds. The Yin and Yang Cool Breeze sword technique was a wind doctrine sword technique, but it also contained some Tai Chi sword principle. Therefore, it was much stronger than a simple wind doctrine sword technique. After reading through it once, Li Fuchen's mind had plenty of sword Dao comprehension. Of course, these sword Dao insights could not be compared to what he had experienced in the Skyline Sword Valley. In the Skyline Sword Valley, he had only watched the Skyline Sword Art 100 times and learned 6 moves. If the Skyline Sword Style was just a secret manual, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to cultivate it even if he read it 1,000 times. After all, the Skyline Sword Technique was a superb sword technique. Once, twice, after viewing the Yin Yang Clear Wind Sword Style 16 times, Li Fuchen's contribution points were finally depleted. I wonder if I can push the primary extreme sword art to the paramount realm. Leaving the library pavilion, Li Fuchen immediately went into seclusion. Half a month later, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile as he was still lacking a little. He reckoned that with another 10 to 20 million contribution points, it should be enough. But where was he going to earn 10 to 20 million contribution points? With your talent, if you seclude yourself in the Swordsman Guild for 100 years, you might be able to become a saint. Why do you need to take the risk? The mystic Deep Sword Saint didn't understand Li Fuchen's need to earn contribution points. In his opinion, Li Fuchen might only be at the law phase realm, but his lifespan was definitely more than 2,000 years. A mere 100 years was equivalent to a few years for an ordinary person, and it was nothing. Li Fuchen shook his head. My sword Dao doesn't allow me to do this. He could indeed stay in the Swordsman Guild until he broke through, but if he did so, it would affect his future progress in Sword Dao. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you anymore. The Mystic Abyss Sword Saint thought for a moment and said, the missions of the headquarters elders are extremely dangerous. Here is a mission, take a look. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint handed Li Fuchen a jade scroll. After receiving the jade scroll, Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness inside. The content of the Jade Scroll was to head to the western Black Sea to search for the legendary Black Whirlpool Island and to investigate the death of a Sword Dao saint from the Swordsman Guild. The Black Whirlpool tree grows on the island. The Black Whirlpool tree blooms once every 5,000 years and bears fruit once every 5,000 years. A single fruit can increase a person's perception by 10 times. The effect is around 3 days. If you can find any traces of the Black Whirlpool Island, you will be rewarded with 10 million contribution points. If you can find the Black Whirlpool Island, you will be rewarded with 100 million contribution points. If you can investigate the death of the Sword Dao saint from the Swordsman Guild, you will be rewarded with another 20 million contribution points. It could be said that the rewards of this mission were very generous and would easily be a few tens of millions of contribution points. But in comparison, the Black Whirlpool Island and the Black Whirlpool Fruit were definitely more tempting. Increasing perception by 10 times wasn't as simple as increasing efficiency by 10 times. If a person's perception was increased by 1 or 2 times, they would be able to understand many things that they couldn't in the past. If it was increased by 10 times, it might not be able to understand everything, but it was close enough. For example, if Li Fuchen's perception was increased by 10 times, he would be able to push the primary extreme sword technique to extremity in just the blink of the eye. It would be easy for him to create the 4th move of the primary extreme sword art. If he followed the prescribed order, he might not be able to achieve it even if he spent 100 or 1,000 times more time. Without hesitation, Li Fuchen accepted the Black Whirlpool Island mission. There might be plenty of spies watching Li Fuchen, but with Li Fuchen's perfect Qi presence concealment ability, even a saint wouldn't be able to lock onto him. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen arrived at the nearby sea region of the Saint's Spirit Continent. In front of him was an invisible barrier. Anyone who wanted to break through the barrier would suffer a backlash from the law. To head to the Black Whirlpool Island, one would need to leave the Saint Spirit Continent. To those below the Saint level, the Saint Spirit Continent was a cultivation sacred ground and also a cage. Without becoming a soul merge realm saint, one wouldn't be able to leave. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular law phase realm emperor. A single sword slash was enough to break the barrier and forcefully leave the Saint Spirit Continent. Above the boundless sea, Li Fuchen's speed was pushed to the limits. After leaving the Saint Spirit Continent, Li Fuchen's speed was several times faster. If traveling on the Saint Spirit Continent was like traveling against the current, then traveling outside of the Saint Spirit Continent was like flying in the wind. The pressure from the heaven and earth law was almost negligible. In just a few days, Li Fuchen arrived at the Black Sea in the west. The deep blue plain was separated into 4 regions: the east, west, south, and north. The Saint Spirit Continent and the Black Sea were located in the west of the deep blue plain. The Black Sea was surging with waves, and it was filled with an indescribable, deathly silence. The Black Sea is so huge, and it isn't easy to find an island. I can only try my luck. Li Fuchen didn't expect to find the Black Whirlpool Island. His objective was to find traces of the Black Whirlpool Island and earn 10 million guild points. If he could investigate the death of the Sword Dao, saint from the Swordsman Guild, it would be for the best. There is a continent ahead, and it seems to be a mid-class continent. Li Fuchen's current traveling speed wasn't inferior to Saint's. In just a few days, he found a continent in the depths of the Black Sea. After entering the continent, Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness and heard the conversations of plenty of people. So this continent is called the Black Water Continent. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen had already gathered all the information about the Blackwater continent. The Blackwater continent was a unified continent, and all the factions were under the rule of the Blackwater Saint Kingdom. The so-called Blackwater Holy Kingdom was only called a Holy Kingdom. It didn't have a holy monarch. However, the first king of the Blackwater Holy Kingdom was a holy monarch, and an extremely powerful one at that. Relying on this holy monarch, the Blackwater Holy Kingdom was able to rule the Blackwater continent for countless years. Otherwise, it would have been overthrown long ago. Apart from the Blackwater Saint Kingdom, the Blackwater continent had 4 major clans and 4 major sections. Half of these 8 factions had produced saints, and one of them was the Shangguan clan. Could it be Shangguan Yu's clan? Li Fuchen found out from Shangguan Yu that her ancestor was a saint known as the Black Monarch. When the Black Monarch was still alive, the Shangguan clan ruled over multiple continents and was one of the top-ranked clans in the Endless World. But during a terrifying saint war, the Black Monarch went missing and the Shangguan clan gradually fell apart. As for the so-called Black Emperor Guild, it was just a branch of the Shangguan clan. Let's go take a look. Li Fuchen instant shifted and arrived near the Shangguan clan. Clan head, I will not marry into the Saint Palace. Inside the Shangguan clan's grand hall, Shangguan Yu said stubbornly, presumptuous. Marriage is not something you can decide. Do you know how many women wish to marry into the Saint Palace? One of the Shangguan clan's elders berated. They are them. I am me. Shangguan Yu hated herself for possessing the saint's bloodline. If she didn't have the saint's bloodline, she wouldn't need to marry into the Saint Palace. The Shangguan clan head was an elder that was as immovable as a mountain. He said slowly, this matter has been decided, and there is no need to say more. Remember, your every word and action represents the Shangguan clan. Do not disappoint me. It was imperative to form a marriage alliance with the Blackwater Saint Kingdom. Every one of the 8 major factions was doing it, and the Shangguan clan couldn't fall behind. Father, Shangguan Yu looked at the silent Black Emperor. The Black Emperor let out a bitter smile and shook his head. After leaving the Emperor Sky Continent, the Black Emperor Guild only existed in name. In the Shangguan clan, he didn't have much authority. Furthermore, Shangguan Yu was going to marry the Crown Prince. As the first-in-line successor of the Blackwater Saint Kingdom, the Crown Prince's authority wasn't to be challenged. Of course, the Crown Prince had the Saint's bloodline and was extremely powerful. In the entire Blackwater continent, he was ranked at the top. Shangguan Yu, it has been a long time. A clear voice suddenly echoed. Immediately after, a figure landed in the center of the Shangguan clan's grand hall. Who is it? The Shangguan clan head and the elders acted like they were facing a great enemy as they surrounded Li Fuchen. How did you enter? Hurry up and say it. One of the elders pointed at Li Fuchen and yelled with anger. Impatient, Li Fuchen released his chi presence and froze the grand hall. Only Li Fuchen, the Black Emperor, and Shangguan Yu were still able to move. It's you. The Black Emperor knew of Li Fuchen's existence and was extremely shocked. Li Fuchen said, as a father, you aren't doing your job well. The Black Emperor saw the scene in the grand hall clearly. Li Fuchen. Chapter 821. Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu didn't experience any hardships, but Li Fuchen was definitely the most outstanding individual that Shangguan Yu interacted with. Previously, Shangguan Yu already had a good impression of Li Fuchen. Now that she suddenly saw Li Fuchen, it was inevitable for her to have feelings for him. Li Fuchen, you are too impulsive. The Black Emperor shook his head. The strongest individual in the Shangguan clan wasn't the clan head. It was Supreme Elder Shangguan Gu. Shangguan Gu was a half-saint and wasn't someone that great emperors could compare with. Who dares to behave presumptuously in my Shangguan clan? A vigorous and vast voice rushed into the grand hall, and broke Li Fuchen's chi prowess. Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder, hurry up and take down this person. Once the chi prowess was broken, everyone that was restrained regained their freedom. They quickly distanced themselves from Li Fuchen while their faces were filled with shock and anger. They were shocked that Li Fuchen was so powerful and was able to suppress them with just his chi prowess. They were angry that they lost face. It was fortunate that one of the top 10 experts of the Blackwater continent, the Supreme Elder, was here. Once the Supreme Elder took down Li Fuchen, they would definitely humiliate him. The doors of the Grand Hall opened by itself, and a powerful chi prowess filled the entire Grand Hall. Li Fuchen turned to look and saw an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion walking in step by step. His body was emitting a chi prowess that only half-saints possessed. Was a half-saint strong? Naturally very strong. Even on the Saint Spirit continent, as long as one was a half-saint, they would be ranked top 100 on the Saint Spirit Great Emperor rankings. It could be said that the weakest half-saint was an existence that regular great emperors couldn't reach. There wouldn't be any weaklings. This was because those who could become quasi-sages were the most outstanding people. Who are you and why are you here in my Shangwan clan? If you don't explain yourself, don't even think about leaving this place. Shangwan Ji's chi prowess locked onto Li Fuchen while his eyes were like lightning. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. It is indeed incredible to become a half-saint on a mid-class continent. Becoming a half-saint was the same as having 1 foot in the ranks of saints. It was just a matter of time. The Emperor Sky continent didn't even have a single half-saint. It seems like you won't give up until you see the coffin. Shangwan Gu slammed his palm at Li Fuchen. This palm didn't cause a huge commotion, and it didn't affect any part of the hall. However, this palm's aura was boundless, and it made it impossible for anyone to resist it. It was a pity that he encountered Li Fuchen, like a clay ox entering the sea. Once Shangwan Ji's palm force entered within 3 feet of Li Fuchen, it immediately vanished without a trace. Impossible? Shangwan Ji's expression changed, and he struck out several palms in succession. The situation was still the same. The palm force couldn't hurt Li Fuchen at all. Withdrawing the smile on his face, Li Fuchen flicked his finger, and Shangwan Gu was sent flying and stuck on the wall of the main hall. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Shangwan Yu is my friend. Even if you are her clansman, you have no right to force her to do anything. Including Black Emperor, everyone from the Shangwan clan was stunned. Supreme Elder Shangwan Gu was a half-saint and a powerful half-saint. Even after using his full strength, he wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen at all. Instead, he was sent flying by a single flick of Li Fuchen's finger. No matter how one looked at it, this was an unfair battle. Could he be a saint? The Shangwan clan chief's face was filled with shock. In his opinion, only a sage would be able to crush a quasi-sage so easily. Not everyone had been to the Saint Spirit continent and seen countless great emperors. Li Fuchen, you became a saint? Shangwan Yu asked too. Li Fuchen shook his head. I am not yet, but you can treat me as a saint. Saint's combat strength. Everyone took a deep, cold breath. Li Fuchen's statement was very obvious. Shangwan Gu wasn't a saint yet, but his combat strength was already at the saint's level. Even if it was a little overstated, it was still very shocking. This old one overestimated my capabilities earlier. I hope young master can forgive me. A great person will not hold grudges against a lowly person. Shangwan Gu was the first to react. He quickly cupped his fist and had a fearful expression. If Li Fuchen could send him flying with a flick of a finger, it meant that Li Fuchen could also eliminate the entire Shangwan clan with a flick of a finger. Such strength was enough to look down on the entire Blackwater continent. Seeing that the Supreme Elder had lowered his head, the rest of the Shangwan clan members didn't dare to put on airs anymore. They all went forward to apologize and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Li Fuchen waved his hand and said, I am not here to find trouble with the Shangwan clan. You don't have to fear me. Shangwan Yu, go to your courtyard. All right. Shangwan Yu didn't bother about the others and brought Li Fuchen to her residence. After the duo left, everyone in the Grand Hall looked at each other and felt as though they were in a dream. After a long time, Shangwon-gu said. "This person must not be offended. If he has any requests, we will do our best to accommodate him. Do not offend him." "What about the crown prince?" one of the elders asked hesitantly. Shangwon-gu glared at him and said, "Who cares about the crown prince now? I can tell you with certainty that no one in the Blackwater continent is a match for him, including the king." The king was only a half-saint, and there was a limit to how much stronger he was. Li Fuchen was much stronger than him. Invincible in the Blackwater continent, the Black Emperor took a deep breath. What kind of existence was this Li Fuchen? Above the jade water, there was a pavilion. On the second floor, Li Fuchen and Shangwon were drinking tea and chatting. "You came from the Saint Spirit continent?" After knowing that Li Fuchen came from the Saint Spirit continent, Shangwon Yu was very surprised and had a yearning expression. High-class continents were sacred grounds in the hearts of all martial artists. Her ancestor, Black Monarch, had once gone to the Saint Spirit continent and attempted to move the entire Shangwon clan to the Saint Spirit continent. But before he could succeed, he vanished mysteriously because of an unprecedented Saint War. According to the records left behind by Black Monarch, the Saint Spirit continent had billions of Law Phase realm emperors and an extremely high number of saints. As compared to the Saint Spirit continent, the Blackwater continent was just an abnormally barren island. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "If you are willing, I can bring you to the Saint Spirit continent." With his current strength, it was too easy to bring someone to the Saint Spirit continent. "I am willing." Shangwon Yu's eyes lit up. The duo continued to chat. Li Fuchen found out from Shangwon Yu that the first king of the Blackwater Empire was actually a subordinate of Black Monarch. After Black Monarch vanished, the Blackwater Empire was established. The disappearance of Black Monarch was related to an island. The island's appearance attracted many saints, and it seemed like they found some top-class artifact on the island. A saint war broke out, and many saints died on the island. Saint war? Island? Li Fuchen guessed that the island should be the Black Whirlpool Island. "Do you know where that island is?" Li Fuchen quickly asked. Chapter 822. Let's go. Follow me to Blackwater Saint Palace. Li Fuchen didn't have time to waste on the Blackwater continent. Once this mission was over, he was planning to return to the Emperor Sky continent and bring the Li clansmen to the Saint Spirit continent. Space changed, and the two arrived above the Blackwater Saint Palace. The entire Blackwater Saint Palace was enveloped by a level 9 array. This was also the reason why the Blackwater Saint Kingdom was able to stand on the Blackwater continent for countless years. After all, no one below the Saint Realm could break the array and kill their way into the Saint Palace. Their appearance alerted the Blackwater Saint Palace's experts. "Shangwon Yu, who's beside you? Do you know that trespassing into the Saint Palace is a capital offense?" A youth with a superior aura lifted his head with a gloomy expression and looked at Li Fuchen and Shangwon Yu. Crown Prince Sidu Bo was one of the most powerful people in the entire Blackwater continent. "He's the Crown Prince, Uncle Situ." Shangwon Yu whispered to Li Fuchen. "You are the Crown Prince." Li Fuchen grabbed with his left hand, and a sword energy giant hand grabbed onto Uncle Situ from a distance. "Put the Crown Prince down." Seeing that Li Fuchen was able to restrain Uncle Situ through the array, all the great emperors in the Saint Palace rushed into the sky and attacked. Bang, 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 bang. A chi force was emitted from Li Fuchen's body. Those that rushed over were all sent flying while vomiting blood. "Where is the Blackwater Monarch?" Li Fuchen's voice echoed throughout the Saint Palace. In order to find the Black Whirlpool Island, he needed information about the Blackwater Holy Kingdom. But to get the information, peaceful means would not work. If he asked the Blackwater Holy Nation to hand over the information as soon as he arrived, the other party would only treat him as a fool. In the end, it was inevitable that he would have to show off his strength, so it was better to let his strength do the talking. No matter when, force was the fastest way to solve a problem. "Aren't you being a little too overbearing? Do you really think there's no one in my Blackwater Holy Nation?" A voice filled with endless majesty resounded. A middle-aged man wearing a black dragon robe appeared at the top of the Blackwater Holy Temple in the center of the Blackwater Holy Palace. Li Fuchen didn't need to guess to know that this person was the Blackwater Saint Kingdom's ruler, Situ Tianxiong. If I was really domineering, I would have broken this formation long ago. Don't worry, I came with a request. After I succeed, I will pay you. Li Fuchen released Uncle Situ and said, You came with a request? Huh? Take my punch first. Situ Tianxiong punched through the air. The strength contained in this punch was several times that of Shangguan Ji's. Bang! Li Fuchen used his sword energy protection to forcefully withstand the opponent's fist. What? Situ Tianxiong's expression changed. He originally thought that Li Fuchen was just a slightly stronger half-saint. Even if Li Fuchen was stronger than him, there would be a limit. Seal! Situ Tianxiong burst out with a yell and enveloped Li Fuchen with a horrific array power. In the next moment, Li Fuchen felt the surrounding void was sealed by an invisible force. If he was a regular half-saint, he wouldn't even be able to move a single finger. Kill! After sealing Li Fuchen, Situ Tianxiong wrapped the array power and blasted another fist at Li Fuchen. This time, the strength was not just a few times that of Shangguan Ji's, but dozens or even hundreds of times. Situ Tianxiong was confident that he could contest with even a low-level saint. This time, Li Fuchen didn't use his sword energy protection to resist. After all, this was the power of a Class 9 array, and the sword energy protection wasn't enough. Li Fuchen thrust with his right index and middle finger. He didn't just pierce through the vast fist force. He also pierced through Situ Tianxiong's body. Situ Tianxiong, I think it is better for us to sit down and have a good talk. Li Fuchen said indifferently. Everyone on the ground was shocked. With his strength alone, Li Fuchen suppressed all the experts from the Blackwater Saint Palace and defeated King Situ Tianxiong. It meant that if Li Fuchen was willing, he could overthrow the Blackwater Saint Kingdom at any time and become the new ruler of the Blackwater continent. Only with absolute strength can I control my own fate. Shangguan Yu's eyes were even more resolute. She could imagine what her life would be like if Li Fuchen didn't come to the Blackwater continent. Just thinking about it made her feel fear. Turning her head to look at Li Fuchen, Shangguan Yu's eyes were filled with gratitude and also a trace of obscure feelings. As long as she followed Li Fuchen to the Saint Spirit continent, her life should be very exciting. Situ Tianxiong was an ambitious and ruthless person, and he understood the logic of a wise man submits to circumstances. His words might carry weight in the Blackwater continent, but in the outside world, a king or half-saint like him wasn't even worth mentioning. He was now suspecting if Li Fuchen was a saint from the Saint Spirit continent. If Li Fuchen was a saint from the Saint Spirit continent, he wouldn't blame himself for losing. Something wasn't right. Situ Tianxiong suddenly thought of a problem. Saints weren't able to freely enter mid-class continents. Saints were too much of a threat to mid-class continents. Once a saint entered a mid-class continent, they would be constantly suppressed by the continent willpower. It was hard to say if they could even utilize 100% of their strength. Of course, even if a saint's strength was suppressed, it was still extremely difficult to defeat them. Even if a Class 9 array was used, it would only be able to suppress a saint and wouldn't be able to kill them. But the strength that Li Fuchen displayed earlier was obviously at the saint's level. Could it be? Situ Tianxiong's eyes contracted. Could Li Fuchen be a peak class saint? With the strength of a peak class saint, it was indeed hard to suppress a mid-class continent. If a peak class saint was enraged, they might be able to destroy the entire mid-class continent. Thousands of thoughts flashed in Situ Tianxiong's mind. The arrogance and prowess on his face had completely vanished. There was only respect and humility left. My lord, please come in. Situ Tianxiong cupped his hand and welcomed. All right. Li Fuchen brought Shangguan Yu and entered the Blackwater Saint Hall. In the Blackwater Saint Hall, groups of palace maids were serving delicacies and wine. I wonder why my lord is here at the Blackwater Saint Palace. Situ Tianxiong asked. Li Fuchen got straight to the point and said, I am here to search for the legendary Black Whirlpool Island. I heard that you have some information here. Therefore, I specially came here. I see. Situ Tianxiong nodded and said, the Black Whirlpool Island does exist. Furthermore, my Blackwater Saint Kingdom has an accurate sea map. but I suspect that there is a hidden domain in that sea region. The reason why we cannot find the Black Whirlpool Island is because it is inside the hidden domain. Situ Tianxiong didn't need to hide some information and told Li Fuchen everything he knew. Is inside the hidden domain? Li Fuchen felt that this speculation was very reasonable. If it was in the outside world, it was impossible that no one could find it. A short moment later, Situ Tianxiong asked someone to retrieve the sea map from the Saint Palace's treasury and handed it to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen opened it and noticed that the Black Whirlpool Island wasn't far from the Blackwater continent. It was only over 100 million miles away. This is a Heaven-class high-tier weapon and a Heaven-class high-tier armor. Sorry for the trouble. After placing down the two equipment, Li Fuchen left with Shang Guanyu. To be able to casually take out two Heaven-class high-tier tools, truly extraordinary. Situ Tianxiong's eyes lit up. Chapter 823. After leaving the Blackwater Saint Palace, Li Fuchen sent Shang Guanyu back to the Shangguan clan. The journey to the Black Whirlpool Island was uncertain. Shang Guanyu's strength was too weak, and she would only be a burden. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the location of the Black Whirlpool Island. Closing his eyes, Li Fuchen carefully sensed the existence of the hidden domain. After a long time, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and said to himself, "There seems to be a special spatial wave, but I can't confirm it is a hidden domain. Furthermore, I can't find the entrance." Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was already at the saint's level. Even he could only sense the indistinct special spatial wave. If it was any other saint, the result would be the same, and they might be inferior to Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen didn't just possess the saint's spiritual awareness. He had also condensed the void Tao heart. If it is really a hidden domain, then this hidden domain is truly of a high grade. As long as it was outside of high-class continents, Li Fuchen would be able to find regular heaven-class hidden domains instantly and immediately enter. If even he couldn't sense a hidden domain, then it was most likely an extreme Tao hidden domain. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness couldn't find the hidden domain, but he still had his spirit soul power. If his spiritual awareness was at the saint's level, then his spirit soul power was beyond the saint's level. Li Fuchen scanned with his purple and red spirit soul power and immediately noticed a giant spatial zone. This spatial zone was extremely concealed and was almost overlapping with the deep blue plane spatial zone. Therefore, even if the void of the sea region was torn apart, it was impossible to detect the existence of this spatial zone. Found it. With his spirit soul power, Li Fuchen quickly found a spatial door. Using both hands to press on the spatial door, Li Fuchen exerted force to open it. Crackle. The entire sea region's void was like a shattered mirror that had split open, revealing a completely different sea region. The sea water was still black, but there was a giant black whirlpool that appeared in the sea region. This whirlpool was too big and emitted an extremely terrifying qi presence. Even Li Fuchen felt a trace of fear when seeing this whirlpool. Boom, boom, boom. The instant the black whirlpool appeared, the great Tao rumbled and the laws shook. Even if it was billions of miles away, the commotion could still be felt. Blackwater continent, Blackwater Saint Palace. He found the Black Whirlpool Island so quickly. The Black Whirlpool Island was not too far away from the Blackwater continent. Moreover, Situ Tianxiong was also a quasi-sage. Therefore, he immediately sensed the commotion. Forget it. Every time the Black Whirlpool Island appears, there will be a great battle between great sages. It's not something I can interfere with. Situ Tianxiong shook his head, not intending to go over. There was an island in the depths of the Black Sea. This island was like a giant saber, and on the top of the giant saber, a middle-aged man in gray sat with his back straight. Occasionally, saber chi would spread out from his body, shaking heaven and earth. The great Tao roars. The gray-robed, middle-aged man opened his eyes. Two beams of light shot out for tens of miles, penetrating deep into the void. Whoosh! The gray-robed, middle-aged man turned into a saber light and disappeared without a trace. The great Tao is rumbling. This is the appearance of an opportunity. A horse-faced man with a special flame pattern on his clothes raised his head, his face full of surprise. The great path is roaring. Could it be that the Black Whirlpool Island has appeared? The last time the Black Whirlpool Island appeared, many great lords had experienced it. Many years had passed, and many great lords would come to search for the Black Whirlpool Island from time to time. Among them were the surviving great lords. In an instant, a large number of traveling lights were rushing towards the Black Whirlpool Island. Li Fuchen didn't expect the appearance of the Black Whirlpool Island would cause the great Tao roars. Normally, places with great Tao roars would have top-notch artifacts. There was a rumor that there was a place in the deep blue plain that was closest to the plain source. The great Tao roars that would allow people to directly feel the mysteries of heaven and earth laws. Lawfei's realm emperors would only have the chance to break through to become saints by heading there. This rumor was naturally exaggerated. There were plenty of saints in the deep blue plain. It meant that one didn't have to head there to become a saint. Of course, some Lawfei's realm emperors that didn't have the chance to become saints might have the chance to become saints after heading there. With the great Tao roars, Li Fuchen felt that his bottleneck had loosened a little. But at his current cultivation realm, the great Tao roars within a short period of time wouldn't be of much help to him. A low-grade heaven stone would be able to trigger the great Tao roars for 1 or 2 breaths. Mid-grade heaven stones would be able to trigger the great Tao roars for more than 10 breaths. As of now, all the heaven stones that Li Fuchen had obtained were basically used up, but they didn't allow him to advance by leaps and bounds. They only allowed him to accumulate more experience. It wasn't that easy to break through. Perhaps only a large number of high-grade heaven stones and a long period of great Tao roars would allow him to break through quickly. The Black Whirlpool hidden domain might have appeared, but Li Fuchen still couldn't see the Black Whirlpool Island. Diving down with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen could see that in the depths of the Black Whirlpool, there was a giant island that was floating there. On this island, the qi was like rain and the vegetation was lush. Even though there was a layer of invisible energy, Li Fuchen could still feel the horrific vitality. In order to enter the Black Whirlpool Island, I have to pass through the Black Whirlpool. Li Fuchen waved his hand and sent a sword qi flying at the Black Whirlpool. Crackle. The sword qi dived down for half the distance before it was shattered by the power of the Black Whirlpool. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. This Black Whirlpool didn't pose any threat to him. As long as he followed the direction of the whirlpool's rotation, he reckoned that the pressure he had to endure would be 10 times or even 100 times smaller. Fortune was found in danger. Li Fuchen didn't hesitate and flashed into the Black Whirlpool. Once he entered the Black Whirlpool, Li Fuchen felt a majestic force guiding him. If he didn't obey the guidance, the consequences would be unimaginable. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen arrived at the periphery of the island in the depths of the whirlpool. There was a layer of faint black light that enveloped the entire island. PFFF. With a cleave, Li Fuchen cleaved a crack on the black light. With a flash, he entered the crack. Cough, cough. The Black Whirlpool Island's energy was too concentrated. It was 100 times more concentrated than the Saint's Spirit continent. Li Fuchen wasn't able to adapt immediately and was choking. Only such an environment can nurture the Black Whirlpool tree. In just a short moment, after adapting to the environment of the Black Whirlpool Island, Li Fuchen lamented. Swish, swish. 2 streaks of light arrived at the periphery of the Black Whirlpool at almost the same time. It is truly the Black Whirlpool Island. The legend is real. This saint shall make a move first. A burly man with thick brows who was wearing green armor executed his shifting technique and was about to enter the depths of the Black Whirlpool. Idiot! The handsome man with a fish scale on his forehead sneered. PFFF. As soon as the burly man hid in the void, he was jolted out and was drenched in blood. The power of the Black Whirlpool had obviously seeped into the depths of the void. There wasn't a single gap inside or outside. It was extremely difficult to enter directly. At least with his strength, he was far from being able to do it. Ignoring the burly man with thick brows, the handsome man, who was obviously a demonic beast overlord, followed the direction of the black whirlpool and skimmed into it. The burly man with thick brows twitched his mouth and skimmed into the black whirlpool as well. In just a few short days, a large number of saints and demonic beast overlords rushed over. There were close to 50 demonic beast overlords. Chapter 8:24. The Black Whirlpool Island had extreme restrictions on spiritual awareness. Li Fuchen's saint-class spiritual awareness was only able to extend a few hundred miles, and the size of the island was at least a few 100,000 miles. The entire island is filled with herbs. Along the way, Li Fuchen didn't notice a single weed. To be exact, the weeds here were all yellow-class herbs. From far away, Li Fuchen noticed a heaven-class high-tier herb, the Heaven Flame Spirit Fusing Herb. He was preparing to harvest it. Roar! The nearby Fire Dao Qi surged, and a scarlet giant beast formed from Fire Dao Qi appeared in Li Fuchen's vision. Fire Spirit. Li Fuchen was rather surprised. This world didn't just have flesh and blood life forms. There were also natural life forms. The Fire Spirit was a kind of natural life form and was innately able to control the Fire Dao law. The scarlet giant beast opened its mouth and shot out a scarlet-red sticky fireball at Li Fuchen. Bang! With a flick of Li Fuchen's finger, the fireball exploded and splashed out like a stream of flames, burning a deep pit on the ground. The finger force didn't weaken and penetrated the fireball before penetrating the Fire Spirit's body. Immediately after, the Fire Spirit's body collapsed. Li Fuchen was surprised that the Fire Spirit didn't perish. The Fire Dao Qi surged and formed another body. Subsequently, Li Fuchen destroyed the Fire Spirit's body 4 times in a row before truly eliminating the Fire Spirit. If I encounter a saint-class natural life form, I will have to be careful. Li Fuchen was on guard. This Fire Spirit was only a half-saint. If it had the strength of a low-level saint, Li Fuchen might not be able to kill it even after 40 or 400 times. For the next period of time, Li Fuchen realized that as long as it was a heaven-class high-tier herb, there would definitely be a half-saint-class natural life form. Fire Spirit, Water Spirit, Earth Spirit, Wind Spirit, there were all kinds of natural life forms. It mainly depended on the attributes of the heaven-class high-tier herb. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen didn't see a single saint-class natural life form. Li Fuchen reckoned that a saint-class natural life form should be guarding the extreme Dao herb. A mere law phase realm emperor dares to come to the Black Whirlpool Island. A massive sharp claw image instantly slashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen lifted his head and looked over. Over 10 miles away, a middle-aged man with a fierce gaze was standing on top of a tree. It was obvious that he didn't treat Li Fuchen seriously. After the claw strike, he didn't make another move. In his opinion, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to block his claw. Raising his right index and middle fingers, the sword light burst forth, and Li Fuchen cleaved off the sharp claw phantom. Sage! The fierce middle-aged man was rather astonished. He thought that it was a law phase realm emperor and didn't expect for it to be a saint. Jiang Yi's ability to conceal his qi presence was too good and was even able to deceive him. Since you're a sage, why do you need to hide your aura? The fierce-looking man flicked his fingernails. Whether or not I'm a sage has nothing to do with you. Just now, I took a claw attack from you. Now, take a sword attack from me. The joint heaven sword was unsheathed and Li Fuchen slashed. Hua! The dazzling sword light froze time. Clang, clang, sparks burst out violently. The fierce middle-aged man's hands had already turned into sharp claws and clashed with the sword light. But what shocked him was that, as a mid-tier demonic beast overlord, he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. His hands were instantly turned into a bloody mess, and his body was also slashed by the sword qi. Damn it, this fellow is a mid-tier saint. The fierce middle-aged man turned into a jackal and fled. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. With his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. Furthermore, there wasn't a need to waste time on fighting and killing. The Black Whirlpool Island also had night. When the day arrived and the night arrived, the dense darkness law would envelop the sky, causing fear to emerge from the depths of one's spirit soul. The extreme Tao hidden domain is indeed formidable. Without considering the size, the extreme Tao hidden domain was definitely superior to high-class continents. It wouldn't be wrong to say that it was an apex continent. Of course, the deep blue plain didn't have any apex continents. Furthermore, the extreme Tao hidden domain was too small. When the night arrived, a kind of wandering natural life form appeared on the black whirlpool island, darkness life forms. Unlike other natural life forms, darkness life forms had extremely aggressive attacks. As long as they were discovered, they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Furthermore, darkness life forms were harder to kill than other natural life forms. Li Fuchen would need to destroy a half-saint darkness life form at least 6 times to kill it. In the dense darkness, there was a shadow that was constantly growing. When Li Fuchen got closer, he realized that it was a shadow tree that was emitting pure darkness chi presence. It looked like a shadow tree that didn't have a physical body. The tree looked a little like a coconut tree. The trunk was straight, and at the top of the trunk was a small cluster of branches. On the branches, there was a fruit with black flowing light patterns growing on it. It looked a little illusory. Darkness shadow fruit. Li Fuchen was moved. The darkness shadow fruit was definitely one of the peak class artifacts and wasn't inferior to the black whirlpool fruit. The darkness shadow fruit might be most effective for those that cultivated the darkness law, but it was also very useful for others. For example, the darkness shadow fruit could turn a person from a corporeal state to an illusory state and wouldn't suffer any injuries until the darkness shadow fruit's medicinal effects were exhausted. Apart from that, the darkness shadow fruit could also heal spirit soul injuries, increase one's illusion art resistance, and many other effects. According to what Li Fuchen knew, a single darkness shadow fruit was worth a few thousand peak-grade spirit stones, and it was enough to trigger a battle between saints. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to collect the darkness shadow fruit. His eyes were locked onto the shadow snake on the tree trunk. This shadow snake was almost fused with the darkness shadow tree. If Li Fuchen recklessly went over to collect the darkness shadow fruit, he would definitely suffer a fatal attack from the shadow snake. Saint class darkness life form. Li Fuchen might not have fought, but he was certain that the shadow snake was a saint class life form. Li Fuchen activated the Hand of Moon and aimed his left hand at the darkness shadow fruit on the darkness shadow tree. He wanted to use the gravity law to pull the darkness shadow fruit down. However, the darkness shadow tree and the darkness shadow fruit didn't seem to have a physical body, and the gravity law wasn't effective. Slash. Li Fuchen released a sword chi and slashed at the darkness shadow fruit. At this moment, the shadow snake moved and swung its tail to shatter the sword chi. It seems like I have to fight. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to give up on the darkness shadow fruit, as he was in urgent need of resources. With a flash, Li Fuchen charged at the shadow snake. SS. The shadow snake raised its head and opened its pitch-black mouth. In the next moment, an illusory snake head that was emitting a boundless darkness chi presence appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The snake's eyes opened, and the dark red eyes looked like they were going to drag Li Fuchen's soul spirit out. To be exact, it was indeed dragging Li Fuchen's soul spirit. If it was any other saint, they might have fallen for it. It was a pity that the soul spirit was Li Fuchen's strongest aspect. The shadow snake's eyes weren't even able to shake his soul spirit. Die! Li Fuchen blasted his sword, and the sword light was like a giant sun-like fireball that blasted on the shadow snake. Without any sound or presence, the shadow snake was devoured by the light and disintegrated. Even the darkness shadow tree that didn't have a physical body had a moment of distortion. Arriving at a branch, Li Fuchen extended his hand, and a weightless fruit landed in his hand. Right at this moment, a shadow that was as sharp as a spear suddenly emerged from the void and was about to penetrate Li Fuchen's body. I'm already on guard against you. Li Fuchen executed a backhand slash to sever the shadow before he quickly retreated. In his vision, the shadow snake had already recovered. The shadow snake's speed was definitely faster than Li Fuchen. No matter where Li Fuchen fled to, he wouldn't be able to escape from the shadow snake's pursuit. Li Fuchen was already in despair to slay the shadow snake. He had destroyed the shadow snake at least 100 times, but was still unable to kill it. Chapter 825. If there was a shadow fruit, there would naturally be a corresponding light mango. From afar, Li Fuchen seemed to see a small sun shining in the sky. Taking a closer look, there was a tree that looked similar to the shadow tree, but it was shining with a golden light. At the top of this golden tree was a dazzling fruit with dark golden patterns on its surface. Just the mango was a top-notch treasure with a similar value as the shadow fruit. However, for those who did not cultivate the darkness law or the light law, the actual value of the mango was much higher. If the shadow fruit was worth thousands of top Great Spirit stones, then the mango would be worth more than 10,000 top Great Spirit stones. Let alone ordinary great monarchs. Even peak-level great monarchs would flock to mangoes. It's light mango. The radiance of the light mango was too dazzling. At the same time, there were quite a few demon overlords and saints who discovered the light mango. Everyone rushed over with their fastest speed. On the Black Whirlpool Island, everyone's soul consciousness could only extend for tens or hundreds of miles, but the light of the radiant mango could penetrate the void and appear directly in front of them, so they could see the radiant mango from thousands of miles away. The closest demon sage was only about 50 kilometers away from the light mango. However, being close to it was not a good thing. The light life form on the light tree was a huge headache for him. He could fight it, but he could not defeat it at all, let alone kill it. The other party's body was like a ball of light, without a physical body. Grab all the mangoes first. The demon saint that had transformed into a human revealed its true form. It was a strange demonic beast with a pair of transparent wings and 4 eyes. Its speed was extremely fast. With a flap of its transparent wings, it directly teleported near the light mango. However, even though he was fast, the radiant life form was even faster. With a flash of light, it intercepted the other party. Haha, light mango is mine. The second to arrive was a green-robed man. This green-robed man should have cultivated Wind Dao Law. He turned into a breeze and swept towards the light mango. Damn it, the 4-eyed demonic beast was infuriated. If it hadn't been for him holding back the light life form, the other party wouldn't have had the chance to approach the light mango. Just as the light mango was about to fall into the green-robed man's hand, a sword light flashed and the light mango disappeared. Who is it? The green-clothed man flew into a rage out of humiliation. Anyone who saw a cooked duck fly away would be incomparably furious. At the same time, the green-robed man punched the sword light. He might only be a low-level saint, but his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Unity Realm. There wasn't much difference between him and an ordinary mid-level saint. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the sword light shattered, revealing the figure in the sword light. I really can't underestimate the saints of the world. Li Fuchen thought he could escape smoothly, but didn't expect to be hit by the opponent's fist. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could sense that there were people coming from all directions. He was thinking of a plan to leave. Hand over the light mango, and I'll spare your life. The green-clothed man didn't spare Li Fuchen and punched at Li Fuchen. For a moment, the void was filled with fist shadows. Heavenly Thunder, illusory sword. Pulling out the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen man and Sword Union came behind the green-clothed man in a flash. The Skyline sword art actually had the shadow of the solipsism sword principle. Many of its moves required one to become one with the sword. Poochie. The green-clothed man looked down, and it was unknown when his body was slashed open. He didn't even feel any pain. Of course, as a saint, such injuries weren't enough to claim his life. Therefore, he immediately took out an extreme Dao cardinal artifact and tossed it at Li Fuchen. It was a silver iron hoop, and it was covered with ancient runes. The iron hoop expanded with the wind, and when it approached Li Fuchen, it was already the size of a small mountain. It was about to envelop Li Fuchen. Heaven and earth, as I wish. Li Fuchen didn't dare to be enveloped by the iron hoop. Even if it was an inferior ceiling-type extreme Dao cardinal artifact, once Li Fuchen was enveloped, it wouldn't be easy to escape. He might just be defeated. A A sword light flashed, and Li Fuchen dodged the iron hoop by a hair's breadth. Chinquin hoop, expand, expand. The green-clothed man's wounds had already closed. He chanted an incantation, and the silver hoop continued to expand. It produced a powerful suction force that caused Li Fuchen's sword light to slow down, as though he was sinking into a stream of water. This cardinal artifact isn't simple. Li Fuchen raised his brows. How could he know that the green-clothed man's Chinquin hoop was a third-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact? Furthermore, it was a replica of the super first-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact, the Chinquin hoop. It was extremely effective when used to trap people. Otherwise, the green-clothed man wouldn't dare to come to the black whirlpool island alone. But it isn't that easy to trap me. Li Fuchen's body burst out with heroic chi. The sword light was more than 10 times more nimble. It swept through the sky and dodged the iron hoop again. This fellow's sword art and movement technique are incredible. The green-clothed man's face turned dark. His Chinquin hoop had even trapped mid-level saints before, but it failed twice against Li Fuchen. Heavy water boundary. Just as Li Fuchen dodged the iron hoop, a massive boundary enveloped him. In the next moment, the void was replaced by an endless stream of water. Furthermore, this stream of water was extremely heavy. A single drop of water was probably as heavy as a small mountain. The person who executed the boundary was an ugly, middle-aged, mid-tier, demonic beast overlord. This heavy water boundary was his innate ability. Skyfire Splitting Sun Sword. Inside the heavy water boundary, Li Fuchen's speed was extremely slow. After dispersing the heaven and earth realm sword intent, Li Fuchen slashed diagonally. The sword chi was like a giant sun that instantly filled the entire heavy water boundary. Boom! There was an explosion of radiance as the heavy water boundary was broken. The blinding radiance made the green-clothed man and the ugly middle-aged man's eyes hurt. It felt as though there were countless scorching sword chi stabbing at their eyes. By the time they reacted, Li Fuchen had already vanished without a trace. He actually broke my heavy water boundary. The ugly middle-aged man's eyes revealed ferocious light. Chase! The green-clothed man locked onto Li Fuchen's figure and chased after him. The ugly middle-aged man followed closely behind. As for the demonic beast overlord that arrived first, it was entangled by the radiant life form and couldn't escape. Over a dozen miles away, Li Fuchen burst out with extreme speed. His current strength might be comparable with regular mid-level saints, but it was still rather difficult to deal with a mid-tier demonic beast overlord and a third-level soul unity realm saint at the same time. After all, at their level, as long as they didn't have overwhelming strength, there were plenty of factors to determine the victor. Like the green-clothed man, who had an incredible extreme Tao cardinal artifact. Another example would be the mid-tier demonic beast overlord who had outstanding innate abilities. It caused their combat strength to be inferior to Li Fuchen, but it was rather difficult for Li Fuchen to suppress them. Of course, most importantly, there were people rushing over from all directions. Chapter 826. In comparison, Li Fuchen's speed was still slightly faster than the green-clothed man and the ugly middle-aged man. 1 hour later, the trio was already a few hundred miles apart. This distance was already beyond the range of spiritual awareness. 1 shadow fruit and 1 radiant mango. I have made a huge profit this time. Li Fuchen was smiling. To him, treasures that were worth a few dozen peak-grade spirit stones were already enough for him, let alone peak-grade treasures that were worth over 10,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Of course, Li Fuchen needed these 2 treasures very much too. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't sell them. Therefore, it would be even better if he could obtain some other treasures. At the same time, in a crater that was emitting blazing chi presence on the Black Whirlpool Island, a great battle was happening. The battle was between a Saber Dao Saint and a Fire Dao Saint. The Saber Dao Saint was a mid-level saint and was extremely powerful. He was almost comparable to the Ghost Sword Saint. The Fire Dao Saint might not be as powerful as the Saber Dao Saint, but he had an endless supply of extreme Dao cardinal artifacts. For a short period of time, he was actually able to suppress the Saber Dao Saint. Flying Cloud Saber Saint, give my Zhu clan some face. I, Zhu Herong, am determined to obtain this peak-grade fire element crystal. The Fire Dao Saint, whose clothes were embroidered with a special flame pattern, said. If it was anyone else, Zhu Herong wouldn't have spoken so nicely. But this Flying Cloud Saber Saint was one of the upper echelons of the Saint Saber Gate. In terms of strength, the Saint Saber Gate wasn't inferior to the Zhu clan, but their foundation was slightly inferior. Zhu Herong, do you really think your Zhu clan is still a demigod clan? The gray-clothed Flying Cloud Saber Saint sneered. The fire element crystal wasn't an ordinary item. A low-grade fire element crystal was worth 2 peak-grade spirit stones. A mid-grade fire element crystal was worth 10 peak-grade spirit stones. A high-grade fire element crystal was worth 100 peak-grade spirit stones. And a single peak-grade fire element crystal was worth 2,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Only a fool would give the peak-grade fire element crystal to Zhu Herong. Flying Cloud Saber Saint, since you aren't giving me face, don't blame me for being merciless. Go! An iron orb appeared in Zhu Herong's hand. As soon as the iron orb flew out, it expanded in size, and the flames of the sun burst forth, making it look like a miniature sun as it shot toward the Flying Cloud Saber Saint. The Soaring Cloud Saber Saint narrowed his eyes. The Zhu clan was a demigod clan and had an extremely deep foundation. The Zhu clan's extreme Dao secret treasure, the Ardent Sun Pearl, was even more famous. However, the Ardent Sun Pearl was also divided into grades. The Ardent Sun Pearl that Zhu Herong used was clearly a second-rate extreme Dao secret treasure. It was extremely powerful and was comparable to a mid-stage Saint Monarch executing a rather perfect second-rate extreme Dao martial art. Flying Cloud Slash. The Flying Cloud Saber Saint knew that he couldn't avoid the Ardent Sun Pearl, so he held his saber with both hands and slashed out vertically. A dragon-like saber light slashed at the scorching Sun Pearl. Clang! As the blade light and the Ardent Sun Pearl clashed, a strong air wave burst out. Kacha! In the next moment, the blazing Sun Pearl crushed the saber light and continued to blast toward the Flying Cloud Saber Saint. Cloud Sea Chop! The Flying Cloud Saber Saint slashed out with 10,000 sabers. Layers of saber light surged like a sea of clouds and sent the Ardent Sun Pearl flying. The Ardent Sun Pearl landed in Zhu Herong's hand. Seeing the saber light surging over, Zhu Herong opened his mouth and spat out an earthy yellow shield. It enlarged and blocked in front of him. Clang, 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 thousands of sparks burst out, but the earthy yellow shield didn't budge and forcefully blocked the saber light. Roaming Dragon Chop. The Flying Cloud Saber Saint turned into a silver roaming dragon and flew around Zhu Herong. Such an incredible saber art. Zhu Herong was shocked. Previously, he could suppress the Flying Cloud Saber Saint for a short period of time because the latter had underestimated him. Now that the Flying Cloud Saber Saint was going all out, Zhu Herong was under a lot of pressure. The earthy yellow shield was also an extreme Dao secret treasure, but it was just a third-rate extreme Dao secret treasure. Apart from the shocking frontal defense, the earthy yellow protective layer that it emitted couldn't withstand the Flying Cloud Saber Saint's chop. After a few breaths, the earthy yellow protective layer was slashed open with a puff. Zhu Herong grunted and flew back, but he stopped after flying for dozens of meters. Judging from his aura, he wasn't injured. Extreme Dao armor. The Flying Cloud Saber Saint frowned. The Zhu clan's foundation was simply too deep. This Zhu Herong was just an ordinary mid-level saint, but he had more extreme Dao cardinal treasures than a high-level saint. It was reckoned that a regular peak-level saint wouldn't be able to compare to him. Of course, external forces were ultimately external forces. Activating extreme Dao secret treasures consumed a lot of qi. It was at least a few times more than executing martial arts. It was normal for powerful extreme Dao secret treasures to consume 10 times or even 100 times more than executing martial arts. The silver roaming dragon was extremely fast and constantly clashed with Zhu Herong. Damn it, Zhu Herong had an awful expression. He originally thought that with so many extreme Tao secret treasures, even if he couldn't suppress the flying cloud saber saint, he could at least render the latter helpless. He didn't expect the latter to be so troublesome. He had to admit that he had underestimated the latter. As his qi was gradually consumed, Zhu Herong had the intention to retreat. He might have plenty of qi replenishing elixirs and some peak-grade spirit stones, but it was useless against an opponent that he couldn't defeat. Flying Cloud Saber Saint, I will remember you. Zhu Herong left. The Flying Cloud Saber Saint didn't give chase. He slashed open a depression and retrieved a peak-grade fire element crystal from the depths of the ground. After flying for a distance, Zhu Herong's anger still lingered in his heart. The peak-grade fire element crystal was too useful to him and was even comparable with the Black Whirlpool fruit. The Black Whirlpool fruit could increase his perception and allow his fire Dao martial arts to reach a higher rank. But a single Black Whirlpool fruit wasn't able to increase his strength by a lot. But a single peak-grade fire element crystal was able to increase his cultivation by several levels. He was now at the 4th level of Unity Realm. If he had more peak-grade fire element crystals, it was just a matter of time before his cultivation reached the high-level saint. It was a pity that everything was destroyed by the Flying Cloud Saber Saint. Flying Cloud Saber Saint, this matter won't end like this. Zhu Herong had the intention to kill the Flying Cloud Saber Saint. From far away, Zhu Herong saw a sword light flying over. Dying. As though venting his anger, Zhu Herong sent a palm strike over. What is going on? Li Fuchen immediately saw Zhu Herong and was planning to leave quickly. He didn't expect for Zhu Herong to send a palm strike over without saying a word. The blazing palm print felt like it was engraved in the void and had sealed the area where Li Fuchen was. Heaven and earth roam. Li Fuchen forcefully sliced open the void and escaped from the palm print's range like a fish. Ardent Sun Pearl go. After failing to kill Li Fuchen with a single palm strike, Zhu Herong tossed out the Ardent Sun Pearl. This is the Zhu clan style indeed. This was the 3rd time Li Fuchen encountered a member of the Zhu clan. The first time was at the Savage Hidden Domain, the second time was at the Fire Dragon Island. Each time, the Zhu clan gave Li Fuchen the feeling that they were tyrannical, arrogant, and condescending. It felt as though everyone was inferior to them. Li Fuchen wasn't going to indulge them. He didn't care if the Zhu clan was a half-god clan or a god-class clan. As long as they provoked him, he wouldn't care. Celestial will slash. After cultivating the Skyline Sword Art's 6th move, Celestial will slash, Li Fuchen hadn't executed it much. This was the official first time. The sword light was like a mist that suddenly dispersed. It bypassed the Ardent Sun Pearl and slashed at Zhu Herong. Clang! There was a burst of sparks, and Zhu Herong's chest felt stifled as he was sent flying. How is this possible? Zhu Herong's eyes were wide open as he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. How could he know that the Celestial will slash wasn't just powerful? The sword move's mystical aspect was the crux. The Ardent Sun Pearl might be powerful, but it was a straightforward attack. How could it block the Celestial will slash? Chapter 827. Go! Li Fuchen knew that Zhu Herong was wearing an extreme Dao armor when he wasn't able to injure him. An extreme Dao armor was the same as Zhu Herong having a defensive extreme Dao martial art. It wasn't that easy to break the defense. At least with Li Fuchen's ability, he wasn't able to break the defense, let alone injuring Zhu Herong. If Li Fuchen wanted to leave, how could Zhu Herong allow him to do so? He swung his hand and a red talisman flew at Li Fuchen. Along the way, the talisman burned and the flaming bird appeared. It instantly enveloped Li Fuchen. Bang boom! Li Fuchen's sword energy protection had burst from the heat. Immediately after, the law field had burst too. The flames were wreaking havoc on Li Fuchen's body mercilessly. Zhu Herong's face was filled with cold intent. This flaming bird saint talisman was stronger than the Ardent Sun Pearl, and its attack speed was several times faster. If the flaming bird saint talisman didn't have a limited number of uses, Zhu Herong would have made the flying cloud saber saint suffer during the battle. Of course, Zhu Herong knew that the flaming bird saint talisman could only make the flying cloud saber saint suffer a little. It was basically impossible to defeat the flying cloud saber saint. Therefore, Zhu Herong didn't use it. He should be dead, right? Zhu Herong was preparing to withdraw the flaming bird saint talisman. Swish! A streak of sword light rushed out of the flames and instantly rushed to the horizon. With the sword energy protection and the law field, the flaming bird saint talisman's power was already reduced by half. The remaining power wasn't enough to injure Li Fuchen. Zhu Herong was startled as Li Fuchen had already flown very far away. According to Li Fuchen's speed, even if Zhu Herong chased after him, he wouldn't be able to catch up. When the flaming bird saint talisman landed in Zhu Herong's hand, his expression was extremely gloomy. The intense murderous intent had caused the ground to crack. A few hundred miles away, Li Fuchen thought to himself, I can't carry on like this. In the future, all the places I appear in will be saints. Putting aside regular saints, those saints with formidable strength or those with plenty of cardinal artifacts are too much of a threat to me. I have to increase my sword Dao cultivation to the half-saint level as soon as possible. As for extreme Dao cardinal artifacts, they might be able to increase my strength, but with my current sword energy, I can only use them a few times. Activating an extreme Dao cardinal artifact would consume a lot more chi than activating an extreme Dao weapon. Li Fuchen reckoned that he would only be able to activate a mediocre extreme Dao cardinal artifact a few times. The Black Whirlpool Island was neither big nor small. However, due to the large number of great sages and demon saints that came to the island, there were frequent battles. There were many reasons for these battles, but the main reason was still the treasures. The treasures on the Black Whirlpool Island were too precious, easily worth more than 100 Supreme Spirit Stones. It was known that even a saint wouldn't have many Supreme Spirit Stones with them. After all, a saint would need too many Supreme Spirit Stones to advance by one level, which wasn't enough for cultivation. Only some extremely powerful saints or saints with heaven-defying opportunities would have a large number of Supreme Spirit Stones with them. If anyone knew that Li Fuchen had obtained a Shadow Fruit and a Radiant Mango, they would definitely pursue Li Fuchen to the ends of the world. One had to know that these two treasures were top-notch treasures even in the universe, let alone regular saints. Even peak-level saints would covet them. Is that the Zhu clan's Zhu Herong? From far away, the green-clothed man who fought with Li Fuchen previously and possessed the cardinal artifact Chinquan Bangles saw Zhu Herong and transmitted a message. You are? Zhu Herong didn't recognize the green-clothed man. The green-clothed man said, I am Saint Qian. What's the matter? Zhu Herong could see that the green-clothed man was at the third level of Unity Realm. He was confident he could defeat the green-clothed man, but he wasn't confident he could make the green-clothed man stay. Have you seen this person before? Saint Qian, he used his chi to draw out Li Fuchen's image. If the Radiant Mango wasn't too important, he wouldn't ask Zhu Herong. Everyone knew that the Zhu clan was overbearing and arrogant. Why should I tell you? Zhu Herong naturally recognized Li Fuchen and asked in reply. Saint Qian, he said, he has an artifact, and it is an extremely top-notch artifact. If Brother Zhu is willing to work with me, after obtaining the artifact, we will split it 30 to 70. I will take 30%, and you will take 70%. Saint Qian, he was going all out, even though he knew that Zhu Herong wasn't a benevolent person. After obtaining the Radiance Fruits, Zhu Herong might make a move on him or go back on his word. However, Saint Qian, he had his own trump card. If he couldn't defeat Zhu Herong, he was confident he could escape. What artifact? Zhu Herong's eyes flashed with radiance, and at the same time, there was a flash of regret. Saint Qian, he said it was a top-notch artifact, and its value was probably comparable to the peak-grade fire element crystal. If Saint Qian knew that Li Fuchen had such an artifact, Saint Qian, he would have to make Li Fuchen stay, even if he had to pay a price. After thinking about it, Saint Qian, he said, Radiant Mango. With his strength, he wouldn't be able to take down Li Fuchen. Therefore, he had to rely on Zhu Hairong. Zhu Hairong's breathing became erratic. Radiant mango. It was actually a radiant mango. As compared to the radiant mango, the peak-grade fire element crystal was nothing. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the value of a radiant mango was enough for him to become one of the top high-level saints. Aren't you afraid I will go back on my words? Zhu Hairong looked at Saint Qianyi. Saint Qianyi laughed and said, Yes, of course I am. Therefore, I want you to swear. Swearing wasn't fatal to a saint, but it would affect the saint's Tao heart. Unless it was an evil Tao saint, no one would make a random vow. Zhu Hairong was a little hesitant as he didn't dare to make a random vow. Who knew what the consequences would be? If you want to cooperate, show me your confidence. Zhu Hairong decided that if Saint Qianyi didn't have any trump cards, he would refuse to cooperate. Saint Qianyi took out the Qian Kuan bangles. After activating them, there was a horrific suction force. I wonder if this is enough. A replica of the Qian Kuan bangles. Zhu Hairong immediately saw through the usage of the Qian Kuan bangles. With the Qian Kuan bangles, Saint Qianyi was indeed qualified to cooperate with him. After all, Li Fuchen was very slippery, and if Saint Qianyi wasn't paying attention, Li Fuchen would slip away. Subsequently, Zhu Hairong swore that he wouldn't make a move on Saint Qianyi. After taking back the radiant mango, they would split the profits 30-70. If he violated this oath, his martial Tao path would be stagnant. Seeing that Zhu Hairong had made the vow, Saint Qianyi let out a breath of relief. Of course, he wouldn't naively assume that Zhu Hairong would abide by the oath. After all, if Saint Qianyi obtained the Radiance Fruit, this oath was worth a few thousand peak-grade spirit stones. In the depths of the Black Whirlpool Island, Li Fuchen didn't know that Saint Qianyi and Zhu Hairong were working together. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. If they were to fight to the death, Li Fuchen might be able to deal with the duo. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen arrived at a small valley. In this small valley, there was a faint trace of an extremely obscure fluctuation. The instant Li Fuchen stepped into the small valley, the spatial zone changed and an unfamiliar world appeared in front of Li Fuchen. What class of array is this? Li Fuchen was shocked. Before entering the small valley, Li Fuchen used his spirit soul power to scan, but didn't find any traces of array. It was obvious that the array that enveloped the small valley was beyond his imagination. It was at least a Class 9 high-tier array, or even a Class 9 peak-tier array. This was a dilapidated world, and there was a gloomy and deathly presence everywhere. From far away, Li Fuchen saw a corpse. From the remnant chi presence of the corpse, it was obviously a saint when he was still alive. After walking closer, Li Fuchen noticed that the corpse was already rotten. The strange thing was that the corpse's storage bag was still there. Li Fuchen originally thought that the storage bag wouldn't have anything good, but when he opened it, he realized that there were massive amounts of resources inside. There were even 2 peak-grade spirit stones. Did he die from the array power? Li Fuchen frowned. If the corpse was killed, the storage bag would definitely be taken away. Since it wasn't taken away, it meant that the corpse wasn't killed. After finding a place, Li Fuchen started to cultivate. This array was filled with strangeness, and he had to be cautious. At the current stage, the only thing he could do was to increase his strength. Chapter 828. Half a day later, Li Fuchen finally knew how that person died. This array formation contained an extremely terrifying, deathly aura that was specially used to corrode one's true spirit. Furthermore, it was silent, and by the time one reacted, the deathly aura had already taken root. If his guess was correct, that person's true spirit should have been extinguished and his soul dispersed. It was fortunate that the true spirit came from the spirit soul. It could be said that the spirit soul was the source of the true spirit. Whenever the true spirit suffered a trace of damage, Li Fuchen's spirit soul would emit a trace of purplish-red chi presence to compensate for the damage. This is an array formation that specifically targets true spirits. Even a peak-level Saint Monarch would die if he were to enter. Li Fuchen's true spirit definitely wasn't weak, but Li Fuchen reckoned that without the support of his spirit soul, his true spirit would only last for half a month. Outside the small valley, a low-level demon saint appeared. A day later, the low-level demon saint died in the array. In the following week, another mid-level demon overlord and a low-level demon overlord came. The former lasted for 5 days, while the latter lasted for 4. On this day, Sage Qian, Yi, and Zhu Herong also arrived outside the small valley. Just like the people before them, the two of them did not suspect anything and directly entered the small valley. Not good. Half a day later, Sage Monarch Qian, Yi was the first to notice that something was wrong. What happened? Zhu Herong was startled. Sage Lord Qian, Yi said with a horrified expression, "This formation contains a deathly, still aura. Our true spirits have already been invaded by it." Hearing this, Zhu Herong immediately inspected his true spirit. Very quickly, his complexion became unsightly. On the originally resplendent and flawless holy spirit, there was a trace of mottling, as if it had been branded by time. The key point was that he didn't feel anything at all. The two of them tried their best, but were unable to expel the deathly stillness. After 3 days, Sage Qian Yi's eyes had dimmed a lot. However, in comparison, Zhu Herong's eyes were even dimmer, which made Zhu Herong feel a little strange. In terms of cultivation, he was at the 4th level of the Unity Realm, while the other party was at the 3rd level of the Unity Realm. Logically speaking, the other party should be the first to collapse. Could it be that the other party had some sort of treasure that could protect his true spirit? Under the threat of life and death, Zhu Herong's killing intent was aroused. Compared to the future of martial arts, life was more important. If he didn't even have his life, how could he talk about the future of martial arts? Moreover, it was hard to say whether the oath would affect his martial arts future. Perhaps it was just a rumor. Die! While Sage Monarch Qian, he wasn't prepared. Zhu Herong suddenly took out the Scorching Sun Pearl and smashed it towards Sage Monarch Qian Yi. Dang! A silver iron ring blocked the fierce Sun Pearl. Zhu Herong, I knew you weren't trustworthy. Sage Qian, he was furious. Looks like you've been guarding against me for a long time, but it's useless. After failing to kill Sage Qian Yi with one attack, Zhu Herong decisively launched a second attack. The Firebird Holy Talisman transformed into a fiery Firebird and rushed out. The Firebird was so fast that Sage Lord Qian, he had no time to dodge. All he could do was retract his cosmic bangles and trap himself within them. Boom, boom, boom. The Firebird struck the cosmic bangles again and again, causing the cosmic bangles to wobble. Its surface was charred and cracked. After all, the cosmic bangles were only a third-rate extreme Tao Mystic Treasure. They were incomparable to the second-rate extreme Tao Mystic Treasure, the Blazing Sun Pearl, or the Firebird's Sacred Talisman. As time passed, the cosmic bangles would definitely be destroyed. Damn it! Sage Monarch Qian Yi realized that he had underestimated Zhu Herong. Zhu Herong actually possessed 2 second-rate cardinal treasures. Such a foundation was something that most high-level saints couldn't compare to. With a flip of his left hand, a white pearl landed on his hand. Sage Monarch Qian, he felt a little heartache. This pearl was something that he had obtained with great difficulty from a ruined hidden domain. It contained the extreme Mist Dao laws and was able to block all scouting. It was a pity that it could only be used once. He had already used one earlier, and this was the last one. Bang! Sage Monarch Qian, he swung his hand and sent the white pearl flying before exploding in the air. The thick smoke instantly covered a radius of 100 miles, and it continued to expand. Within the mist, one couldn't even see one's fingers. The effective range of spiritual awareness was only a mere 10 meters. Burn it! Zhu Herong activated the Firebird Holy Talisman and wanted to burn the mist. It was a pity that everything was futile. After a long time, a figure rushed out of the mist. It was Sage Monarch Qian. Sage Monarch Qian, he turned to look at Zhu Herong and snorted. So what if you are stronger than me and have more artifacts? Without a method to protect your true spirit, you will die in front of me sooner or later. Before the mist dispersed, Sage Monarch Qian Yi's figure flashed and vanished into the distance. This array seemed to be boundless. After flying for half a month, Li Fuchen still wasn't able to fly out of the array. Li Fuchen knew clearly that the higher the grade of the array, the better the sealing effect. A Class 9 peak tier array would overturn heaven and earth and form a world of its own. As long as the array wasn't broken, Li Fuchen would never be able to leave. It was fortunate that during this month, Li Fuchen saw another corpse and found a peak-grade spirit stone from the corpse's storage bag. According to Li Fuchen's estimation, he would need at most 3 more peak-grade spirit stones for his chi cultivation to break through. There is a corpse. From far away, Li Fuchen noticed the third corpse. This corpse was very unique as it was actually standing there and the body wasn't rotting. It was glowing with a faint luster. It should be a high-level saint. In fact, if the saint wasn't inside the array, the saint's body wouldn't rot. Even if the saint was dead, the corpse would contain astounding power, and the power would protect the saint's corpse. Li Fuchen's hand sucked and a storage bag landed on his hand. After opening it, Li Fuchen's breathing became erratic. There were actually 20 peak-grade spirit stones inside. I can definitely progress to a half-saint. Li Fuchen bowed to the saint and left to search for a place to go into seclusion. In a concealed stone forest, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and his chi presence was getting stronger. The peak level of 9th level law phase realm and half-saint might only have a difference of 1 level, but in terms of life level, it was a huge chasm. To be serious, a half-saint's life level could already be considered a saint. Without cultivating other great Daos, a law phase realm emperor's lifespan would be around 2,000 years. A half-saint's lifespan would exceed 10,000 years. The extremely formidable half-saints might even have a lifespan of a few tens of thousands of years. The difference in life level would cause the chi that the two of them cultivated to be completely different. The strength that they could exhibit was also completely different. After absorbing half of the third peak-grade spirit stone, Li Fuchen's chi presence suddenly burst out. Countless sword lights exploded and shot in all directions. Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of sacred radiance flashed. He muttered to himself, "This is the half-saint realm?" He could feel that his sword energy wasn't just a few times stronger, it was at least 10 times stronger. At the same time, his sword Dao bloodline was much purer, and it complemented and nourished his sword energy. There were still 17.5 peak-grade spirit stones left. After stabilizing his sword Dao bloodline and sword energy, Li Fuchen continued his seclusion. Chapter 829. It seems like when I cultivate, I consume more peak-grade spirit stones than others. Li Fuchen gradually sensed that something wasn't right. The peak level of 9th level law phase realm would require around 10 peak-grade spirit stones to advance from the initial level of half-saint to the mid-stage of half-saint. Next, the mid-stage of half-saint to the late stage of half-saint would require another 20 peak-grade spirit stones. It seemed to be too wasteful. Li Fuchen guessed that it should be related to the primary extreme sword technique. The primary extreme sword technique and the primary extreme sword art were of the same lineage, and both had the potential of the supreme sword Dao. Therefore, when cultivating, the amount of peak-grade spirit stones required was a few times or even 10 times more than others. Furthermore, the higher the cultivation level, the more exaggerated the requirements would be. But correspondingly, the increase in strength would also be more exaggerated. With my current cultivation level, I should be able to activate the extreme Dao cardinal artifacts. Apart from the 20 peak-grade spirit stones in the third corpse's storage bag, there were 3 other extreme Dao cardinal artifacts. They were a blue bracelet, a green feather, and a yellow talisman. After refining them one by one, Li Fuchen knew the names of the 3 cardinal artifacts. The blue bracelet was called Water Curtain Heaven Splendor and was a third-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact. After activating it, it could release a water screen to protect the user. The green feather was called Soaring Wind and was also a third-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact. After activating it, it could increase the user's speed. As for the yellow talisman, it was a second-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact and was called the Gravity Talisman. It could release a gravity barrier. With these 3 cardinal artifacts, my overall strength has increased by several times. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. His defense might be tough, but it wasn't indestructible. The water curtain heaven splendor was the same as adding another layer of defense, and it could save his life during crucial moments. The soaring wind had a great increase in speed. Be it pursuing the enemy or escaping for one's life, it was useful. The gravity talisman could suppress the enemy's strength and speed, and was the most precious. Let me see how much the soaring wind can increase my speed. After activating the green feather, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and flew out. As compared to the past, this sword light was much lighter. It was fleeting and unfathomable. My speed has increased by 3 times. The sword light stopped, and Li Fuchen's eyes were very bright. Speed wasn't strength, and it was much harder to increase than strength. A sudden increase in speed by 3 times was equivalent to increasing strength by 10 times. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Li Fuchen discovered the 4th corpse. In the storage bag of this corpse, there were no top-grade spirit stones or secret treasures of the limitless Tao, but there was a mediocre extreme Tao treasure sword, the Autumn Rain Sword. This sword only needed to be infused with sword essence. It could erupt with Autumn Rain Sword Chi. Its power was astonishing, at least many times stronger than the current Joint Heaven Sword. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen didn't give up on finding a way out. Although there were amazing opportunities in the formation, and with his ability, he could persist for a long time under the erosion of the deathly stillness. However, he still wanted to find the black whirlpool fruit, and he didn't want to die of old age in the formation. Thus, he had to find a way out. From afar, Li Fuchen saw a slightly dilapidated palace. This was the first time he saw a building since he entered the array and the Black Whirlpool Island. Coming to the plaza outside the palace, Li Fuchen stopped and looked to the right. The flame flashed, and a familiar figure entered Li Fuchen's eyes. I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but by chance I find it by chance. I won't let you get away this time. Zhu Hairong's face was filled with killing intent. After being tortured by the deathly stillness Qi, his saint spirit had decayed significantly, causing his personality to become ruthless. Therefore, when he saw Li Fuchen again, his murderous intent surged. Don't worry, I won't run. Now that Li Fuchen's cultivation was at the half-saint realm, and with the extreme Tao artifact sword, the Autumn Rain Sword, there was no need for Li Fuchen to run. Furthermore, he could see that Zhu Hairong wasn't in a good condition. Die. Zhu Hairong immediately drew out the Firebird Saint Talisman. Caw! The Firebird Saint Talisman turned into a firebird and dove at Li Fuchen with astounding speed. But now that Li Fuchen was a half-saint, his reaction speed and saint spirit had a significant improvement. Li Fuchen drew the Autumn Rain Sword and thrust at the firebird. PFFF. The firebird was penetrated and didn't scatter, but the flames dimmed significantly. Sky Wind Godspeed Slash. A sword wind blew over and extinguished the firebird. It turned into a talisman and flew back to Zhu Hairong's hand. Impossible. Zhu Hairong couldn't believe his eyes. How long had it been? How could Li Fuchen's strength increase so much? Ardent Sun Pearl go. After drawing out the Ardent Sun Pearl, Zhu Hairong tossed it out. The Ardent Sun Pearl expanded by 1,000,000 times and was like a giant sun that smashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen wanted to test the power of the newly obtained extreme Tao cardinal artifacts. He first used the gravity talisman to activate the gravity boundary. He then used the water screen Heaven Splendor to produce a water screen to protect himself. Rumble. The speed of the Ardent Sun Pearl was greatly reduced in the earthy yellow gravitational field, and it eventually crashed into the water curtain. White steam burst out and a figure was sent flying. It seems like the sword energy's level is still too low. Li Fuchen was sent flying and revealed a bitter smile. Extreme Tao cardinal artifacts were also dependent on the user. No matter how powerful Li Fuchen's sword energy was, it wasn't comparable with the Saint's Qi. They were both second-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifacts, but Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Pearl was able to break through Li Fuchen's gravity talisman and shatter the water screen created by the water screen Heaven Splendor. Die! The Ardent Sun Pearl was getting bigger and heavier. It was just like a real sun and was crushing at Li Fuchen with unstoppable force. Just in time, Sky Fire's splitting sun sword. Another sun rose and clashed with the sun formed by the ardent sun pearl. In the next moment, there was a blazing chi wave that felt like it was going to destroy heaven and earth. There were scenes of lava splashing everywhere. Clang! The ardent sun pearl shrunk and flew back into Zhu Hairong's hand. Celestial will slash. Li Fuchen's body shook and turned into a formless sword light that appeared behind Zhu Hairong. PFFF. Zhu Hairong was vomiting blood violently as he was injured. His extreme Dao armor was only a third-rate extreme Dao armor. When facing the Skyline Sword Art's sixth move and Li Fuchen's Autumn Rain Sword, it wasn't able to resist. Damn it! Zhu Hairong opened his mouth and spat out a small brown shield to block in front of him. With the double defense, Li Fuchen's attack couldn't injure Zhu Hairong anymore. Li Fuchen shook his head and sighed at Zhu Hairong's trump card. After his strength improved greatly, he still couldn't deal with Zhu Hairong. Previously, Li Fuchen was able to hit Zhu Hairong mainly because Zhu Hairong was careless. Furthermore, Zhu Hairong didn't even use the small brown shield. But to activate so many cardinal artifacts, it should consume a lot of chi, right? Li Fuchen didn't plan to give up. The Autumn Rain Sword in his hand was just a mediocre extreme Dao artifact sword and didn't consume too much sword energy. At least, it was several times better than the unsealed Joint Heaven Sword. As expected, as time dragged on, Zhu Hairong couldn't hold on anymore. It wasn't just his chi that couldn't hold on, his saint spirit couldn't hold on either. He realized that once a battle broke out, the deathly still chi would corrode the saint's spirit at a faster speed. Stop! Zhu Hairong yelled out. Li Fuchen turned a deaf ear and attacked even more intensively. If you don't stop now, you will regret it. Zhu Hairong's hand had an additional blood-colored arrow, and there was an obscure chi presence that was brewing on it. This blood-luring arrow can transmit information back to the Zhu clan. As long as you dare to kill me, even if you can escape, the Zhu clan will hunt you down with all their might. Zhu Hairong's voice was cold. Li Fuchen said, "Even if I don't kill you, will you let me off in the future?" Li Fuchen didn't believe Zhu Hairong's verbal vow. Furthermore, it was still unknown if the blood-luring arrow could break through the array and return to the Zhu clan. Hence, it didn't matter if Zhu Hairong was unyielding or begging for mercy. Li Fuchen didn't have any intention to stop. You forced me to do this. Just as Li Fuchen couldn't hold on any longer, Zhu Hairong spat out a stream of essence blood and fused it with a blood-colored arrow. Swish! The blood-colored arrow vanished without a trace. You're dead. Zhu Hairong had a sinister expression. PFFF. Chapter 830. I'm unwilling to accept this. Before his death, Zhu Hairong's heart was filled with regret and resentment. As the Zhu clan saint, he had a bright future on the martial Dao. Who would have thought that he would die on the legendary Black Whirlpool Island? At this moment, he was extremely regretful that he offended Li Fuchen. If he didn't offend Li Fuchen, he might not have fallen into the array. Of course, apart from regret, there was more resentment. He cursed Li Fuchen to die a horrible death. Curse. The radiance in Zhu Hairong's eyes extinguished and he was dead. After keeping the storage bag, Li Fuchen didn't have a trace of regret. Putting aside whether the blood-lure arrow could be sent back to the Zhu clan, even if it was sent back, with his current strength, he didn't need to fear a fully armed mid-level saint like Zhu Hairong. In the future, he wouldn't need to fear the entire Zhu clan. Zhu Hairong's wealth was extremely shocking, and Li Fuchen believed that he was already wealthy. After all, he had previously obtained the storage bags of 4 dead saints, and one of them was suspected to be a high-level saint. But as compared to Zhu Hairong, it was simply insignificant and wasn't even 30% of Zhu Hairong's wealth. There is actually a star gem. Li Fuchen was rather knowledgeable and instantly noticed a deep gem that was emitting resplendent starlight in Zhu Hairong's storage bag. When looking at this gem, Li Fuchen felt as though he was looking at a star being destroyed. The star gem was a gem formed when a star collapsed and exploded. It contained an extremely pure star power. This gem is not very useful to others, or has no direct use. But for Li Fuchen, this gem is simply tailor-made for him. After comprehending the star gem, his hand of God might reach the hand of Sunday. After taking out the star gem, Li Fuchen poured chi power into it. In an instant, Li Fuchen's spirit arrived in a vast universe. In front of him was a star that was emitting dreamy colors. It might only be his spiritual body, but Li Fuchen could still feel an extremely powerful star power enveloping him. This is the same as coming to the universe and observing the movement of the stars from a close distance to comprehend the star law. Li Fuchen was shocked. The reason why the star law was difficult to comprehend wasn't just because it was profound and cryptic. Most importantly, the star law was too far away from the deep blue dimension. It was simply unreachable. If one couldn't even see the real star law, how could they comprehend it? In normal situations, only those prodigies that possessed the star's bone frame would be able to comprehend the star's law, at least before becoming a saint. However, it was not so easy to break through to the hand of the sun. Li Fuchen realized that his hand of moon wasn't even at the perfect state. Previously, his hand of the moon was only at the middle stage. There was still the late stage and the peak stage. During the process of comprehending the star's law, Li Fuchen was also absorbing the star's power from the star gem. This power was extremely pure and was several times purer than the spirit chi in peak-grade spirit stones. It was a pity that this power contained extreme star attributes and could only be converted into the hand of moon's chi power. It was impossible to convert it into sword energy. Otherwise, Li Fuchen was confident that he could break through to the soul merge realm with just this star gem and become a saint. Peak of the early stage of sage to be. Body refining intermediate sage to be. Body refining late sage to be. Be it the Qi Dao or the body refinement Dao, Li Fuchen didn't have any bottlenecks. As long as he had enough resources, he would be able to continue progressing. Furthermore, the star power contained in the star gem was too pure. In comparison, the hand of moon's chi power contained plenty of impurities. Apart from that, after cultivating the hand of God, Li Fuchen's body refinement aptitude had transformed several times. His body's endurance had already reached the saint's level and wasn't like before, where he would be restricted by his body's endurance every time. Crack! There was a subtle cracking sound from within Li Fuchen's body refinement. Li Fuchen's body refinement had reached the peak stage of half-saint and was just one step away from becoming a body refinement saint. It was visible to the naked eye that Li Fuchen's skin was shaking. It was shaking at a speed of thousands of times in a blink of the eye. During the shaking process, Li Fuchen's skin was getting more exquisite and terrifying. There was a layer of horrific radiance that was flickering on the surface. This was just the appearance. Inside Li Fuchen's body, every inch of flesh and bone was emitting light. The primary extreme, sword energy that was flowing in the meridians had been forced back into the Dantian. I can't rush up. There was obviously plenty of star power left in the star gem, but Li Fuchen's body refinement was still stuck at the peak stage of half-saint. Could it be because the hand of moon's rank isn't high enough? Li Fuchen stopped absorbing the star power and continued to comprehend the star's law. Peak stage of mid-stage hand of moon, late stage hand of moon. Comprehending the star's law was much harder than increasing the body refinement. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's perception was high enough to forcefully increase the hand of moon to the late stage within a short period of time. As the hand of moon reached the late stage, the previously stuck body refinement suddenly broke through. Crackle! A thick thunderbolt burst out from Li Fuchen's body. Immediately after, there was a second, third, countless thick bolts of lightning burst forth, and the entire square was torn into ruins. These thunderbolts weren't ordinary thunderbolts. They were actually thunderbolts that were formed when the vitality magnetic field reached an extremely horrifying level. When Li Fuchen opened his eyes also burst out with thunderbolts. At this moment, if he leaked out a little chi presence, he would be able to trigger endless thunderbolts, unless he sealed his chi presence. Specks of silver radiance gathered on the surface of Li Fuchen's body. In just a short moment, the thunderbolts dispersed and Li Fuchen was enveloped by a bundle of silver radiance. At a glance, it looked like a silver full moon that was enveloping a figure. With a thought, Li Fuchen rose into the sky. Swish! There was a flash of silver radiance, and Li Fuchen suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at the horizon. His speed was so fast that it felt like he was shuttling through the void. In front of a mountain peak, Li Fuchen extended his hand and made a suction force. The mountain was uprooted first before collapsing violently. Finally, it turned into a pitch-black and glossy metal sphere. Boom! The ground collapsed, and the metal sphere sank deep into the ground. A horrific chi wave swept in all directions. I didn't expect to push my body refinement to the initial level of soul merge realm on the Black Whirlpool Island. Li Fuchen was overwhelmed with emotions. Now that his body refinement was at the initial level of soul merge realm, he was an official body refinement saint. In terms of strength, he didn't know what level he was at, but in terms of defense, if he stood still, even a mid-level saint wouldn't be able to break his defense. Li Fuchen's body refinement wasn't just at the soul merge realm. He also had the star immortal body. The star immortal body was different for different cultivation levels. Chapter 831. Of course, this mid-level saint must not have comprehended an extremity martial art, an extreme Dao weapon, or an extreme Dao cardinal treasure. Otherwise, Li Fuchen's law field wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, no matter how incredible the hand of God was, the cultivation level had to be increased. If Li Fuchen's hand of God reached the 5th rank, hand of Sun, he might be able to resist regular extremity martial arts or extreme Dao weapons. With a flip of his hand, the star gem that had dimmed down appeared in his hand. This Zhu Hairong's luck is truly good. He even obtained the star gem. Star gems were normally scattered in the universe. Occasionally, a few would land on the deep blue plane. Therefore, to obtain a star gem, one's luck was definitely heaven-defying. It was a pity that heaven-defying luck was useless. If one's luck was always good, then it would be true luck. After keeping the star gem, Li Fuchen returned to the plaza in front of the palace. When he broke through, this place was already in ruins. The only intact place was the already dilapidated palace. His intuition told him that this palace wasn't simple. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen pushed open the palace doors. Swish! Radiance leaked out from the gaps of the doors, and Li Fuchen was swept in. When he reappeared, Li Fuchen arrived at an ordinary town. This town wasn't a massive town like the Saint Spirit continent. It was a mortal town that was similar to the East Unicorn continent. The town was very lively and everyone was busy. But the strange thing was that there weren't any children in the town, only adults and the elderly. On the streets, there was an endless flow of people. Li Fuchen seemed out of place. The people here were too busy, and he was the only exception. Illusion zone, or Li Fuchen frowned. Hey, brother, may I know where this place is? Li Fuchen stopped a person's path and asked. Unexpectedly, this person didn't have any intention to converse with Li Fuchen. He simply stood there with his head lowered like a statue. Immediately after, Li Fuchen noticed something strange about the town. The entire town was like a walking corpse. Even if they were to converse, their faces would be expressionless. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. In the crowd, he discovered the 4 great monarchs who were supposed to be dead. They were either pedestrians, peddlers carrying baskets, or performers performing acrobatics. Could it be that everyone here is dead, or are the souls left behind by the dead? Even though Li Fuchen was fearless, his scalp was tingling at this moment, because everything before them was simply too unbelievable. You're alive? The person who was blocked by Li Fuchen lifted his head. His numb eyes didn't have any color. Who are you? Li Fuchen didn't answer and asked instead. You're alive. The other party continued to ask. Li Fuchen felt that something wasn't right. You're alive? The other party was still asking. Don't talk to these dead people, or you'll fall into an even deeper illusion. A voice entered Li Fuchen's ears. Li Fuchen turned his head and saw a middle-aged man with a long face who looked like a shopkeeper moving his lips slightly. You are? Li Fuchen transmitted a message back. Just like you, a living person trapped in this place. The other party said, "What is this place?" Li Fuchen asked, "I already told you earlier that this is an illusion, but we are still at the first level of the illusion. If we fall into the second level, I don't know if we can maintain our consciousness." The other party explained, "Who set up this illusion? It is an extremely incredible existence. I wonder if you have heard of the name Nine Illusion Heaven Monarch." Nine Illusion Heaven Monarch? Li Fuchen was shocked. It was actually an illusion set up by a heaven monarch. From the name, the other party should be the illusion Tao Heaven Monarch. An illusion set up by an illusion Tao Heaven Monarch was something that even a heaven monarch would find hard to escape from. Li Fuchen didn't know what era this Nine Illusion Heaven Monarch was from. There were plenty of heaven monarchs in the deep blue plane, but they were all legendary existences like the Curse Heaven Monarch, the Immortal Heaven Monarch, and the Li clan's ancestor, the Sword Lord. They were all existences that once intimidated the universe. However, it was hard to say if there were any heaven monarchs in this era. Of course, even if there were heaven monarchs, it was normal that Li Fuchen and the others didn't know about them. After all, heaven monarchs were already at the pinnacle of saints. Their pursuit was definitely the God realm. Such existences basically wouldn't come out and waste time. This illusion is filled with dead people. Only the two of us are alive? Li Fuchen asked again. I don't know how many are alive. I only know that we are the only living people on this level of the illusion. How many levels are there in the illusion? The Nine Illusion Heaven Monarch's strongest illusion has a total of 9 levels. Of course, this illusion might not have 9 levels, but it should at least have 5 levels. If I didn't warn you earlier, you would have been dragged into the second level, or even the third level by that dead person until you fell into oblivion. Why did the Nine Illusion Heaven Monarch set up this illusion? Was the array outside of the illusion world and the entire Black Whirlpool Island created by the Nine Illusion Heaven Monarch? The Black Whirlpool Island is actually a bait to attract experts. The dead people in this illusion used to be saints, but now they are all dead. In fact, it is not accurate to say that they are dead. Some of them still have their bodies, while some only have their minds left. The Nine Illusion Sky Lord's illusion is extremely horrifying. It confuses the boundary between life and death. Even if you die, your mind will sink into the illusion, and you will not be able to extricate yourself. Do you have a way to leave the illusion world? After hearing the explanation, Li Fuchen knew that the 4 saints that had perished outside were only left with a trace of consciousness. No one dares to say that they have a way to leave the Nine Illusion Heaven Monarch's illusion world. It is fortunate that we are only on the first level of the illusion world. There is still a trace of hope for survival on this level. Come in first, let's talk in the private room. Otherwise, if we take too long, we will attract the attention of these dead people. All right, Li Fuchen walked toward the restaurant. In the private room on the 3rd floor of the restaurant, the duo sat down and a long-faced middle-aged man poured a cup of wine for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't drink it. Don't worry, this wine is from my storage bag. The long-faced middle-aged man minded his own business and drank. I don't know your title. Li Fuchen asked. Call me Kuya. The long-faced middle-aged man sighed. Kuya Saint, why are you the innkeeper of this restaurant? Li Fuchen was rather curious. The Kuya Saint said, after a long time, you will also become a member of the town. As for your identity, it will depend on the arrangement of the illusion world's willpower. Long story short, if we want to leave the illusion world, we can only rely on you. I am restricted in the restaurant and can't move at all. Please speak. Head to the mayor's residence. In the mayor's room, there is a mirror. As long as you are reflected by the mirror, you will be able to leave the illusion world. But that mirror is damaged and the remnants are with me. Bring it over, and we will be able to leave the illusion world. That's simple? Li Fuchen asked. It isn't that easy to sneak into the mayor's residence. You must not be discovered along the way. Once you are discovered, you will be locked up in the prison. The prison is at least the 3rd floor of the illusion world. What if I'm not caught? The living cannot defeat the dead. They have already fused with the illusion world and are the manifestation of the illusion world's laws. After leaving the restaurant, Li Fuchen walked towards the mayor's residence at the center of the town. The mayor's residence was heavily guarded. There was a sentry every 10 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. However, it only looked heavily guarded. The guards inside didn't have any intelligence and were just walking around like moving puppets. In Li Fuchen's opinion, as long as he didn't enter their activity area, it was impossible to be discovered. After a daunting experience, Li Fuchen arrived at the mayor's courtyard. In the courtyard, a black-clothed middle-aged man was standing there. Li Fuchen didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the black-clothed middle-aged man was rather similar to Shangguan Yu and the Black Emperor. It wasn't just similar in appearance, but also in aura. You have a familiar qi presence, the black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly said. Li Fuchen was surprised. You aren't a dead person? Dead person? The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed. That's right. I don't know if I'm dead either. I am living my life in a muddle-headed manner. May I know your name? Li Fuchen asked subconsciously. My name? I think it is Black Monarch. The black-clothed middle-aged man thought about it. Senior Black Monarch, can you tell me what you know? If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, this Black Monarch was the ancestor of the Shangguan clan and was now the mayor of the illusion town. As for whether he was dead or not, Li Fuchen didn't know. I don't know much. I only know that someone came here to steal a mirror and was imprisoned by me. If you want to steal a mirror, I advise you not to do it. Black Monarch shook his head. Li Fuchen smiled bitterly. If he didn't have the Shangguan clan's qi presence, he might not be discovered by Black Monarch. It was a pity that everything was already destined. Senior Black Monarch, how do I leave this place? Li Fuchen decided to try his luck. It is very simple. Once you exit the town, you will be able to leave this place. Then why isn't Senior Black Monarch leaving? I am the mayor of this place. How can I leave casually? Since that is the case, Senior Black Monarch, I shall take my leave. Chapter 832. After walking out of the mayor residence, Li Fuchen walked towards the east gate of the town. Just as he was about to reach the east gate, a group of corpses stopped him. Those who leave the town shall die. One of the corpses said coldly. The town is filled with corpses. How can I die a second time? Li Fuchen said. Those who leave the town shall die. The corpse didn't explain and simply repeated the statement. Li Fuchen pondered. The actions of these corpses were too unusual. It felt as though someone was controlling them from the back. Pardon me. Li Fuchen drew the autumn rain sword and rushed forward. Cling, cling, clang, clang. These corpses had weapons too. They drew their weapons and fought with Li Fuchen. But it was strange that be it Li Fuchen or these corpses, they couldn't use their extraordinary abilities and could only fight with the most basic combat skills. Li Fuchen guessed that the rule of this illusion realm town was that everyone was a mortal. Since they were mortals, how could they use their extraordinary abilities? It was fortunate that Li Fuchen didn't have any weaknesses. Even if it was just the basic combat skills, there weren't many that could compare with him. After 7 or 8 moves, all the corpses were knocked down by Li Fuchen and the ground was dyed red with fresh blood. Kill. Groups of corpses rushed over. There are too many of them. I have to break out as soon as possible. Without extraordinary abilities, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to defeat so many corpses no matter how strong he was in combat. He had a premonition that if he was slashed, he would definitely be injured and might even die. This was the terror of the illusion realm's law. Li Fuchen was like a fish that shuttled through the corpses and would always be able to dodge a fatal attack. When this scene fell into the eyes of one person, it was extremely surprising. Just as Li Fuchen was about to reach the east gate, there was a person blocking him. It seems like everything that happened earlier was a trap. The person in front of him was none other than the Kuya Saint. The Kuya Saint asked curiously, I find it very strange. Why are you still so powerful in the mortal town? It was already incredible to fight against 10 people in the mortal town, but Li Fuchen was basically fighting against 100 people. The crucial point was that the Kuya Saint's observation skills were very powerful. The mortal town didn't allow anyone to use any extraordinary abilities. Spiritual awareness was also a type of extraordinary ability. How could the Kuya Saint know that Li Fuchen had a powerful spirit soul power? In terms of quality, Li Fuchen's spirit soul was above the heaven monarch, therefore, he could still use it in the mortal town. I'm curious as well. Why did you lie to me? Li Fuchen sized up his opponent. The other party had said that he couldn't leave the tavern, and yet he had come to the eastern gate. Furthermore, it was clear that the corpses that had blocked his path were all under the other party's control. Kuya said calmly, "Lie to you? I didn't lie to you. As long as we get that mirror from the mayor's mansion, we can both leave. It seems like I don't need to go through so much trouble. What's the difference? Of course there are differences. Perhaps." Sage Kuya shook his head. "You were originally of some use, but now you are useless. I'm afraid you can't stop me." With the purple-red spirit soul force, Li Fuchen didn't think anyone would be able to stop him. Kuya said, "I don't need to stop you. Do you think you can leave this illusion if you leave the town now?" "What do you mean?" Li Fuchen looked towards the east gate. Originally, there was no fog outside the east gate, but now, at some point in time, fog had appeared. Right now, you are already on the 4th floor of the illusion realm. Kuya told Li Fuchen the truth. When? Li Fuchen frowned. When you first entered the town, you were still on the 1st floor. After coming into contact with that corpse, you were dragged into the 2nd floor. After coming into contact with me, you entered the 3rd floor. Now that you have come into contact with me, you are dragged into the 4th floor. For the first 3 floors, you can leave the town immediately. But for the 4th floor, it is impossible to leave the town. Is there a need? You can drag me into the 4th floor as soon as you arrive. That way, I will have no choice but to steal back the mirror for you." Kuya shook his head. "Only the first 3 floors of the illusion realm have mirrors. From the 4th floor onwards, I don't know how to leave the 9 illusory hidden domain. Aren't you afraid that I will encounter something along the way and get dragged into the 4th floor? If that happens, I won't be able to retrieve the mirror for you." Li Fuchen asked again. "Don't worry, I have a small portion of control over this 9 illusory hidden domain." "Who exactly are you?" Li Fuchen asked. The Kuya Saint said, "There is no harm in telling you. This 9 illusory hidden domain is actually to seal me. The 9 illusory heaven lord is indeed powerful. The 9 illusory hidden domain has sealed me for countless years. It is a pity that he isn't able to seal me forever. Right now, I'm already in control of the first 4 floors of the illusion realm. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the Black Lord, I would have been able to leave the 9 illusory hidden domain a long time ago. Back when he fought with the 9 illusory heaven lord, he was sealed in the Black Whirlpool Island by the 9 illusory heaven lord's strongest illusion technique, the 9 illusory hidden domain. After countless years, his power gradually eroded the 9 illusory hidden domain and finally controlled the first 4 floors of the 9 illusory hidden domain. But because he was on the 9th floor of the 9 illusory hidden domain, he was still unable to escape. He could only borrow the help of others to steal the mirror. After repeated attempts, the chances of success gradually increased. Who knew that many years ago, the Black Lord would appear? The Black Lord might not be comparable to the Kuya Saint and the 9 illusory heaven lord, but he was still formidable. He actually saw through the Kuya Saint scheme and nearly left the town. Without a choice, the Kuya Saint had to pay a price to drag the Black Lord into the 4th floor of the illusion realm to trap the Black Lord. Unexpectedly, the 9 illusory hidden domain also made a response. It guided the Black Lord to become the new mayor of this town and was specifically used to restrain the Kuya Saint, preventing him from obtaining the mirror. The Kuya Saint thought that Li Fuchen looked special and might be able to steal the mirror. Who knew that Li Fuchen would change his mind at the last minute and wanted to leave the town, doing the same thing as the Black Lord? The Kuya Saint would never allow Li Fuchen to leave. Once Li Fuchen left, the 9 illusory hidden domain would have endless changes. By then, the first 4 floors of the 9 illusory hidden domain would probably break out of the Kuya Saint's control. Back then, he didn't allow the Black Lord to leave and dragged the Black Lord into the 4th floor because he was worried about this. It could be said that this town was the result of the contest between the Kuya Saint and the 9 illusory hidden domain. The pure 9 illusory hidden domain wasn't an illusion town. In my opinion, even without Senior Black Lord, you still wouldn't be able to leave the 9 illusory hidden domain. Before Senior Black Lord arrived, you wouldn't be able to leave either. Li Fuchen said, while thinking of a way to leave. The Kuya Saint shook his head and said, "Why do you think there are so many saints in the 9 illusory, hidden domain? They are all attracted by me. Their existences have already changed the nature of the 9 illusory, hidden domain and created a flaw. That mirror is the flaw. Aren't you afraid that I will leak the secret after telling me so much? You won't have the chance to leak the secret." Before the Black Lord entered the 4th floor of the 9 illusory, hidden domain, he was just like you and maintained his consciousness. But a few days later, he became muddle-headed and was no different from a dead person. Your cultivation level is much weaker than him. I reckon that you will lose your consciousness in a short while. After being sealed for countless years, the Kuya Saint had already developed an unfathomable shrewdness. To be honest, he was rather engrossed in the contest with the 9 illusory, hidden domain. Be it the Black Lord or Li Fuchen, they were all chess pieces, while he and the 9 illusory, hidden domain were the chess pieces behind the scenes. Chapter 833. Even though the Kuya Saint said that it was impossible to leave the town on the 4th floor of the 9 illusory, hidden domain, Li Fuchen still wanted to give it a try. Seeing the situation, the Kuya Saint didn't stop him. After walking out of the eastern gate, Li Fuchen was immersed in a dense fog. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen returned to his original position. As expected, he didn't lie to me about this. Li Fuchen's heart sank. The 9 illusory hidden domain was set up by the 9 illusory heaven monarch. Even an absolute expert like the Kuya Saint couldn't escape. It was definitely going to be extremely difficult for Li Fuchen to leave. Originally, if you had stolen the mirror from me, you might still have a chance to escape. A pity, a pity. The Kuya Saint's figure vanished. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen didn't reveal any expression of regret. Firstly, with the Black Lord's obstruction, he wouldn't be able to obtain the mirror unless he had never interacted with Shang Wanyu before. Secondly, this Kuya Saint wasn't a benevolent person. If he was allowed to escape, it wouldn't be a good thing for the entire Deep Blue Plane. Thirdly, as long as Li Fuchen had a clear conscience, he would never regret anything. The Kuya Saint left because he was certain that Li Fuchen's consciousness wouldn't be able to persist for a long time on the 4th floor of the 9 illusory, hidden domain. It was a pity that he underestimated Li Fuchen. Let alone the 4th floor of the 9 illusory, hidden domain, even the 9th floor of the 9 illusory, hidden domain wouldn't make Li Fuchen lose his mind. Li Fuchen was rather confident about this point. Why don't I converse with Senior Black Lord again? After thinking about it, Li Fuchen headed towards the mayor residence. Mayor's courtyard. The Black Lord was still standing there and didn't seem to have moved at all. It seems like you're the same as me. You are unable to leave the town. The Black Lord's voice echoed. Li Fuchen said, "Senior Black Lord, do you still remember the past?" "I don't remember in the past. After seeing you, I suddenly have some impressions." Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen had some thoughts. It seemed like his aura could make He Jun more clear-headed and regain some of his consciousness. The expert sealed here is called Kuya Sage Master. He was the one who pulled me into the 4th level of the 9 Phantasms secret realm. According to what I know, Kuya Sage Master is not an expert from the Deep Blue Plane. He came from another plane. Once he escapes, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for the Deep Blue Plane. Hence, under the guidance of the 9 Phantasms secret realm, I volunteered to become the mayor of this mortal town. However, as time passes, Kuya Sage Master's influence on the 9 Phantasms secret realm has increased. I'm afraid it won't be long before he can control the 5th level and find the 2nd flaw of the 9 Phantasms secret realm. This time, He Jun's consciousness had recovered a lot more than the last time. The first flaw was the mirror. With the appearance of the 2nd flaw, Kuya Sage Master did have a high chance of leaving the 9 Phantasms secret realm. Li Fuchen nodded and said, "Then do we have any methods to stop him?" He Jun said, "Previously when you were in the 3rd level of the 9 Phantasms secret realm, if you left the town immediately, the 9 Phantasms secret realm would produce endless transformations and cause Kuya Sage Master's efforts to fail. Right now, you're in the same situation as me and are in the 4th level of the 9 Phantasms secret realm. You have practically become a part of the Nine Phantasms' secret realm. If you wish to leave, there is no way for now. If there was a way, he would have left a long time ago. All right then. Many thanks for Senior Jun's advice. Li Fuchen was planning to find a way himself. With a purple spirit soul, Li Fuchen felt that he wasn't without hope. After exiting the mayor's residence, Li Fuchen started to stroll around the town. The people in the town were all dead and didn't have any consciousness and were expressionless. But the Nine Phantasms' secret realm might have given them some special traits and some instincts that they left behind, allowing them to communicate. Furthermore, everyone had their own residence and hobbies. In short, apart from the fact that the mortal town didn't have any children and the atmosphere was a little strange, everything else was no different from the towns in the outside world. The only difference was that Li Fuchen was a living person and didn't fit in here. Apart from Jun and Kuya Sage Master, no one else could communicate with him normally. Did you hear? Scholar Wang had a secret meeting with Moneybags Lu's concubine and was caught last night. He actually dared to touch Moneybags Lu's woman. This Scholar Wang is truly lustful. Speaking of which, this Scholar Wang's martial arts is rather formidable. A few of Moneybags Lu's guards were injured. When Li Fuchen passed by the dead men, he heard their conversation. In fact, if Li Fuchen was willing, he could use his spirit soul force to receive the conversation. I heard that the reason why Scholar Wang had a secret meeting with Moneybags Lu's concubine wasn't because of love. It was because of an artifact in Moneybags Lu's treasury. It is said that the artifact has an unbelievable effect and can make a person abnormally intelligent. Moneybags Lu is able to become a Moneybags because of this artifact. The dead man who had been silent suddenly spoke. Artifact can make a person intelligent? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with light. The people here were all dead men because they had lost their consciousness. Without consciousness, they were no different from the dead. Could this artifact be able to restore a person's consciousness or a portion of it? Since he didn't have any clues, he might as well make a trip to Moneybags Lu's residence. Deep into the night, a figure flipped over the wall and entered the Lu clan's courtyard. Li Fuchen spread out his spirit soul force and easily found the Lu clan's treasury. After bypassing the waves of guards, Li Fuchen arrived at the treasury's door. This door was made of stone, and even if a regular person used a weapon, they wouldn't be able to break it. But Li Fuchen was different. It might be because of the body refinement saint, his strength was much stronger than the dead men here. Furthermore, with his spirit soul force, he could attack the weakest point of the treasury's door. Crackle. Drawing the autumn rain sword, Li Fuchen slashed at a certain point and slashed out a large gap. After 2 or 3 slashes, the treasury's door was penetrated, but it was still lacking a little to accommodate one person. Who is it? 2 guards were patrolling from here and immediately noticed Li Fuchen before pouncing over. After knocking the 2 guards to the ground, Li Fuchen continued to slash at the treasury's door. Finally, the treasury's door had a gap that was over 1 meter in height, and it was enough for Li Fuchen to enter. The treasures in the treasury were all common items like pearls, agate, and gold. There were also some calligraphy and paintings. But on a tea table, Li Fuchen saw a human-shaped sculpture. This human-shaped sculpture was obviously an extreme Dao cardinal artifact. After picking up the human-shaped sculpture, Li Fuchen immediately felt a qi presence washing over his body. It washed away most of the distracting thoughts and allowed his mind to be clear. I see. Li Fuchen understood now. This was obviously an extreme Dao cardinal artifact that purified the mind. This kind of cardinal artifact had a certain restraining effect on illusion arts. If this wasn't the 9 illusory hidden domain, regular illusion realms wouldn't be able to trap the owner of this artifact. It was a pity that this artifact wasn't useful for him to leave the town. His mind was always clear and didn't need the help of external objects. You actually enter my treasury. A stalwart middle-aged man led a group of guards into the treasury and blocked Li Fuchen's path. Moneybags Lu, it seems like you're still conscious. Li Fuchen looked at Moneybags Lu. I'm not the only one who is conscious. Aren't you the same? But since you are here, don't leave. Moneybags Lu waved his hand and ordered the guards to attack Li Fuchen. If it was a regular person, they wouldn't be able to fight against so many guards. But Li Fuchen wasn't a regular person. In just a few moves, Li Fuchen had taken down several guards. Fall for me. Moneybags Liu made his move. He was extremely powerful, and it was unknown when a saber appeared in his hand. The saber light flashed and swept at Li Fuchen like a waterfall. Cling! Li Fuchen used his sword to block the saber light. Cling, 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 cling. The duo exchanged moves with extreme speed. For a moment, the saber light and sword shadows were flashing in a frenzy in the treasury. PFFF. Ultimately, Li Fuchen was superior and used a single sword to chop off one of Moneybags Liu's arms. How is this possible? Moneybags Liu didn't dare to believe that Li Fuchen's strength was actually so formidable. You are rather strong. If I didn't guess wrongly, you are the one who intentionally spread the news of this extreme Dao cardinal artifact. It is to attract people to this place and make it easier for you to seize their resources. The hope of leaving the town was very slim, but as long as there was a sliver of hope, no one would give up. Moneybags Liu was probably planning to gather a large amount of resources to break through to a higher cultivation realm. Once his cultivation realm was higher, he might just be able to leave the town. Moneybags Liu didn't say anything and had a gloomy expression. Where is Scholar Wang? Li Fuchen asked. I didn't kill him. He is able to maintain his consciousness because he has an elixir that allows him to maintain his consciousness. After taking away the elixir, he has already lost his consciousness and has become a dead man in the town. Moneybags Liu said. Li Fuchen said, I cannot take away anything from you, but the prerequisite is that you tell me something useful and don't try to fool me. I will return at any moment. Moneybags Liu thought for a moment and said, apart from Scholar Wang and you, I know of another person who maintains his consciousness. But that person is too terrifying, and I did not provoke him. He told Li Fuchen that person's address and appearance. All right, I hope you aren't lying to me. Li Fuchen turned and left. This fellow is probably an influential figure in the outside world. Moneybags Liu lamented. Chapter 834. In an alley in the southeast of the town, there was a loud clanking sound. There was a customer in a smithy. Same old rules, one pick and one shovel. The person who spoke had average looks and a medium build. He was missing his right ear and had a pair of eyes that emitted a deathly calm. This deathly calm was similar to the numbness and emptiness of the corpses. If one observed carefully, one would be able to notice the difference. Your pick and shovel. The worker of the smithy handed the pickaxe and shovel to the earless man. After leaving the smithy, the earless man walked back to his residence. This person is indeed terrifying. Li Fuchen, who was observing with his spirit's soul force, was shocked. He had a vague feeling that this earless man was much more terrifying than the Black Monarch and might not be inferior to the Kuya Saint. Of course, it might just be his misconception, but Li Fuchen didn't think that his spirit's soul force would be wrong. The earless man's residence was a dilapidated courtyard. Li Fuchen didn't enter recklessly and used his spirit soul force to observe the earless man's every move. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had his spirit soul force. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to monitor the earless man, let alone the 9 illusory hidden domain. Even in the outside world, the earless man wouldn't be able to monitor the earless man. Li Fuchen would probably be discovered before he could monitor the earless man. Only Li Fuchen's purple spirit soul force was able to monitor the earless man without any restraints. In a room in the dilapidated courtyard, Li Fuchen encountered a trace of obstruction. This obstruction might not be worth mentioning to his spirit's soul force, but it was enough to shock Li Fuchen. He could feel that this obstruction was a restriction set up by the earless man. The earless man was actually able to set up a restriction in the 9 illusory hidden domain and utilize a portion of his extraordinary ability. Li Fuchen guessed that the earless man was guarding against the Kuya Saint. After all, the Kuya Saint controlled the first 4 floors of the 9 illusory hidden domain. If he wanted to, he could know everything in the town. This restriction was used to conceal the truth and emit a false impression for the Kuya Saint. If Li Fuchen didn't have the purple spirit soul force, he would probably be fooled too. After his spirit's soul force broke through the restriction, Li Fuchen saw the entrance to a basement. After entering the basement, a secret cave appeared in front of him. This secret cave was obviously excavated by the earless man. Following the secret cave, Li Fuchen found the earless middle-aged man digging in the depths. The other party's iron pickaxe fell down, and a large piece of hard soil and stone collapsed. With a wave of his hand, it was put into the storage bag. Does this secret cave lead outside the town? But outside the town, it's all fog. Even if we dig out, what's the point? Li Fuchen didn't know what the earless man was trying to do. No, that's not right. Since the other party is doing this, there must be a reason behind it. Perhaps this secret passageway doesn't lead to the outside of the town, but to the third level of the 9 phantasmal secret realm. Li Fuchen's perception was heaven-defying, and his thinking ability was naturally heaven-defying too. He immediately thought of the greatest possibility. It should be the entrance to the third layer, the 9 phantasmal secret realm. The more Li Fuchen thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. Firstly, the earless middle-aged man would not waste his efforts. Secondly, the earless middle-aged man's means were too heaven-defying. He was actually able to set up a restriction in the 9 phantasmal mystic realm. Thirdly, the tools that the other party used to dig the secret cave were the pickaxes and iron shovels that they bought from the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop was actually part of the 9 phantasmal secret realm's rules. The pickaxes and iron shovels undoubtedly contain a trace of the 9 phantasmal secret realm's rules. Bang! After a night, the pickaxes and iron shovels in the earless middle-aged man's hands were all broken. On the next day, the earless middle-aged man went to buy new pickaxes and iron shovels. Li Fuchen didn't have any intention to alert the enemy and had been observing silently. In the end, the Ku Yuseng was also observing Li Fuchen. After so many days, he hasn't lost his consciousness. It seems like he has an artifact or elixir that can maintain his consciousness. I have underestimated him. Forget it. Let's see what tricks he can play. The Ku Yuseng wasn't able to drag Li Fuchen into the 5th layer, the 9 phantasmal secret realm. His authority was only limited to the first 4 layers. Unknowingly, half a month had passed, and the earless middle-aged man finally dug the secret cave outside the town. Through the secret cave, Li Fuchen could already see the fog outside the town. This is the time. After the earless middle-aged man vanished into the fog, Li Fuchen ran straight to the shabby courtyard, entered the basement, and entered the secret cave. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived outside the secret cave. Looking at the misty fog, Li Fuchen thought to himself, I hope my guess is correct. With this thought in mind, Li Fuchen entered the fog. When Li Fuchen reappeared, he was back in the town and back to the earless middle-aged man's shabby courtyard's basement. The earless middle-aged man wasn't around. Li Fuchen decided to verify his guess and sprinted towards the nearest western gate. Not good. Inside the inn, the Ku Yuseng had a rather unpleasant expression as his figure suddenly vanished. Ku Yuseng, where are you going? In the air, a figure blocked the Ku Yuseng. Black Monarch, you dare? The Ku Yuseng's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. This time, I will not let you succeed. The Black Monarch, who had recovered a portion of his consciousness, didn't expect Li Fuchen to actually return to the 3rd layer, the 9 phantasmal secret realm. He didn't know how Li Fuchen did it, but it wasn't important. The most important thing was to stop the Ku Yuseng. Looking at the bright scene outside the western gate, Li Fuchen knew that he had returned to the 3rd layer, the 9 phantasmal secret realm. You're not bad. You actually followed me back to the 3rd layer. The earless middle-aged man appeared behind Li Fuchen. He didn't know that Li Fuchen was monitoring him, but when Li Fuchen appeared in his courtyard, he immediately knew. Senior, Li Fuchen was too rash. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and apologized. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't apprehensive. In the outside world, he might not be a match for the earless middle-aged man, but in the 9 phantasmal secret realm, apart from the Ku Yuseng, Li Fuchen didn't fear anyone. It doesn't matter. I won't lose anything anyway. After taking a glance at the town, the earless middle-aged man said indifferently, Apart from the 9th layer, I have seen everything else in the 9 phantasmal secret realm. The nine phantasmal heaven monarch is indeed formidable. I am inferior to him and have spent 10 years here. It is time to leave." While speaking, the earless middle-aged man walked out of the western gate. What? He came out from the 8th floor of the nine phantasmal mystery land? Li Fuchen was surprised. It was already extremely difficult for him to come out from the 4th layer. In fact, he had to rely on the earless middle-aged man to come out. But the earless middle-aged man came out from the 8th layer alone. This strength was simply horrifying. Not good. After the earless middle-aged man left, Li Fuchen noticed that there was another trace of mist outside the western gate. With rapid speed, Li Fuchen rushed out of the western gate. After bypassing the trace of mist, he passed through an invisible barrier. Did he leave? The black monarch who was tangling with the Ku Saint gradually lost his consciousness. But at the same time, his strength had increased drastically, and he was able to suppress the Ku Saint. When Li Fuchen reappeared, he saw a mountain, a black mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was a towering tree. On the branches, there were over a dozen whirlpool-like fruits. Black whirlpool fruits. Li Fuchen blurted out. He didn't expect the nine phantasmal secret realm to teleport him to the vicinity of the black whirlpool fruits. It was truly unexpected. Chapter 835. Swish. The earless man's figure flickered and arrived above the black whirlpool tree. With a wave of his hand, only 2 of the dozens of black whirlpool fruits were left while the rest went into his storage bag. "I'm not greedy. I'll leave 2 black whirlpool fruits for you." The earless man looked around and said indifferently. Hearing this, one of the high-tier demonic beast overlords was enraged. Only 2 of the dozens of black whirlpool fruits? Did he think they were beggars? Leave the black whirlpool fruits or die. The high-tier demonic beast overlord returned to his original form. It was a huge demonic beast with a pair of wings on the back like a water buffalo. Moo! The high-tier demonic beast overlord activated his innate ability and blasted a unique sound wave at the earless man. Bang, bang, bang. Under the radiation of the sound wave, apart from the Blade Dao Saint, the rest of the saints and demonic beast overlords were sent flying while vomiting blood. This was because the sound wave wasn't targeted at them. If it was targeted at them, their bodies might explode. Such a bad temper. The earless man waved his hand and blocked the sound wave with a tangible palm. Then, he went against the sound wave and advanced rapidly. Boom! The ground shook and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. In the middle of the palm print, a pool of blood could be vaguely seen. Who else has any objections? The earless man looked at everyone. Crippled Sacred Lord, you must be joking. Even if you take all the black whirlpool fruits, we won't dare to have any objections. The Blade Dao Saint bowed and said, Crippled Sacred Lord. Everyone was stunned at first and then fearful. The other party was actually the Saint Incontinent's crippled Sacred Lord. The so-called low-tier saints, mid-tier saints, and high-tier saints were just descriptions of cultivation levels. Those below the 3rd level of Unity Realm were low-tier saints. Those at the 4th to 6th level were mid-tier saints. And those at the 7th to 9th level were high-tier saints. Only peak-tier saints, sacred lords, heaven monarchs, and demigods were descriptions of strength levels. Sacred lords were above peak-tier saints, but weaker than heaven monarchs. In this era, where heaven monarchs didn't appear, peak-tier saints were already overlords. Sacred lords were the rulers of saints. The deep blue plane had a total of 9 high-rank continents, but the number of sacred lords didn't exceed the fingers on one hand. On average, each high-rank continent didn't even have a sacred lord. Furthermore, these sacred lords had disappeared a long time ago. In the past hundreds or thousands of years, no one had heard of a sacred lord appearing. He didn't expect to meet the legendary heaven-crippling sacred lord on this black whirlpool island. Fortunately, I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Everyone secretly rejoiced. The high-level demon sage that had been killed by the heavenly crippling sacred lord was called Sonic Demon Sage. He had been so arrogant because he thought that he was powerful. Therefore, sometimes the stronger one was the faster one would die. Unless you were absolutely strong and no one was stronger than you. You're quite knowledgeable. I'm interested to know your name. The heavenly crippling divine Lord sized up the saber, Tao Sage. I am the flying cloud saber saint, Fei Yun. This person was none other than the flying cloud saber saint who had fought with Zhu Heron. If I'm not mistaken, you're from the Holy Saber Gate, right? I haven't seen the Grandine Saber Saint in a long time. Say hello to him for me. With that, the crippled sacred lord disappeared. Huff! After the crippled sacred lord left, the flying cloud saber saint let out a breath. The crippled sacred lord gave him too much pressure. This person was neither righteous nor evil, and he only did things according to his mood. He was sure that if he infuriated the crippled sacred lord, the outcome wouldn't be any different from the Sonic Demon Sage. Even the great Een Saber Saint wouldn't be able to save him. The Black Whirlpool fruit is mine. Once the crippled sacred lord left, all the demon sages and saints had their eyes on the Black Whirlpool fruit and pounced on it. Die! Blade light streaked across, and all the demon sages and saints that charged over were either dismembered or slashed apart. Fresh blood splattered. However, only a low-tier demonic beast overlord and a low-level saint died. The rest of the demon sages and saints were only severely injured. After all, after reaching the saint class, the bloodline contained a trace of undying essence, and it was extremely hard to kill them. The flying cloud saber saint was able to kill a low-tier demonic beast overlord and a low-level saint because his strength was too powerful. He was much stronger than regular high-level saints. Of course, it was mainly because he had more targets. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could even kill a mid-level saint in a single slash. If there was only one Black Whirlpool fruit, Li Fuchen might have to think before snatching it. After all, the flying cloud saber saint was too powerful. But now that there were two, Li Fuchen had to snatch one no matter what. There was a flash of sword light as Li Fuchen skimmed towards the Black Whirlpool tree. Reckless fool. The flying cloud saber saint's expression turned cold. The saber light burst out and instantly caught up to Li Fuchen. Slash! The void was slashed open like a piece of cloth, and Li Fuchen was sent flying. The flying cloud saber saint was shocked. His saber wasn't able to slash open Li Fuchen's body. Go! Li Fuchen held a Black Whirlpool fruit and fled into the sky with extreme speed. Such craftiness. The flying cloud saber saint frowned. There was another Black Whirlpool fruit on the Black Whirlpool tree. He couldn't possibly give up on this Black Whirlpool fruit to chase after Li Fuchen. After all, he was giving up on what was close at hand to pursue what was far away. The flying cloud saber saint is too powerful. Let's go after that kid. Even if they couldn't afford to offend the flying cloud saber saint, the others could still afford to offend Li Fuchen. This is the Black Whirlpool fruit. When holding the Black Whirlpool fruit, Li Fuchen felt as though he was holding a ball of cotton. At the same moment, a faint aroma entered his nose and his thoughts suddenly sped up. As expected, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Just a trace of aroma was enough to speed up his thoughts. It was imaginable how effective it would be if he consumed the entire fruit. After keeping the Black Whirlpool fruit, Li Fuchen turned around and saw a total of 5 figures chasing after him. They were 3 demonic beast overlords and 2 saints. Li Fuchen revealed a sneer and continued to speed up. He wasn't afraid of the 5 of them. To be honest, with his current strength and defense, the 5 of them might not be able to break through his defense. He was just worried that the flying cloud saber saint would catch up. Earlier on, Li Fuchen was able to block the flying cloud saber saint's saber without getting any injuries. Apart from his tough defense, it was mainly because he was wearing an extreme Dao armor that had neutralized most of the force. After becoming a body refinement saint, Li Fuchen's traveling speed was too fast. The Hand of Moon's chi power was emitted and the void was distorted. It felt as though the ground had shrunk to an inch. Every movement would leave the 5 figures far behind. 2 hours later, the 5 figures had already been left behind by a few hundred miles. Li Fuchen couldn't even sense them with his spiritual awareness. I have obtained the Black Whirlpool fruit. It is time to leave. Standing on top of a tall mountain, Li Fuchen let out a forceful breath. The current Li Fuchen was still too weak. It might seem like he could dominate the world, but it was only the world in the eyes of ordinary people. The real world was far more treacherous than he imagined. This time, he nearly perished in the 9 illusory hidden domain and might not be able to exit again. Perhaps, by the time he exited, a few hundred or a few thousand years would have passed. It wasn't something he wished to see. With the black whirlpool fruit, it shouldn't be a problem to push the primary extreme sword technique to extremity. Even if there's a problem, I can go back and read more sword down manuals to make up for it. Chapter 836. It was easy to enter the black whirlpool island, but it was difficult to get out. He had to fly against the whirlpool to get out. Had it not been for the drastic increase in Li Fuchen's strength, it would have been a problem for him to escape successfully. After returning to the Blackwater continent, Li Fuchen didn't delay for too long. After asking Shang Wanyu to make arrangements for his funeral, he brought her back to the Saint Spirit continent. On the vast sea, a fiery red flying boat was flying at high speed. This flying boat came from Zhu Herong, and it was an extreme Dao cardinal treasure that was specially used for traveling. Its speed wasn't slower than regular saints. After erasing the imprint on the interior of the flying boat, Li Fuchen immediately used it to travel. This was a vast ocean and shouldn't be seen by the Zhu clan. It was Shang Wanyu's first time going out to sea. She was a little nervous, but also a little excited. The ocean was the most dangerous place in the world. More than 90% of the demon beasts were concentrated in the ocean. Only a small portion of them lived on land. Li Fuchen, is it easy to encounter demonic beast overlords while traveling on the sea? Shang Wanyu asked. Li Fuchen shook his head. It shouldn't be easy. The deep blue plain might have plenty of overlords, but on average, a large sea region would only have one overlord. Furthermore, it depends on the sea region. In fact, it wasn't just the continents that were graded, the seas were also graded. The closer to the center of the deep blue plain, the denser the heaven and earth energy. The sea regions near low-class continents like the East Unicorn continent had very sparse heaven and earth energy, and basically no demon overlords were willing to stay there. Even demon rulers were rare. But in the sea regions near high-class continents, there were plenty of demon overlords. Usually, a large sea region would be ruled by an extremely powerful demon overlord, and there would be plenty of weaker demon overlords below him. As soon as Li Fuchen finished speaking, a mid-tier demonic beast overlord with messy hair blocked the path of the flying boat. Is that the fire-melt sage monarch inside? In response, Li Fuchen's expression changed. The flying boat sped up and turned into a fiery rainbow that pierced through the void. You dare to renege on your dead? The messy-haired man was enraged. His big brother trusted the fire-melt Saint Monarch so much, yet the other party wanted to renege on his promise. No matter how fast the flying boat was, it was only equivalent to the speed of a low-level saint. How could it compare to a mid-level demonic beast overlord? Soon, the disheveled hair man caught up. Heavenly capital water, thunder. The messy-haired man activated his innate ability, and one large water lightning after another bombarded the airship. How unlucky. Li Fuchen kept the flying boat and released a chi power and sword intent at the same time to protect Shang Wanyu. You are not Saint Monarch Firemelt. Who are you? Where is Saint Monarch Firemelt? The messy-haired man shouted. Li Fuchen shook his head. I will give you 2 choices. Move aside or die. A mid-tier demonic beast overlord's vitality might be very powerful, but Li Fuchen was able to kill Zhu Herong. Therefore, he was confident that he could kill a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. Courting death. The messy-haired man activated more water thunders and blasted them at Li Fuchen. Bang, 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 bang. Li Fuchen blasted his fist forward and caused the water thunder to explode. The violent and tyrannical fist force sent his opponent flying. Although his body refinement was only at the initial tier of the Unity realm, God's hand was a peak-tier body refinement art. If one were to seriously categorize it, it should be a supreme body refinement art. His strength wasn't something an ordinary mid-stage demonic beast saint could compare to. What? So powerful? The messy-haired man was horrified. His figure flashed, and he was about to leave. You want to leave? Li Fuchen gave him a chance, but he didn't know how to cherish it. Boom! The fist force was like a comet impact and contained a super gravitational force. It forcefully blasted the messy-haired man out of the void and emitted a blood mist. This fellow is actually a body refinement saint. In the same cultivation realm, body refinement saints were nearly invincible. Be it offense or defense, they were all top-notch. It was equivalent to the combination of a human saint and a demonic beast overlord. The messy-haired man knew that if he continued to delay, he would definitely die. Phantom Water Shift. After activating his innate ability, the messy-haired man turned into a phantom. Bang! Li Fuchen executed a fist strike, and the phantom turned into a lump of water and exploded. It is actually an innate shifting technique. Li Fuchen frowned and immediately let out a bitter smile. As compared to a saint, a demonic beast overlord might not be powerful, but it depended on the innate ability that they had awakened. Some of the demonic beast overlords that had awakened incredible innate abilities, even if they weren't overlords, were still rather hard to deal with. For example, if a demonic beast overlord had awakened an innate shifting technique, unless the demonic beast overlord could instantly kill the demonic beast overlord, it was impossible to capture the demonic beast overlord. Of course, the stronger the demonic beast overlord's body, the stronger the innate ability that was awakened. It was very hard for regular demonic beast overlords to awaken overly powerful innate abilities. Let's go. Li Fuchen's body emitted a layer of silver halo while he rushed into the sky with Shang Wanyu. In the depths of the sea, there was an indistinct phantom that was moving at rapid speed. The Fire Melt Saint must have been killed by him. I have to return and report to Big Brother. In just a short moment, the messy-haired man arrived at a demonic beast city at the bottom of the sea. This city was inhabited by demonic beast kings and above. The city style was rather crude and ancient. Many of the buildings were obviously constructed with large beast bones. In the center of the city, there was an altar. The altar was made of fine green crystals that had ancient patterns. Swish! When a messy-haired man appeared on the altar, there was a flash of green light before he vanished without a trace. Just like the human race, the demonic beast race had plenty of factions too. There were 10 of the strongest factions. One of them was called the Mad Demonic Palace. The Mad Demonic Palace's palace master, Battle Great Sage, had strength that wasn't inferior to human peak-class saints. His original body was a mid-tier overlord beast. He had 8 demonic beast lords under his command. One of the 8 demonic beast lords, the Purple Thunder Demonic Lord, was in the city plaza of the Purple Thunder City. There was a flash of green light, and a messy-haired man instantly appeared. Without any hesitation, the messy-haired man sprinted towards the Purple Thunder Demonic Lord's temporary residence. He was a younger brother of the Purple Thunder Demonic Lord. Both of them had the same bloodline. However, he wasn't as powerful as the Purple Thunder Demonic Lord. The Purple Thunder Demonic Lord wasn't just a high-level demonic beast. His original body was also a low-tier overlord beast. Meanwhile, the bloodline in his body hadn't reached the level of a low-tier overlord beast. Black Thunder, what's the rush? What happened? Before the messy-haired man got close to the temporary residence, he heard a voice. Big Brother, I accidentally saw the Fire Melt Saint's Scarlet Fire flying ship. I thought the Fire Melt Saint was inside and wanted to invite him to the Purple Thunder City. I didn't expect it to be a body-tempering sage instead of the Fire Melt Saint. The messy-haired man recounted everything that had happened. Crackle! A flash of purple lightning vanished, and the Purple Thunder Demonic Lord appeared in front of the messy-haired man. You mean he killed the Fire Melt Saint? The Purple Thunder Demonic Lord had purple hair and purple eyes. He looked extremely demonic and domineering. Most likely. The messy-haired man nodded. Damn it. The Purple Thunder Demonic Lord was enraged. He didn't have any friendship with the Fire Melt Saint. Whether the Fire Melt Saint was dead or not had nothing to do with him. The key was that he had just made a deal with the Fire Melt Saint a few years ago. Besides, he had already given a portion of the treasures to the Fire Melt Saint. He wasn't afraid that the Fire Melt Saint would renege on the debt. After all, the Zhu clan might be powerful, but the Mad Demon Palace wasn't a pushover. If the fire melt saint dared to renege on the debt, the purple thunder demonic lord wouldn't be able to survive in the sea region in the future. However, he didn't expect the fire melt saint to be killed. The treasures that he had given to the fire melt saint would be wasted. According to the location that you mentioned, he should be rushing to the saint's spirit continent. I hope he can make it in time. Chapter 837. Ultimately, the purple thunder demonic lord still underestimated Li Fuchen's speed and wasn't able to catch up. After thinking about it, the purple thunder demon lord sent a message to the Zhu clan. He couldn't let the treasures that he had lost go to waste. If he did the Zhu clan a favor, the Zhu clan wouldn't be able to renege on their debt. If they really angered him, he would let the Zhu clan know what regret was when they appeared in the ocean in the future. Saint Spirit Continent, Fire God Mountain. The Fire God Mountain was the #1 mountain range in the Saint Spirit Continent. The Fire Dao resources in the mountain range could only be described as extravagant. Like the Fire Origin crystals, they could be produced frequently in the Fire God Mountain. Of course, most of the Fire Origin crystals that were produced weren't graded. Low-grade Fire Origin crystals required countless years to be produced. Middle-grade Fire Origin crystals required an even longer time. It was said that the Fire God Mountain was not formed naturally, but was formed by the demigod ancestor of the Zhu family. He gathered a large number of rare mountains and fire path resources from various high-level continents, and even dangerous places in the universe, and combined it with a top-level fire path formation. All in all, in terms of resources, the Fire God Mountain was several times more abundant than the Fire Dragon Island. After all, there were too many saints who ventured into the Fire Dragon Island, and many of the resources had already been plundered. The Fire God Mountain might have countless Zhu clansmen, and the consumption of resources was extremely horrifying, but the Zhu clan was also plundering resources to replenish themselves. More than a month ago, in the Fire God Mountain's second peak's Fire Soul Hall. The soul tablet belonging to Zhu Herong shattered without warning. Ancestor Huorong's soul tablet shattered? The members of the Zhu family who were guarding the Fire Soul Palace felt as if they were struck by lightning. Oh no, Ancestor Huorong's soul tablet has shattered. In the next moment, the Zhu clansmen rushed out of the Fire Soul Hall as if he had gone mad. The Zhu clan might be the #1 clan in the Saint Spirit Continent, but they only had 7 saints. The death of any one of them was a huge matter to the Zhu clan. After a while, apart from the 2 great monarchs and the Zhu clan's first ancestor, the other 3 great monarchs of the Zhu clan arrived at the Fire Soul Palace. Their faces were filled with sorrow and killing intent. It had been a long time since someone from the Zhu family had died. They didn't expect that not only would someone die this time, but it would also be one of them. This made them feel provoked. Looks like it's been a long time since our Zhu family has made a move. People have already forgotten about our prestige. The voice of White Flame, sacred monarch Zhu Baihe, who had reached the 8th level of the Unity Realm, was terrifyingly deep. No matter who killed a member of my Zhu clan, they must die. Green Flame, Saint Monarch Zhu Nanshan, who had reached the 5th level of the Unity Realm and was a rare genius of the Zhu clan, said coldly, "The most important thing now is to find out who the murderer is." The one who spoke was Saint Monarch Flower Flame, Zhu Haidang. She was the only female among the 7 Saint Monarchs of the Zhu clan, and she was at the 6th level of the Unity Realm. Among the 7 Saint Monarchs of the Zhu clan, only one was a low-level saint while the rest were mid-level saints or even high-level saints. This was all thanks to the countless precious resources left behind by the demigod ancestor of the Zhu clan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for a low-level saint to advance to the mid-level saint realm. It was very normal for those with insufficient talent and perception to be stuck at the low-level saint realm for their entire lives. Furthermore, the members of the Zhu clan might not necessarily be geniuses. Not long after Zhu Hairong's soul tablet shattered, a blood-red light appeared out of nowhere in the sky above the Fire Soul Hall. It's a blood guide arrow. White Flame, Saint Monarch Zhu Baihe waved his hand, and the blood guide arrow landed in his hand. The Zhu clan's blood guide arrow wouldn't be obstructed by any force, because the Zhu clan's members possessed the bloodline of the demigod ancestor. In this world, There weren't many forces that could obstruct the demigod bloodline. Soon enough, the trio found out who killed Zhu Herong. Of course, the trio didn't know Li Fuchen's identity, but the Zhu clan was a huge clan, and there would definitely be people who knew. After distributing Li Fuchen's portrait, 1 hour later, a set of detailed information about Li Fuchen entered the trio's vision. This matter is rather difficult. The murderer is the Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder. Zhu Haitang furrowed her brows. The Swordsman Guild wasn't a regular faction. In terms of the number of saints, the Swordsman Guild had far more saints than the Zhu clan. Even the Swordsman Guild on the Saint Spirit continent had more saints than the Zhu clan. Of course, the strength of the faction wasn't directly related to the number of saints. The Zhu clan saints might not be comparable to the Swordsman Guild, but the Zhu clan had a supreme weapon, the Fire God Axe. With the Fire God Axe, the Zhu clan was able to sit firmly as the #1 clan, or even the #1 faction on the Saint Spirit continent. But unless it was absolutely necessary, the Zhu clan wasn't willing to fight with the Swordsman Guild. There would only be one outcome for a fight of this level. Both sides would suffer. He has a supreme artifact sword. Zhu Nanshan's eyes flashed with a trace of deep desire. He was also a Sword Dao saint, but his artifact sword was only a second-rate extreme Dao artifact sword. As compared to a supreme artifact sword, it was far inferior. If he could obtain a supreme artifact sword, his strength would definitely increase by 10 times or a few dozen times. There is no need to negotiate with the Swordsman Guild. Just kill him in secret. Even if the Swordsman Guild finds out that my Zhu clan is the culprit, they won't dare to start a fight without concrete evidence. Zhu Nanshan said coldly. Even if it wasn't for Zhu Herong, he was going to kill Li Fuchen for the supreme artifact sword. He didn't even consider if he could kill Li Fuchen. He was different from Zhu Herong. Zhu Hairong's innate perception was only average among saints, and he relied on resources to forcefully reach the 4th level of Unity Realm. Without an extreme Dao Cardinal artifact, Zhu Hairong's strength wouldn't even be comparable to a regular mid-level saint. Zhu Herong had already comprehended an extremity martial art and didn't rely on any external force. He once defeated Zhu Herong in a single move. 1 month later, a message was sent to the Zhu clan. It is a message from the Mad Demonic Palace's Purple Thunder Demonic Lord. Zhu Baihe had an astonished expression. The Mad Demonic Palace was one of the top 10 demonic beast factions and had hundreds of demonic beast overlords. The Mad Demonic Palace Master, Battle Great Sage, had the strength of a peak-class saint. The 8 demonic beast lords under him all had strength that was close to a peak-class saint. It was unknown why did the Purple Thunder Demonic Lord look for the Zhu clan. After opening the message, Zhu Baihe frowned and said to Zhu Nanshan, "Your opportunity is here. Li Fuchen is already rushing to the Saint Spirit continent. Wait for my good news." Zhu Nanshan turned into a lump of green flames and exploded before vanishing. Zhu Baihe and Zhu Haidang silently watched Zhu Nanshan leave. They weren't worried about Zhu Nanshan's safety. Zhu Nanshan might only be at the 5th level of Unity Realm, but in terms of strength, he was only inferior to the #1 patriarch in the Zhu clan. Even Zhu Baihe, who was at the 8th level of Unity Realm, didn't think he was a match for Zhu Nanshan. On the sea, Li Fuchen thought for a moment and decided to change his route. It was better to be safe than sorry. At the current stage, he wasn't prepared to clash with the Zhu clan. Half a month later, Li Fuchen returned to the Swordsman Guild headquarters without any mishaps. After receiving the news, Zhu Nanshan had an extremely gloomy expression. Li Fuchen was more crafty than he imagined and didn't travel in a straight line. Unless you don't come out for the rest of your life, you will die in my hands sooner or later. Chapter 838. Swordsman Guild Headquarters. Li Fuchen was in the midst of handing over his mission. He had completed his mission this time. Li Fuchen didn't just discover the Black Whirlpool Island, he even went to the Black Whirlpool Island. As for the missing Sword Dao Saint, Li Fuchen also found him in the 9 illusory hidden domain. I didn't expect this 9 Phantasmagoria mystic realm to trap so many saints. Even the heavenly crippling Sacred Lord was trapped for 10 years. The mystic deep sword saint looked serious. If he were to enter the nine phantasmal secret realm, he would most likely not be able to come out. Thinking up to this point, the mystic deep sword saint took a meaningful glance at Li Fuchen. This Li Fuchen was much more unfathomable than he imagined. It was not that his strength was unfathomable, but his methods were unfathomable. It seemed like he had obtained an enormous, fortuitous encounter. Of course, he wasn't a jealous and greedy person. He wouldn't covet Li Fuchen's fated encounters. Furthermore, he knew clearly that a person with such heaven-defying fated encounters wouldn't be able to do whatever he wanted. If he was blinded by greed, he might put himself in a dangerous situation. With Li Fuchen's improvement speed, if he couldn't take down Li Fuchen this time, what awaited him would be horrific revenge. When Shangguan Yu first arrived at the Saint Spirit continent, she was shocked by the cultivation environment here. She was confident that she could advance to the high-level Dharma phase realm within 10 years. If she stayed on the Blackwater continent, she might not even be able to advance to the high-level Dharma phase realm in 100 years. It turned out that Shangguan Yu still had some distracting thoughts, but after arriving at the Saint Spirit continent, Shangguan Yu only had one thought, and that was to cultivate diligently. Only by cultivating diligently would she not be left behind by Li Fuchen. Furthermore, she had a dream of becoming an expert. Law Phase realm emperors could live for 2,000 years, while Soul Unity realm saints could live for over 100,000 years. With such a long lifespan, one would be able to do many things that one wanted to do and would be able to roam freely in this world. After making arrangements for Shangguan Yu, Li Fuchen went to the guild library. After completing the mission, Li Fuchen's contribution points suddenly increased to 120 million. This number was still insignificant compared to all the Sword Dao manuals in the library, but it was already very precious. At least to the current Li Fuchen, it was especially important. This time, Li Fuchen chose to read Sword Dao cultivation technique manuals instead. Sword techniques and Sword Dao cultivation techniques had different purposes, and their effects were also different. Sword techniques were meant to pry open the Sword Dao rules and unleash immense lethality, while Sword Dao cultivation techniques allowed one to combine with the Sword Dao rules and evolve. Compared to sword technique manuals were much less, probably only less than 10% of sword technique manuals. Heaven-defying sword scripture, 1 million contribution points per reading, 500 million contribution points per year for borrowing. The Sea King's sword art costs 1,200,000 contribution points each time. Borrowing it for a year costs 600 million contribution points. The Trinity sword art costs 1,500,000 contribution points to read. Borrowing it for a year costs 750 million contribution points. Heavenless sword tiger art, 5 million contribution points per reading too. 5 billion contribution points per year. As compared to sword art manuals, sword technique manuals were several times more valuable. One of the manuals, the Heavenless Sword Tiger Art, actually had the same name as the Heavenless Sword Tiger Art. Li Fuchen guessed that the two manuals should be a set, just like his primary extreme sword technique and primary extreme sword art. Let's start with the lesser grade extremity sword art. Arriving in front of the heaven-defying sword scripture, Li Fuchen stuck the Elder's token on it. In an instant, the Elder's token lost 1 million contribution points. In the next moment, Li Fuchen arrived at an illusory spatial zone, and a total of 10 illusory bodies appeared in front of him. Every body corresponded to a level of cultivation. It also meant that the heaven-defying sword scripture had a total of 10 ranks, unlike Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique, which had 42 ranks before reaching extremity. Starting from the first rank, Li Fuchen observed carefully. Second rank, third rank. Soon enough, Li Fuchen had observed the first 9 ranks of the heaven-defying sword scripture. The first 9 ranks are all non-extremity. Then the 10th rank will be extremity. Li Fuchen looked at the 10th body. As expected, the points and lines within the 10th body were many times more complicated, and at the same time, many times more mysterious. The points and lines were organically unified, forming a sword diagram. A powerful sword rule spread out and brewed. As compared to the heaven-defying sword scripture, the primary extreme sword technique is too complicated. After flipping through the heaven-defying sword scripture, Li Fuchen frowned. Complexity and messiness were two different things. Messiness meant that there were unnecessary things that needed to be eliminated. After the first time, Li Fuchen flipped through the second time. The heaven-defying sword scripture might not be related to the primary extreme sword technique, but each sword technique had its essence and involved plenty of mysteries of the human body. The so-called mysteries of the human body had to be felt with the heart and couldn't be identified with a single glance. Second time, third time, fourth time. In one breath, Li Fuchen read it 15 times and finally found all the mysteries of the human body in the heaven-defying sword scripture. No wonder it is an extremity sword technique. The first 9 ranks only involved 3 mysteries of the human body, but the 10th rank involved 7 mysteries of the human body. Li Fuchen didn't plan to comprehend the heaven-defying sword scripture. His objective was to comprehend more mysteries of the human body. His primary extreme sword technique had a total of 42 ranks, but it only involved 5 of the mysteries of the human body. Subsequently, Li Fuchen started to flip through the Sea King sword technique. It was also a lesser-grade extremity sword technique, but the Sea King sword technique involved 8 mysteries of the human body. Therefore, the sword Tao law that was brewed was much stronger than the heaven-defying sword scripture. But between the two, there were 3 mysteries of the human body that overlapped. Because there were 3 mysteries of the human body that overlapped, Li Fuchen only needed to flip through 10 times to find all the mysteries of the human body. After spending 40 million contribution points, Li Fuchen had flipped through a total of 4 lesser-grade sword technique manuals. They were the heaven-defying sword scripture, Sea King sword technique, 3 origin sword art, and 9 revolution heart fusion sword Tao. The heaven-defying sword scripture involved 7 mysteries of the human body. The Sea King sword technique had 8 mysteries. The 3 origin sword art had 9 mysteries, and the 9 revolution heart fusion sword Tao had 9 mysteries. There were a total of 15 mysteries of the human body that didn't overlap. Let's take a look at the heaven-defying sword tiger art. With 80 million contribution points left, Li Fuchen wanted to see how many mysteries of the human body were involved in this third-rate extremity sword technique. 5 million contribution points vanished, and 12 illusory bodies appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The heaven-defying sword tiger art had a total of 12 ranks, and starting from the 11th rank, it was already the extremity. 1 time, 2 times, after 10 times, Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The heaven-defying sword tiger art involved a total of 20 mysteries of the human body. It was more than twice as many as the 3 origin sword art and the 9 revolution heart fusion sword Tao. It was imaginable that if there was a fight, a sword Tao saint who cultivated the heaven-defying sword tiger art would be able to crush a sword Tao saint who cultivated a lesser-grade extremity sword technique. It seems like I have to simplify the primary extreme sword technique. With such a messy situation, even if I pushed the primary extreme sword technique to the extremity, it wouldn't have much potential. Li Fuchen had a plan in his heart. At the current stage, his objective shouldn't be to push the primary extreme sword technique to the extremity. He should simplify the primary extreme sword technique and strengthen it at the same time. The heaven-defying sword scripture and the Sea King sword technique at the non-extremity level would involve 3 mysteries of the human body. The 3 origin sword art and the 9 revolution heart fusion sword Tao would involve 4 mysteries, while the heaven-defying sword tiger art would involve 6 mysteries. Li Fuchen's objective was to let the primary extreme sword technique at the non-extremity level involve at least 6 mysteries of the human body. Chapter 839. The 5 sword techniques allowed Li Fuchen to understand the human body better. After combining the characteristics of the upper primary extreme sword Tao, Li Fuchen quickly created the first rank of the primary extreme sword technique. The first rank of the primary extreme sword technique was actually a simplified version of the first 6 ranks of the primary extreme sword technique. But be it in terms of purity or power, it was far superior. In terms of power, Li Fuchen reckoned that it was already comparable with the 8th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. Next was the 2nd rank, 3rd rank. In a single breath, Li Fuchen created the 6th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. The 6th rank of the primary extreme sword technique was the simplified version of the first 36 ranks of the primary extreme sword technique. But as the 6th rank of the primary extreme sword technique involved the mysteries of 6 human bodies, in terms of power, it was already comparable with the 41st rank of the primary extreme sword technique. Of course, it didn't mean that the more mysteries of the human body were involved, the stronger the power. To be serious, the more mysteries of the human body were involved, the stronger the potential. The power was just supplementary. The current 6th rank of the primary extreme sword technique involved the mysteries of 6 human bodies. The 42nd rank of the primary extreme sword technique only involved the mysteries of 5 human bodies, but the latter's power was still far superior. After all, the latter was already very close to extremity. Each of the first 6 ranks only involved 1 human body's mysteries. The 7th rank is about to involve 2 human bodies' mysteries. The 5 sword techniques allowed Li Fuchen to excavate a total of 21 human bodies' mysteries. With the addition of the 5 human bodies' mysteries that he already comprehended, Li Fuchen had a total of 23 human bodies' mysteries. Not all of the mysteries of the 23 human bodies could be fused into the primary extreme sword art. The first 6 levels of the primary extreme sword art could only cover 6 of them. Any more would be of little value and would affect the creation of the subsequent cultivation techniques. Of course, in Li Fuchen's imagination, when the primary extreme sword technique became a supreme sword technique, it should be able to cover all the human body's mysteries. As for how many mysteries the human body contained, Li Fuchen didn't know. Just as Li Fuchen was creating the 7th rank of the primary extreme sword technique, the Thunder Beast was undergoing the most important transformation and awakening in its life. Back then, when Yin Qingwu promised to let the Thunder Beast evolve into a demonic beast overlord within 10 years, it was actually an exaggeration. In order to let the Thunder Beast mature earlier, the required resources weren't a small amount. A Lawfei's Realm Emperor wouldn't be able to afford it, at least not in a short period of time. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had killed a few saints and found plenty of precious Thunder Dao resources from their storage bags. This time, Li Fuchen had given them all to the Thunder Beast. In one of the largest manors in Wind Cloud City, a Thunder Beast roared at the sky, its body covered with ink-purple lightning. Is the Thunder Beast going to break through to become a demon overlord? There were quite a few people living in the manor. Everyone ran over and watched from afar. Crackle. The lightning became denser and more terrifying, and gradually developed into a faint black color. Everyone knew that the Thunder Beast's bloodline was undergoing a transformation. It was different from the human race. When demonic beasts progressed, they would first transform their bloodline before strengthening their bodies. The human race would break through in cultivation and strengthen their bloodline. After being tempered by the black lightning, the Thunder Beast's scales and skin were constantly falling off. Fresh blood was splattering everywhere. Of course, before the blood could actually splatter, it would be turned into nothingness by the lightning. As time elapsed, the lightning on the surface of the Thunder Beast's body showed signs of weakening. Furthermore, the Thunder Beast's chi presence had yet to reach the level of a demon overlord. Is it because we are in the array? Yin Qingwu frowned. In order for demonic beasts to progress into a demon overlord, they would need to undergo a calamity. However, this was the main city, Wind Cloud City, and was enveloped by an array. The Heaven Calamity wouldn't be able to sense the situation inside. The Thunder Beast obviously knew that it was impossible to progress into a demon overlord in Wind Cloud City. Therefore, it immediately rushed out of the city. Once they exited the city, the sky suddenly turned dark. Countless black lightning bolts wandered in the sky and emitted a destructive chi presence. In order to prevent the innocent from being affected, the Thunder Beast and Yin Qingwu flew over 10,000 miles before stopping. Rumble. A black lightning bolt struck at the Thunder Beast. With Yin Qingwu's eyesight, She could naturally tell that this was the heaven thunder of destruction. It contained the laws of destruction. The heaven thunder of destruction entered the thunder beast's body. The scales on the surface of the thunder beast's body instantly shattered. The transformation of the bloodline is accelerating again. The thunder beast was overjoyed. When the heavenly lightning of destruction fused into his bloodline was like boiling water, completely boiling. Rumble, more and more heaven thunder of destruction descended. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, it would have been blasted into a bloody mist by the heaven thunder of destruction. However, the thunder beast was a low-level sage beast. Its bloodline of lightning Tao was extremely powerful. Once the heaven thunder of destruction entered its body, it would immediately absorb 90% of it. The remaining 10% would be dispersed to temper its body. Interesting. A low-level sage beast. It should be good to capture it and place it in the Zhu family. In the void, there was a faint green flame. Within the green flame, Zhu Nanshan sized up the thunder beast with interest. However, compared to a low-level sage beast, I am more interested in this woman. Zhu Nanshan's gaze turned to Yan Qingwu. At his level, a woman wasn't just judged by looks and aura, it was also judged by potential. A woman with pure looks and aura could only be considered a flower vase that was bland and tasteless. However, Yan Qingwu looked like a woman with great potential. Furthermore, Yan Qingwu's looks and aura were the best among all the women that Zhu Nanshan had seen. Li Fuqin, you killed my Zhu clan saint. I'm going to snatch your woman and pet his interest. Zhu Nanshan grinned. After absorbing enough heaven thunder of destruction, the thunder beast's bloodline of lightning Tao had finally awakened completely. The wonders of the lightning Tao flowed into his heart. At the same time, his body started to change. If his original body gave off a tyrannical and ferocious feeling at the start, then apart from the tyrannical and ferocious feeling, there was also a sense of nobility. Such nobility wasn't something that many low-tier overlords didn't have. Only a low-tier sage beast like him would have such nobility. I finally became a demonic beast overlord. The thunder beast was filled with joy. If he didn't follow Yan Qingwu, he would probably need another 100 to 200 years to become a demonic beast overlord. Becoming a demonic beast overlord in advance had stimulated his potential, and it would be easy for him to progress to a mid-tier demonic beast overlord in the future. Since you have become a demonic beast overlord, follow me. There was a spot of green flames that was rapidly expanding nearby the duo. A youth with obscure and horrific chi presence walked out. Who is it? The thunder beast roared and blasted a thunderball at the youth. PFFF. The youth's body flashed with green flames, and the thunderball blasted out by the thunder beast was like a small flame that was instantly extinguished. What? The thunder beast's eyes contracted. He was a low-tier saint beast. After advancing to a demonic beast overlord, his strength was comparable to a low-tier saint. Even a low-tier saint wouldn't dare to use their protective chi to withstand that lightning ball. However, the other party was able to destroy the lightning ball with ease. Such strength was undoubtedly far beyond that of a low-tier saint. Thunderlock. Since normal attacks were ineffective, the Thunder Beast started to gather his innate ability. When progressing to a demonic beast overlord, he awakened a new innate ability. Once this innate ability was used, the power would be far superior to his previous innate abilities. However, he wasn't proficient enough and needed time to gather it. TSS, 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 TSS. The surrounding void was vibrating with electric currents. Interesting, but I don't have time to waste with you. Zhu Nanshan waved his hand, and a whip formed by green flames wrapped around the Thunder Beast. Instantly, the electric currents in the void dissipated. You follow me too. Zhu Nanshan waved his hand again, and a whip with green flames curled at Yan Qingwu. Zhu Nanshan, you can touch the others, but you can't touch the two of them. An extremely cold sword chi neutralized the whip. Mystic Deep Sword Saint, you just have to make things difficult for me. Zhu Nanshan stared at the Mystic Deep Sword Saint coldly. They are Elder Li's friends. You can't touch them. The mystic deep sword saint said indifferently. What if I am biased? If it was a myriad sword saint, Zhu Nanshan would retreat. However, he didn't need to fear the mystic deep sword saint. You could try. Chapter 840. Haha, I'll give it a try. Everyone says that you are the #1 mid-stage saint in the Saint Spirit continent. Zhu Nanshan don't believe it. Zhu Nanshan laughed heartily while his body surged with battle intent. Mid-stage saints were also separated into several levels. Those that didn't comprehend extreme martial arts were the lowest mid-stage saints and weren't worth mentioning. Next were the mid-stage saints that comprehended unrated extreme martial arts, third-rate extreme martial arts, and second-rate extreme martial arts. The first two were already rather powerful, while the latter could only be described as invincible. He and the mystic deep sword saint both comprehended second-rate extreme sword arts. As for mid-stage saints that comprehended first-rate extreme martial arts, there had never been one in the history of the Saint Spirit continent or even in the entire Deep Blue Plain. In the Zhu clan's records, there was such a mid-stage saint, but that mid-stage saint didn't come from the Deep Blue Plain. Green Flame Great Monarch and Mystic Deep Sword Saint are about to clash. I wonder which of these two is more skilled. It's hard to say. Green Flame Great Monarch's Green Flame sword art is incomparably overbearing and once turned a mid-stage demonic beast overlord into ashes. Mystic Deep Sword art can freeze everything. One fire and one ice. They are two extremes. The Thunder Beast's advancement to demonic beast overlord caused a huge commotion. Most of the saints in Wind Cloud City came after hearing the news. I would also like to understand the strength of the Zhu clan's genius saint. Mystic Deep Sword Saint's eyes widened as the Mystic Deep Sword domain spread out and froze the void. Those who were slightly weaker would have their mobility frozen in the face of the Xianming Sword Sovereign's Xianming Sword domain. However, Zhu Nanshan was clearly not one of them. The Green Flame Sword domain expanded, and green flames burst forth from the void, preventing the Xianming Sword domain from advancing. Clang! Zhu Nanshan and Mystic Deep Sword Saint clashed. Their swords instantly clashed, causing a large area of green flames and ice shards to explode. 1 hour later, boom! Green sparks scattered in the sky as Zhu Nanshan was sent flying. In terms of sword arts, the Mystic Deep Sword Sovereign was superior. Of course, this was just a competition of sword arts. If it was a competition of overall strength, there was probably no one who was a match for Zhu Nanshan among the mid-stage saints. It was said that the Mystic Deep Sword Sovereign had a first-rate extreme Dao secret treasure. Once it was activated, no one below the high-level saints would be a match for him. However, Zhu Nanshan still wanted to save face. If he really relied on external forces, it would be equivalent to admitting that he was inferior to the Mystic Deep Sword Sovereign. From the looks of it, the Mystic Deep Sword Saint is stronger. No wonder he is the #1 mid-stage saint in the Saint Spirit continent. Purely in terms of martial arts realm, there aren't many high-level great sages that can compare to Mystic Deep Sword Sovereign. The great sages who were hiding in the surroundings started discussing. Xianming Sword Saint, I admit that your sword technique is stronger than mine, but so what? Zhu Nanshan took out an awl that was covered in ancient flame patterns. With a wave of his hand, countless cone-shaped flames shot towards the Mystic Deep Sword King. Bang, 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 bang. The ice shards exploded wildly, and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint retreated again and again. The power of a first-rate extreme Dao secret treasure was too powerful. Even if Zhu Nanshan wasn't able to fully utilize the power of a first-rate extreme Dao secret treasure, the power wasn't something that the Mystic Deep Sword Saint could withstand. Just as the Mystic Deep Sword Saint was about to be defeated and injured, a sword chi extinguished all the cone-shaped flames. Zhu Nanshan, this isn't a place for your Zhu clan to behave atrociously. Hurry up and get lost. In the void, the Myriad Image Sword Saint walked out. The instant they saw the Myriad Image Sword Saint, all the hidden great sages sighed. With the Myriad Image Sword Saint around, unless the Zhu clan's #1 patriarch came over, no one would be able to deal with the Myriad Image Sword Saint in a one-on-one. It's a small world. Myriad image sword saint, I will give you face. Zhu Nanshan's eyes were extremely gloomy. To be honest, if he was to risk his life, he might not be afraid of the myriad image sword saint. However, he wasn't confident in dealing with both the myriad image sword saint and the mystic deep sword saint at the same time. The green flames exploded, and Zhu Nanshan's figure vanished. This Zhu Nanshan isn't easy to deal with. The myriad image sword saint lamented. The mystic deep sword saint nodded. The Zhu clan has a deep foundation. Until the very last moment, no one will know the Zhu clan's great sage's true trump card. In terms of strength, the Zhu clan wasn't even in the top 3 in the Saint Spirit continent. Be it the Swordsman Guild or the Sacred Blade Gate, they were all above the Zhu clan. However, the Zhu clan's foundation was enough to change anyone's expression. The Zhu clan's base, MT Blazing God, was said to be unbreakable. The Zhu clan had once offended a Sacred Lord, but that Sacred Lord attacked for a month and was still unable to break the Zhu clan's array. Ultimately, the Sacred Lord left resentfully. Elder Li's ability to cause trouble is too strong. Even the Zhu clan has their eyes on him. What headache! The myriad image sword saint slapped his forehead. The mystic deep sword saint said, "No matter what, Elder Li is my Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder. I hope that the Zhu clan won't go overboard. They won't act recklessly in the open, but I think they won't be content in the dark. For the next few years, let Elder Li and his friends stay in Windcloud City and don't go out." The myriad image sword saint didn't always stay in Windcloud City. Sometimes he would go to other high-class continents. Sometimes he would even fly out of the deep blue plain and take a stroll in the starry sky near the deep blue plain. Therefore, he wouldn't be able to protect Li Fuchen at all times. All right, the mystic deep sword saint nodded. After the storm, the hidden saints had all left. It seems like I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Li Fuchen might be in seclusion, but it was impossible for him to not sense the Thunder Beast evolving into a demonic beast overlord. He concealed his chi presence and secretly followed. Earlier on, he was already prepared to make a move. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen returned to Wine Cloud City. Time elapsed, and it was already half a month since the Thunder Beast evolved into a demonic beast overlord. 7th rank of Primary Extreme Sword Technique. On this day, Li Fuchen finally created the 7th rank of the Primary Extreme Sword Technique. Li Fuchen reduced every 6 ranks of the original Primary Extreme Sword Technique to 1 rank. The 42nd rank was exactly the 7th rank. As he wished, the 7th layer of the Primary Extreme Sword Technique covered 2 more mysteries of the human body. In total, the 7th layer of the Primary Extreme Sword Technique covered 8 mysteries of the human body, 2 more than the Heavenly Sword Tiger Technique. Next is the 8th floor. The 7th rank of the Primary Extreme Sword Technique was already extremely close to extremity. As it involved the mysteries of 8 human bodies, the sword energy cultivated was much stronger than the 42nd rank of the Primary Extreme Sword Technique. According to Li Fuchen's assumption, the 8th rank of the Primary Extreme Sword Technique would be the extremity. He hoped to comprehend all the mysteries of the human body. It would take me at least a few months to create the 8th level of Primary Extreme Sword Art by myself. But now that I have the Black Whirlpool Fruit, it should be very fast. In the hidden room, Li Fuchen flipped his hand, and a whirlpool-shaped black fruit landed on his hand. This fruit was the Black Whirlpool Fruit, which could increase one's comprehension ability by 10 times. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen consumed the Black Whirlpool Fruit. As soon as the Black Whirlpool Fruit entered the mouth, it turned into a black illusory chi flow and rushed into the mind. Immediately after, a black whirlpool gradually formed in the mind. This black whirlpool was just like the galaxy in the universe and was embellished with traces of dreamy colors. As it gradually formed, Li Fuchen felt that his thinking speed was rapidly increasing. 2 times, 3 times. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen's thinking speed was already 5 times faster than before. It also meant that he only needed 20% of the original time to think of a question. My previous speculation is correct. Perception is actually a type of thinking, but it is a type of thinking that allows for leaps and bounds and isn't restricted. Li Fuchen was in deep thoughts. 8 times. 10 times. When the thinking speed was 10 times faster than before, the black whirlpool was completely formed. Without wasting any time, Li Fuchen immediately started to deduce the 8th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. Such speed. Li Fuchen might have been prepared, but the speed of the deduction still made him take a deep cold breath. Chapter 841. Flipping through the extremity sword technique manuals was of great help to Li Fuchen. At least he knew that the extremity sword techniques were sword diagrams. In other words, in order to create the 8th rank of the primary extreme sword technique, a sword diagram must be drawn. This sword diagram wasn't flat. It was three-dimensional. It was the perfect combination of the body and sword Dao law. In front of Li Fuchen's terrifying thoughts, the 8th rank of the sword diagram first had an outline before the contents of the outline were rapidly filled up. Due to being overly focused, Li Fuchen forgot about time and space. In his eyes, there was only this sword diagram. As time elapsed, the originally inanimate sword diagram seemed to have a heartbeat. An indescribable vitality was emitted. The sword diagram has life. It also means that the extremity cultivation technique has life too. Li Fuchen understood in his heart. As this trace of comprehension was born, Li Fuchen's deduction speed of the sword diagram was even faster. The mystical mysteries of the human body increased from the initial 8 to 10, 12, 15. At the same time, the sword intent contained in the sword diagram was getting stronger. The main reason why his primary extreme sword technique wasn't able to evolve to extremity wasn't because of the sword intent, but the cultivation technique itself. Because his primary extreme sword art had already reached extremity. The primary extreme sword art and the primary extreme sword technique were actually a single entity. As long as the cultivation technique met the requirements, it was extremely easy to evolve it to extremity. 18, 19, 20, 21. When the sword diagram covered 21 mystical mysteries of the human body, Li Fuchen's intuition told him that this was the limit. Any more, and it would destroy the stability of the sword diagram. In the sword diagram, when the last 2 points were connected together, the entire sword diagram suddenly glowed and a horrific sword intent radiated out violently. This sword intent's power had actually surpassed the unrated extremity and was at the level of the third-rate extremity. It also meant to say that his primary extreme sword technique was already comparable with the heavenless sword tiger art. Or it should be said that it had already surpassed the heavenless sword tiger art. After all, the heavenless sword tiger art only involved 20 mystical mysteries of the human body, and it was one less than the primary extreme sword technique. When the sword diagram was complete, the surging sword energy poured into the sword diagram from Li Fuchen's dantian. After a series of tempering, compression, and transformations, the sword energy that flowed out from the sword diagram was more than 10 times or dozens of times stronger. At the same time, Li Fuchen's cultivation was also increasing rapidly. It was visible to the naked eye that the sky above Li Fuchen's secret room was gathering boundless heaven and earth chi before pouring into Li Fuchen's body and into the sword diagram. This kind of momentum, at the headquarters of the Swordsman Guild, the Manifestation Sword Saint and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint were moved. Could elderly have advanced to a saint? The Mystic Deep Sword Saint guessed. Only when advancing to a saint would one have such a huge impact. The myriad manifestation sword saint shook his head. No, it doesn't look like he's ascending to become a saint. More like cultivation technique breakthrough. The mystic deep sword lord seemed to have thought of something, and his face was filled with shock. Since it wasn't a saint, it should be a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. Li Fuchen's cultivation technique was already close to extremity. If he broke through, it would be a powerful extremity cultivation technique. The mystic deep sword saint might have comprehended the second-rate mystic deep sword art, but his cultivation technique was only at the unrated extremity level. It was the same for the myriad manifestation sword saint. It was too difficult to have a breakthrough in a cultivation technique, as it involved the evolution of life and the origin of the bloodline. If a saint didn't comprehend an extremity martial art or extremity cultivation technique, his lifespan would be around 100,000 to 200,000 years. Basically, every increase in cultivation level would increase his lifespan by around 10,000 years. If a saint could comprehend an extremity martial art, his bloodline would be nourished by a higher level of laws, and his lifespan would be increased, but it wouldn't be too ridiculous. But if a saint could comprehend an extremity cultivation technique, his bloodline would undergo a fundamental evolution and his lifespan would be increased by a ridiculous amount. By then, it would be easy to live for a few million years. Of course, it would depend on the tier of the cultivation technique. Legends said that a saint that comprehended a supreme cultivation technique would have a lifespan that was as long as the universe. As long as the universe wasn't extinguished, the saint wouldn't die unless he was killed. In addition, once the cultivation technique reached the extremity level, the cultivation speed would be at a horrifying level. The Swordsman Guild recorded that when a cultivation technique reached the second-rate extremity, the cultivation speed would be the same as absorbing peak-grade spirit stones. After 81 cycles, Li Fuchen stopped absorbing the heaven and earth qi. The black whirlpool fruit only had 3 days of effectiveness, and it wasn't wise to waste the time on cultivation. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and took a glance at the timing tool at the side. Only half a day has passed. He spent half a month to create the 7th rank of the primary extreme sword technique, but he only spent half a day to create the 8th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. The efficiency was obviously more than 10 times. The Joint Heaven Sword's sword pattern is too profound. There are still 2.5 days, but it is probably hard to comprehend it. Li Fuchen immediately rejected the idea of comprehending the Joint Heaven Sword's sword pattern. The sword spirit was able to comprehend the sword pattern because the sword spirit and the Joint Heaven Sword were originally one, and there wasn't any obstruction. If Li Fuchen wanted to comprehend the sword pattern, the difficulty wasn't inferior to comprehending a top-rate extremity sword art. The difficulty was simply too high, and even if he was a saint now, he wouldn't be able to do it. Right now, Li Fuchen only had 2 choices. The first was to comprehend the Hand of Sun, and the second was to comprehend the Skyline sword art. After weighing the options, Li Fuchen chose the Skyline sword art. He was a swordsman after all, and he was rather fond of sword arts. As for the Radiant sword art and the primary extreme sword art, they were still rather crude and required a lot of time to perfect. The benefits weren't great, but the Skyline sword art was different. After watching the Skyline sword art 100 times, Li Fuchen had already memorized the moves, and he just had to comprehend them. In his mind, an illusory Li Fuchen appeared. Li Fuchen started to practice the Skyline sword art's first move, Heaven and Earth Realm. First move, second move, third move, sixth move. Right from the start, Li Fuchen didn't study the first 6 moves of the Skyline sword art. Instead, he repeatedly practiced and executed them. The intense Skyline sword intent was constantly brewing. Finally, after an unknown number of repetitions, a new Skyline sword intent burst out after the 6th move. 7th move, Sky Phase Roaming Dragon Thrust. In Li Fuchen's mind, the illusory Li Fuchen, along with his sword, turned into a transparent roaming dragon and thrust out rapidly. At that instant, the speed and burst power were unparalleled. This 7th move is obviously the combination of the first move, Heaven and Earth Roam, and the 6th move, Heaven and Man Will Slash. The transparent, roaming dragon vanished, and Li Fuchen's eyes lit up with radiance. The Skyline sword art had a total of 9 moves, and he had already comprehended 7 moves. There were only 2 more moves left for him to comprehend. He might not have fully grasped the 7 moves, and was only a slight proficiency, but it was enough for him to dominate the world. Next, Li Fuchen started to study the moves. Among the 7 moves of the Skyline sword art, apart from the first move, 6th move, and the recently comprehended 7th move, the rest of the sword moves were only at the 3rd-rate extremity. Chapter 842. After 2.5 days, Li Fuchen's thoughts had slowed down, and he had awakened from his meditative state. It is much better than expected. The first 6 moves of the Skyline Sword Art have all reached the second-rate extremity. The 7th move might have barely touched the first-rate extremity, but I didn't know how terrifying the first-rate extremity was back then. But the greatest harvest is still the primary extreme sword art. Originally, Li Fuchen didn't plan to study the primary extreme sword art, as he was afraid he didn't have enough time. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. There were some things that he couldn't control. Just as he pushed the first 6 moves of the Skyline Sword Art to the second-rate extremity, the first move of the primary extreme sword art, Sword Sea Horizon, actually devoured the Skyline Sword intent and automatically derived it. It forcefully crossed 2 levels and reached the first-rate extremity. It was much stronger than the 7th move of the Skyline Sword Art. Li Fuchen guessed that it was related to the primary extreme sword art. Primary extreme meant the source. The primary extreme sword art naturally pursued the source of the Sword Tao. As for the Sword Sea Horizon, it referred to the sea of Sword Tao. It was boundless and could contain hundreds of rivers. The so-called hundreds of rivers naturally referred to hundreds of Sword Taos. In short, if Li Fuchen wanted to promote the primary extreme sword art to a supreme sword art, he had to learn plenty of extremity sword arts and absorb their sword intents. Otherwise, if he had to rely on his own derivation and comprehension, it would take too long. Huff! After exhaling forcefully, Li Fuchen stood up. With my current strength, I am already able to contest with the mystic deep sword saint. If I encounter the green flame saint, Zhu Nanshan, even if I can't defeat him, I won't be utterly defeated. Zhu Nanshan had a first-rate extreme, Tao, cardinal artifact, and plenty of resources. He was already in an invincible position, and Li Fuchen wasn't a match for him. But it was impossible for him to be suppressed. Firstly, external power was ultimately external power. It wasn't as good as one's own strength and would eventually reveal flaws. Secondly, Li Fuchen was a body refinement saint and was much more resistant than the mystic deep sword saint. For the next few days, Li Fuchen had been familiarizing himself with the changes brought by the 8th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. He discovered that in Wind Cloud City, once he activated the 8th level of the primary extreme sword technique, the result of 3 days of cultivation was equivalent to absorbing 5% of the spiritual energy in a supreme grade spirit stone. In other words, in Wind Cloud City, his 2 months of cultivation was equivalent to absorbing 1 supreme grade spirit stone. It might not seem like a lot, but ever since Li Fuchen cultivated the Star Immortal Body, his lifespan was over 100,000 years. 2 months of bitter cultivation was equivalent to absorbing 1 peak grade spirit stone. 1 year of bitter cultivation was equivalent to absorbing 6 peak grade spirit stones. 10 years would be 60 peak grade spirit stones. 100 years would be 600 peak grade spirit stones. 1,000 years would be 6,000 peak grade spirit stones. And 10,000 years would be 60,000 peak grade spirit stones. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was only a half saint now. Once Li Fuchen became a saint, the absorption rate of heaven and earth chi would increase by more than 10 times. By then, after cultivating for 10,000 years, he would be able to absorb more than 600,000 peak grade spirit stones. Of course, this was without considering the bottleneck. But it was hard to say if Li Fuchen had any bottlenecks. Apart from that, it was impossible for a human to cultivate all the time. It was already very exaggerated to have 2,000 or 3,000 years of bitter cultivation in 10,000 years. If one didn't do anything and just cultivated bitterly, it would be hard for one to have great accomplishments. Furthermore, it would be easy for one to cultivate a heart demon. But for the next few days, Li Fuchen had a new discovery. As the primary extreme sword technique progressed to the 3rd-rate extremity, he realized that his cultivation hurdle had increased by a lot. Originally, he estimated that he would only need around 20 peak grade spirit stones to progress to the late stage of the half-saint. Right now, he reckoned that he would need around 40 to 50 peak grade spirit stones. His cultivation speed might have increased by several times, but who knew if there would be any changes in the later stages. After all, the primary extreme sword technique had only progressed to extremity for a few days, and the transformation of the body wasn't complete. After a period of time, he might need 100 peak-grade spirit stones to progress to the late stage of the half-saint. The stronger the cultivation technique, the more chi can be stored in the same cultivation realm. Therefore, the amount of chi required to progress to the late stage of the half-saint would naturally be more. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised. Previously, he felt that it was unusual for him to progress to the half-saint realm because he required too many peak-grade spirit stones. Back then, his primary extreme sword technique didn't just have a high concept, it was only close to extremity. Right now, his primary extreme sword technique was at the third-rate extremity and had the potential to become a supreme sword art. It was naturally impossible for there to be no changes. My cultivation level might not be able to progress, but it isn't important. In terms of chi quality, my sword energy isn't inferior to a saint. Right now, his sword energy was 100 times stronger than before. Normally speaking, a saint's chi would only be a few dozen times stronger than a half-saint's chi. Therefore, even if he wasn't a saint yet, he wasn't any different from a saint. Saints had saint souls and saint spirits, but so did Li Fuchen. Saints had 100,000 years of lifespan, but so did he. The saint's chi was powerful, but so was his sword energy. Just as Li Fuchen expected, half a month later, the changes brought about by the primary extreme sword technique were finally settled. If he wanted to break through to the late stage of the half-saint, he would need around 80 peak-grade spirit stones. If he relied on himself to cultivate slowly, he would need at least a dozen years. It was hard to imagine how many peak-grade spirit stones were required to progress from half-saint to saint. Time elapsed, and in the blink of the eye, a few months had passed. After Li Fuchen finished absorbing the star power from the star gem, his body refinement was already very close to the subcompletion level of the soul unity realm. If Zhu Herong knew about this after his death, he would probably be so angry that he would come back to life. This star gem was his greatest treasure. In the end, before he could exchange it for resources, he died and benefited Li Fuchen for nothing. If the Zhu clan found out that Li Fuchen obtained a star gem from Zhu Herong, they would probably pursue Li Fuchen at all costs. A single star gem's value was at least 1,000 peak-grade spirit stones, and it wasn't a small sum for the Zhu clan. When Li Fuchen's body refinement increased, his Hand of Moon had also reached the pinnacle level and was just one step away from the Hand of Sunday. The body refinement, Tao, only cultivated the body and didn't place as much emphasis on the comprehension of laws as the Qi Tao. Therefore, once Li Fuchen cultivated the Hand of Sun, his body refinement strength would reach an extremely horrifying level. The deep blue plain was as peaceful as usual. On this day, on an abandoned continent, a large number of demons were gathered. The demons leading the group were all demon lords. Sacrifice. One of the demon lords waved his hand and activated a pitch-black array. Billions of humans in the array were all turned into evil power and fused into the array. Bang! There was a burst of black thunderbolts. As the thunderbolts intertwined, a door of flesh and blood slowly rose from the center of the array. When the door of flesh and blood opened, the first thing that entered the eyes was an endless starry sky, followed by an oval-shaped black egg. Around the black egg were countless specks of light. When one got closer, one would realize that these specks of light were actually stars. The endless starry sky was distorted, and there was a black whirlpool that was slowly spinning in the door of flesh and blood. Swish, 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 swish. Figures that were like locusts scuttled out from the black whirlpool in the door of flesh and blood. After taking a closer look, they were obviously demons. They ranged from Class 1 demons to Class 8 demon rulers. As time passed, more and more fiendish demons came to the deep blue plain. If it was like a locust plague at the beginning, then it was like a pitch-black, viscous wave that gushed forth crazily. In just a few days, the entire abandoned continent was filled with fiendish demons. Haha! After such a long time, You finally found enough spatial crystals to set up the door of flesh and blood. A terrifying demon lord that was wielding a scepter with a gem stepped out of the door of flesh and blood. Behind him was a group of demon lords that had much weaker chi presences. Greetings to Lord Andre. The demon lords that set up the door of flesh and blood quickly bowed and cupped their fists. You have done well. Demon Lord Andre flew into the sky and took a deep breath before speaking in an intoxicated manner. Such fresh air. As compared to this place, the world we are living in is simply a stinky sludge. Next, let this plane become our new home. Chapter 843. On the boundless ocean, a lone figure hurried on his way. Saints were extremely lonely. Most of the time, they would be searching for resources to increase their cultivation. Not everyone was a prodigy like Li Fuchen who could grasp extremity cultivation techniques and sword arts. If regular saints wanted to increase their strength and lifespan, the only way was to increase their cultivation. There weren't many artifacts that could allow saints to increase their cultivation quickly. What is that? From far away, the long-bearded saint could see a dense black dot appearing in the sky. Demons. The long-bearded saint was rather astonished. The deep blue plane didn't have a lot of demons. At least compared to the humans and demonic beasts, the number of demons was pitifully low. Therefore, it was rare to see so many demons gathered together. These demons are from different races. Killing them will give me chi luck too. The long-bearded saint placed great importance on chi luck. If the chi luck was good, the fated opportunities would be good. If the fated opportunities were good, one would be able to obtain plenty of treasures that could increase one's cultivation. There might be a lot of demons, but the long-bearded saint didn't mind. If one wasn't a saint, no matter how many demons there were just ants. With a wave of the hand, a horrific chi force swept towards the sky like a storm. Rumble. The chi force dispersed midway. Who is it? The long-bearded saint was vigilant. Only a sage would be able to break through a sage's chi. Human saint, it should be delicious. At the front, a stalwart man appeared in the vision of the long-bearded saint. It is a demon lord, run. The stalwart man didn't look any different from a human, but the demon chi presence on his body was vastly different from a human no matter how hard he tried to conceal it. When facing a demon lord, the long-bearded saint didn't have any unrealistic thoughts. He only had a single thought, and that was to escape. After all, the weakest demon lord would normally have the strength of a high-level saint, while he was just a regular mid-level saint. Can you escape? Behind the long-bearded saint, another demon lord appeared. Thunderbolt palm. The long-bearded saint's right hand flashed with electric light as he slammed his palm at the demon lord. It was unknown if the demon lord was careless, but the palm strike landed squarely on the demon lord's chest. But in the next moment, the long-bearded saint had an awful expression. This palm strike wasn't even able to break the demon lord's skin. The weak electric current was like a tickle to the demon lord. Whoosh! The dark red flames flashed and engulfed the long-bearded sage. The long-bearded sage monarch screamed miserably. The essence blood in his body was quickly devoured. The remaining parts of his corpse were burned to ashes by the flames. The burly man rushed over and said to the flames, "Felix, you stole my prey." The flames turned back into the demon monarch from before. He grinned and said, "Gula, there are many plain saints. Why bother about this one?" Although this was what he said, he would definitely not agree to hand over the long-bearded sage. A saint's blood essence was a great tonic to them, devil lords. There was more than one gate of flesh and blood. Gates of flesh and blood slowly rose from the many abandoned continents of the deep blue plain. Countless demons poured out from the gate of flesh and blood. The first to discover the invasion of the demons were the demons. After all, the ocean was the territory of the demons. Very tacitly, the monster clan and the fiendish demons did not kill each other. Demons were the same as humans and were more suited to live on land. Since that was the case, they would let the humans take the lead first. Once the humans couldn't hold on any longer, the monster clan would then make a move. The monster clan didn't have any intention to make a move, let alone the demons. Fighting with the monster clan in the ocean would be asking for trouble. It wouldn't be too late to fight with the monster clan after eliminating the humans. In front of the locust-like demon army, continents after continents had fallen. There was no choice. The demons were too powerful and were considered invincible among the same class. Once they made up for the numbers, they were simply invincible. In these fallen continents, the humans and the land demonic beasts worked together but weren't able to stop the demons. A large number of humans and land demonic beasts were sent to the abandoned continents. Afterward, new gates of flesh and blood rose. Elderly, come to the headquarters quickly. On this day, the mystic Deep Sword Saint's voice echoed from the Elder Token. After hearing the mystic Deep Sword Saint's anxious voice, Li Fuchen immediately rushed over. At the headquarters, apart from a mystic Deep Sword Saint, the Myriad Image Sword Saint, the Tiger Fong Sword Saint, and the 100 Flower Sword Saint were also present. Elders, what happened? Li Fuchen was curious. The Tiger Fong Sword Saint spoke in a deep voice. The demon race is invading the deep blue plane. Demon race? Li Fuchen didn't understand. The demons might be powerful, but there were too few of them, and they couldn't do much. No, the Tiger Fong Sword Saint said they were invading. Li Fuchen had a flash of surprise on his face as he asked, "The demon race is from another plane?" The mystic Deep Sword Saint nodded. The demon race is an elite race in the entire universe and has occupied multiple planes. In history, our deep blue plane has been invaded multiple times. The demons that are left behind are the traces of the previous invasions. But it has been a few 100,000 years since the last time the demon race invaded the deep blue plane. Many people don't know that the demon race is a life form from another plane and think that they are the local life forms. Therefore, it is very hard to eradicate the demons. There are too many continents in the deep blue plane. There are 9 high-class continents, hundreds of mid-class continents, and countless low-class continents. It wasn't an easy task to eradicate all of them. Furthermore, with the passage of time, many things would be forgotten. A few 100,000 years was too long. Doesn't the plane have its own will? Why don't they care? Li Fuchen felt that if the plane willpower didn't allow life forms from another plane to enter, the demon race wouldn't be able to enter no matter how powerful they were. The Myriad Elephant Sword Saint sighed. The plane willpower doesn't have any consciousness. Even if it has consciousness, it is useless. Above the plane willpower, there is the universe willpower. The universe willpower is based on natural selection and survival of the fittest. If the human race is too weak, it is very normal for them to be eliminated. I see. Li Fuchen understood now. The universe willpower was the ruler of everything. The killings between the races and the planes were in accordance with the universe's dark laws. Thinking up to this point, Li Fuchen was rather worried. In the face of the demon army, the East Unicorn Continent, Seven Color Continent, and Emperor Sky Continent wouldn't be able to resist. He had to make a trip there. There is no hurry. The Myriad Elephant Sword Saints said, with the demon invasion, the battle tower should be activated. Through the battle tower, you can teleport to any of the 100 battle zones in the Deep Blue Plane. This is the map of the Deep Blue Plane's battle zone. There are plenty of continents that are marked. Take a look and see which battle zone is the continent that you want to go to. The Myriad Elephant Sword Saint handed a jade scroll to Li Fuchen. After receiving the jade scroll, Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness inside. Chapter 844. Elderly, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can lend me your supreme artifact sword. The Myriad Image Sword Saint was rather embarrassed. He was worried that Li Fuchen might think that he was coveting the supreme artifact sword. In fact, he wanted to use it to deal with the demons. The weakest demon, Demon Lord, had strength that was comparable to a high-level saint. Furthermore, the demon's body toughness and vitality were considered horrific and were even superior to demonic beasts. It was easy to defeat them, but it was extremely difficult to kill them. If Li Fuchen had the supreme artifact sword, it would be easier. He could kill any demon lord that was weaker than him with a single sword. It would be too easy for him to kill demon lords that were stronger than him. Li Fuchen took out the joint heaven sword and said apologetically, "This sword has yet to be truly unsealed." It was unsealed because the sword spirit forcefully penetrated the sword pattern. Right now, the sword spirit has been in a deep slumber for a long time. So that is the case. The myriad image sword saint sighed. He thought that he would have the help of the supreme artifact sword, but it seemed like he was overthinking. The battle tower was located in the main city, the war city. There were 9 high-class continents, and each high-class continent had a war city. Each war city had a battle tower. After arriving at the war city, Li Fuchen saw a 100-floor tall tower. The plaza outside the tower was packed with people as a large number of people surged into the tower. However, this tower seemed to have a world inside. No matter how many people entered, it wouldn't be crowded. "Everyone, follow me to kill demons. The more demons we kill, the stronger the chi luck." Apart from the major factions that organized martial artists to head to the battlefields, some martial artists that didn't belong to any factions would also form groups. Some of them had righteous intentions, some wanted to obtain the plain willpower's favor, and some wanted to temper themselves. The Swordsman Guild had a total of 5 groups that were led by 5 elders. The group that Li Fuchen led was heading towards the 19th battle zone. The interior of the battle tower was indeed a world inside. From the outside, the battle tower only had a diameter of a few hundred meters, but the interior was over 100 miles in radius. In the center of each floor, there was a giant teleportation array. The teleportation array was rotating slowly, and tens of thousands of martial artists were teleported out. The teleportation array to the 19th battlefield was on the 19th floor. Li Fuchen and his group flew straight up. The 19th war zone included 10 mid-level continents and a large ocean. On this day, in the center of the 19th battle zone, on an ordinary island, a mountain suddenly exploded, revealing the battle tower inside the mountain. The battle pagoda shone as figures rushed out. "This is my first time leaving the Saint Spirit continent." "Me too. It's so easy. I feel like I can split the sea with my palm." Rumble. One of the Law Phase Realm Emperors executed a palm strike and cleaved out a ravine that was a few hundred miles long in the ocean. The Emperor couldn't help but jump in shock. "Everyone, please wait here for me for a while." After Li Fuchen gave the instructions, his figure flashed and vanished. Li Fuchen's current traveling speed was too fast. In less than half a day, he was already approaching the Emperor's Sky continent. There's demonic energy. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen felt an overwhelming demon chi sweeping over from the horizon. He scanned it with his spiritual sense. "It's the demon army." Li Fuchen's expression changed. A few 100,000 miles away, there was an uncountable demon army that was surging over in an overwhelming manner. Felix is truly lucky. I didn't expect to encounter another saint. Furthermore, it is a body refinement saint." The void melted, and an extremely powerful demon walked out. This demon had dark red hair, and his body was surging with blazing flame chi presence. However, this blazing flame chi presence was different from regular blazing flame chi presence, as it had an indescribable dark aura. Demon Lord. This was Li Fuchen's first time seeing a demon lord. Demon lords were different from demonic beast overlords. There wasn't any differentiation between low tier, mid tier, or high tier. The weakest demon lord had strength that was comparable with high tier human saints. To be honest, if it was the previous Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be a match for any demon lord. Kill. Without any nonsense, Li Fuchen drew the autumn rain sword and slashed over. Courting death. Felix turned into a bundle of dark red flames and swept at Li Fuchen. PFFF. The dark red flames split apart and Li Fuchen rushed out. "I have underestimated you." Felix lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a sword wound that penetrated his entire body. It might only be a cut on the surface, but it was already incredible. Such powerful defense. Li Fuchen's expression changed. "To show my respect to you, I will use my full strength next." Felix swung his right hand and slashed at Li Fuchen with a stream of flames. Swish! Li Fuchen dodged. Rumble! A deep trench was opened up in the sea below. One could even see the seabed at the bottom of the sea. Heaven and earth shall be mine. With a leap, Li Fuchen turned into an unstoppable sword light and slashed at Felix. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. How could Felix be a match for Li Fuchen? His body was covered in sword wounds, and some of them had even affected his bones. Damn it! Felix turned into flames again and rushed out of the range of the sword light. Skylight flying flow sword. When Li Fuchen appeared, he brandished his sword. Countless sword lights gathered together and shot out like a giant luminous waterfall. Felix couldn't dodge in time and had to use both hands to push forward. The dark red flames formed a barrier and tried to block. Cling, cling, clang, clang. The flame barrier was getting thinner, and after the barrier was shattered, Felix was drowned in the waterfall of sword lights. With every breath, he would be struck by countless sword lights. It still doesn't work? Seeing that Felix was covered in injuries, but his chi presence didn't diminish at all, Li Fuchen knew that a normal move wouldn't be able to deal with Felix. Sky Fire Splitting Sun Sword. When the sword was executed, it was just like a rising sun. The sun was massive, and Felix was just about to dodge when he was struck. In the next moment, countless pellets of light were shot out from Felix's body. This sword had finally inflicted severe injuries on him. Felix, do you need my help? An old-fashioned and cold voice echoed. Gula, what are you standing there for? Felix was very annoyed. Li Fuchen's strength was much stronger than he imagined. He thought that human saints were very weak. Gravity Star Barrier. Li Fuchen might have already made preparations to deal with the two Devil Lords, but he still wasn't on guard as the Devil Lord's innate ability was so terrifying. A dark star appeared above his head, and a horrific gravity pressed down, causing his mobility to decrease drastically. Flames of Darkness. The severely injured Felix roared out and blasted the dark purple flames on Li Fuchen. The raging flames burned, and Felix felt it was a pity. After being burned by his flames of darkness, even those who were stronger than him would be turned into ashes. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's essence blood was gone. Sky Phase Roaming Dragon Thrust. The flames scattered and a transparent dragon shadow suddenly rushed out and penetrated Felix's body. Chapter 845. The power of a first-class extremity sword move was much greater than what Li Fuchen imagined. The Skyfire Sun-splitting sword could only affect Fei's blood chi, but the Sky Manifestation Roaming Dragon Thrust could affect Fei's blood chi origin. The reason why demons were so hard to kill was because of their powerful flesh aura origins. However, if their flesh aura origins were damaged, their recovery ability would be greatly reduced. With just one sword strike, Felix's life aura had been weakened by at least 30%. With another 2 or 3 sword strikes, even if Felix did not die, he would still be in an extremely weak state. Heavy Star Strike. On the side, the Devil Lord called Gula expanded to a few hundred miles in size before crashing at Li Fuchen. Crackle. A physical object that was hundreds of miles wide charged forward at a shocking speed. That kind of sound was too terrifying. The void directly exploded and destructive lightning spread out. Everything within tens of thousands of miles was in chaos. It was impossible to tell north from south. At this moment, all escape techniques were useless and all dodging was meaningless. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to cleave at Gula Clang. Large sparks flew all over the sky. Due to being caught off guard, Li Fuchen was directly knocked out, with a crackling sound coming from his body. Is he dead? Hearing the voice coming from Li Fuchen's body, Gu La's eyes turned cold. His strength was much greater than Felix's. The only difference was that Felix was faster than him. In the past, he executed the massive star impact and killed a high-tier demonic beast overlord. A high-tier demonic beast overlord's vitality was far superior to a high-tier saint. Like a shooting star, Li Fuchen's body had some cracks, but these cracks were quickly mended. In front of the star immortal body, this bit of impact was nothing. Moreover, he was wearing the extreme Dao armor. Not dead, Demon Monarch Gu La's expression changed. Boundless Sword C. Soaring into the sky, Li Fuchen overlapped with the great sun in the sky. In the next moment, a boundless sea of swords drowned Devil Monarch Gu La and Devil Monarch Felix. This sea of swords alternated between reality and illusion, as if it existed in another world. In fact, to most people, this sea of swords did indeed exist in another world, because it had formed its own sword realm. The sea of swords became more and more illusory, and not long after, it completely disappeared. As for Demon Monarch Gula and Demon Monarch Felix, who were in the sea of swords, there was nothing left of them. Even though he was the one who executed the sword move, Li Fuchen was still shocked. He realized that he had been underestimating the power of a first-rate supreme sword technique. His intuition told him that even the mystic Deep Sword Saint and the Manifestation Sword Sage would not be able to kill the two demon lords in such a short time. It wasn't because they weren't strong enough, but their comprehension of Sword Dao law wasn't as good as Li Fuchen. The demon lord's vitality was too strong. It was hard to say how long it would take to slowly whittle away at the other party's vitality. But if one's comprehension of laws was deep enough, one could be like Li Fuchen and attack the enemy from the Qi blood source, or trap the enemy in the sword world and use the sword world's power to obliterate the enemy. With how exquisite the Sword Sea Horizon is, I might be able to put up a fight against Zhu Nanshan. Zhu Nanshan was strong because he had a lot of extreme-grade secret treasures, and he even had a first-class extreme-grade secret treasure. However, sometimes external power was still external power, and it was not as reliable as one's own strength. He stretched out his hand, and two pitch-black rings fell onto his palm. These were two spatial rings, which were more advanced than storage bags. The space inside was very large. In the deep blue plane, only a few saints had a spatial ring. After breaking the imprint on the spatial ring, Li Fuchen opened it and saw a huge amount of resources. But most of the resources were inclined towards the darkness attribute. There are actually so many spatial crystals. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. The two demon lord storage bags had a small pile of spatial crystals. The smallest was the size of a walnut, while the largest was the size of a fist. In the market, a spatial crystal the size of soybean would be worth at least 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. But if a spatial crystal was twice the size, the value wouldn't just be doubled, it would be at least 5 times. Therefore, a walnut-sized spatial crystal would be worth at least 1 peak-grade spirit stone. A fist-sized spatial crystal would be worth at least 100 peak-grade spirit stones. Just these spatial crystals would be worth at least 1,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Apart from the spatial crystals, Li Fuchen also found a few stalks of extreme Dao herbs in the spatial rings. Most of these extreme Dao herbs might be of the darkness attribute, but if they were sold, Li Fuchen reckoned that he would be able to earn a few dozen peak-grade spirit stones. No wonder he is a demon lord. He is truly wealthy. After keeping the spatial rings, Li Fuchen flashed and flew towards the demon army. At the front of the demon army that was like a black tide, a figure appeared. Dying, Li Fuchen didn't show any mercy. He drew the autumn rain sword and executed the towering radiance. Boundless radiance illuminated the demon army. Any demon that was illuminated by the radiance, even if it was a demon lord, would be instantly turned into ashes. A single sword slash was enough to slaughter the entire demon army. In the face of absolute strength, numbers had lost all meaning. After extending his sword field and killing those demons that were escaping with ease, Li Fuchen rushed towards the Emperor Sky Continent. Fight it out with these demons. The Emperor Sky Continent was in complete chaos of war. It was unknown where these demons came from, and they were everywhere. They would kill on sight and destroy cities on sight. After destroying the cities, they would go on a killing spree and were extremely ruthless. It was fortunate that the Emperor Sky Continent was a top-class mid-class continent. If it was a regular mid-class continent, they wouldn't be able to resist. On the floating Sky Mountain, a group of demon lords were attacking the floating Sky Mountain's array. Just as the array was about to be broken, a metal statue flew out. Die! A metal sword extended from the metal statue's hand. With a slash, over a dozen demon lords were slashed apart. A mere intent statue dares to be arrogant. Among the demon lords, an extremely powerful demon lord flew out. This demon lord didn't make a move earlier. Boom! The metal statue and the demon lord started a fight. A moment later, PFFF. The demon lord's body was still slashed apart by the metal statue. Such power! Inside the floating sky mountains array, the anxious group let out a breath of relief. With Li Fuchen's intent statue around, these demons wouldn't be able to do anything. My main body is back. The metal statue sensed something and revealed a smile on its stiff face. This metal statue was fused with a trace of Li Fuchen's spirit soul power and had simple thinking abilities. Outside the Emperor Sky Continent, just as Li Fuchen approached the Emperor Sky Continent, he felt a destructive wave sweeping over. Li Fuchen didn't bother. Previously, when he progressed to a body refinement saint and entered the Blackwater Continent, he received a warning from the continent willpower. It was a pity that mid-class continents could restrict saints from entering, but it couldn't restrict Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen executed his spirit soul ability and concealed his chi presence flawlessly. Subsequently, Li Fuchen plunged into the Emperor Sky Continent. Along the way, Li Fuchen expanded his sword field to the limits. As long as the demons were in the sword field, they would be turned into ashes while the humans were unharmed. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the floating sky mountain. Welcome back. The metal statue stopped killing the demons. It is time for you to increase your strength. Li Fuchen pointed with his index finger, and a radiance entered the metal statue's forehead. Immediately after, the metal statue's eyes lit up. Die! A single sword slash caused the void to vibrate. Immediately after, all the demons that surrounded the floating sky mountain were slain. It is rather useful, but it is a pity that the spirit soul power is rather affected. Chapter 846. Li Fuchen's return surprised everyone from the floating sky mountain. However, the matter was rather urgent, and Li Fuchen didn't have much time to stay at the floating sky mountain. After leaving behind a huge pile of advancement resources and weapons, Li Fuchen left again. With the battle tower as the center, a layer of light fell down. Outside the light was an endless army of demons that looked like a black wave. Don't worry, they won't be able to break through the defense of the tower. A powerful great emperor was very confident. Others might not know, but he knew that the battle tower was a secret war treasure refined by many heaven monarchs during ancient times. Not even a heaven monarch would be able to break the defense of the battle tower. From far away, Li Fuchen could sense that the battle tower was drowned by the demon army. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry either. From the mystic Deep Sword Saint and the others, Li Fuchen already knew that the battle tower was the human race's greatest reliance. For countless years, it had never been breached. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the scene. With a swing of the sword, more than half of the demon army was wiped out. With another swing of the sword, more than 90% of the demon army was slaughtered. Kill. Previously, there were more demons, so no one dared to come out. Now that there were less than 10% of the demons left, they would be cowards if they didn't dare to come out. The first to rush out were the swordsmen from the Swordsman Guild. These swordsmen wielded sharp swords and killed their way through the demons like they were chopping vegetables. After all the demons were wiped out, Li Fuchen said, "Follow me." The 19th War Zone had a total of 10 mid-level continents. If he wanted to fight against the demons, he couldn't do it alone. He had to send these people to these 10 continents. These people might not be considered much in the Saint Spirit continent, but in a mid-class continent, these people were all top-notch experts. As time passed, more and more demons invaded the deep blue plain. The human side had suffered heavy casualties. Many of the continents had been completely occupied by the demons. The humans and land demons were treated like pigs, slaughtered and devoured, or sacrificed to summon the gate of flesh and blood. Apart from that, there were plenty of human saints that perished too. From what Li Fuchen knew, just on the Saint Spirit continent alone, there were close to 10 saints that perished. On a sea region, 3 high-level great monarchs were battling a demon monarch. This devil monarch wielded a gemstone scepter and every time he attacked, he would cause one of the high-level saints to vomit blood. This won't do. This Devil Lord's strength has probably already reached the level of a peak saint. The manifestation sword saint's face darkened. His strength was already close to the level of a peak-level great monarch, but he couldn't do anything to the other party. Look at my 9 heavens thunder talisman. The purple-robed Holy Lord tossed a purple talisman into the air. Kaboom! The sky suddenly darkened. Countless lightning bolts surged into the purple talisman. Shortly after, the purple talisman exploded with pure purple lightning bolts, bombarding the demon monarch. The terrifying electric currents shattered the void. And my solar storm divine ability. The high-level great sage that was emitting a golden, blazing sun aura pushed his hands forward. The terrifying power of the sun formed a storm that drowned everything in front of him. At the law phase realm, very few people used bone frame divine abilities because everyone cultivated martial arts of a very high level. When cultivated to a certain realm, the power was not inferior to divine abilities. Only some warriors who lacked powerful martial arts would study bone frame divine abilities. Of course, powerful bone frame divine abilities were an exception. The high-level great sage that executed the solar storm divine ability was called the Blazing Sun Great Sage. His bone frame was a 9-star Great Sun bone frame. His sun divine ability was extremely powerful and was even stronger than the martial arts he cultivated. Therefore, he temporarily used the sun divine ability as his killer move. Manifestation Extermination. After taking a deep breath, the manifestation sword saint also executed his killer move. With a single slash, everything in the area where the demon monarch was distorted and sliced apart. Kiki, I already said that your resistance is meaningless. I, Andre, am not someone you could defeat. A black sphere of light protected demon monarch Andre. Be it the pure purple lightning, the solar storm, or the sword chi, as soon as they touched the black sphere of light, they would immediately collapse. Death Chop. Demon monarch Andre used his right palm as a blade and swept horizontally. A black chop struck the manifestation sword saint and the others. PFFF. The trio's extreme Dao armors had cracks, and they vomited a large amount of blood. The demon monarch was too powerful and had definitely reached the level of a peak-level saint. It was just that his moves were a little crude. We have to delay him and wait for the others to come. Then, we can concentrate on eliminating him. They had already sent a message to the others. However, the deep blue plane was too big. Even a high-level saint would need some time to travel. I'm guessing that you are planning to delay me and wait for reinforcements. Demon monarch Andre grinned coldly. Hearing this, the trio's expressions changed. Your plan is not bad. It's a pity that I don't have time to waste with you. Demon monarch Andre was still a little shaken. After all, this was the human race's territory. He wasn't a demon lord or a heavenly demon. There was a certain level of danger. His figure suddenly disappeared, and demon monarch Andre appeared behind the high-level saint in a purple Taoist robe. Be careful. The manifestation sword saint was astonished. At their level, no matter what kind of escape technique it was, they would be able to sense some ripples. However, when demon monarch Andre teleported, there were no ripples at all. He immediately appeared behind 9 heavens supreme monarch. By the time the manifestation sword saint warned him, it was already too late. Demon monarch Andre's right hand had already pierced through 9 heavens supreme monarch's body. Let's die together. Nirvana, divine thunder. 9 heavens supreme monarch's body glowed. His true chi and blood chi were being consumed without any regard for his life. They turned into bolts of destructive lightning that wrapped around demon monarch Andre. Crackle. The lightning lasted for a dozen breaths' time before dissipating. This is really crazy. I don't like it. Demon monarch Andre's body was only slightly injured. As a top demon monarch, his body's strength and vitality were extremely terrifying. Even if 9 Heaven Supreme Monarch was far stronger than him, he wouldn't be able to injure him. However, 9 Heaven Supreme Monarch Andre's desperate attack was not bad. At least it had left a mark on his body. What annoyed Demon Monarch Andre the most was that 9 Heaven Supreme Monarch Andre had used up all of his blood essence. He hadn't been able to devour even a few drops. I also don't like being arrogant in the human race's territory. An indifferent voice rang out. Demon Monarch Andre felt his body go cold. He looked down and saw that his body had been split in half. There was an extremely terrifying power in the injured part, preventing him from recovering and continuously devouring his vitality. Saint Monarch, Demon Monarch Andre's pupils shrank. Only a Saint Monarch had such strength, and a Saint Monarch was equivalent to a Demon Lord of the demon race. Let's go. The gem scepter in Demon Monarch Andre's left hand flashed, and a wave of space-time power rippled. Bang! Demon Monarch Andre had originally planned to take away all of his body parts. However, at that moment, a wave of power attacked and shattered the other half of his body. He escaped. The heavenly broken Saint Monarch frowned and walked out of the void. Greetings, heavenly broken Saint Monarch. Chapter 847. The crippled Sacred Lord was one of the few Sacred Lords in the deep blue plane. The heavenly crippling Sacred Lord was the reason why the deep blue plane was able to maintain its current situation. There were too many Devil Lords that invaded the deep blue plane this time, and it was almost half of the human saints. It was a known fact that the weakest Devil Lord was comparable to a high-stage saint, and there weren't many high-stage saints among the human race's saints. If the Heaven Remnant Sacred Lord didn't keep reducing the number of demon lords, the situation of the human race would be many times worse. You guys have worked hard. The Heaven Crippling Sacred Lord left after saying that. The Manifestation Sword Sage and Sage Scorching Sun were full of admiration. Although the crippled Sacred Master's name was frightening, he was actually the one who cared about the human race the most. It was just that he never spoke much and only knew how to take action. The deep blue plane was too big. Apart from the Sage Monarchs, it would be very strenuous for others to travel. It would easily take months, years, or even decades or centuries. In order to unify the entire deep blue plane, the human race started to construct teleportation arrays. Every continent had at least 3 teleportation arrays, which were respectively connected to the Battle Pagoda Island and the surrounding continents. In Li Fuchen's group, there were a few arrayed Dao Emperors, and one of them was even an array Dao Great Emperor. After Li Fuchen provided the spatial crystals, all the mid-class continents in the 19th battle region had their own teleportation arrays. This way, the continents would be able to quickly reinforce each other. I hope the 7-color continent is fine. After arranging everything, Li Fuchen rushed towards the 30th battle zone. He might be able to use the Battle Tower's teleportation array to teleport to the 30th battle zone, but Li Fuchen still wanted to travel personally. It was a good opportunity for him to observe the demonic forces along the way. Anyway, this little bit of distance was nothing to him. Furthermore, there were 100 war zones in the deep blue plane, and every war zone had the support of a high-ranked continent. This continent has actually been completely invaded by demons. On the way, Li Fuchen saw an ordinary mid-class continent that was several times smaller than the 7-color continent. It was full of demons, and humans were being slaughtered and devoured wantonly. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he arrived above this mid-class continent. Dying. As the sword domain enveloped the area, the demons in the area were reduced to ashes. 2 hours later, all the demons on the continent were dead. Even if there were some fish that slipped through the net, there were only a few big or small cats, and posed no threat to the remaining humans. What a dense, fiendish demon aura. Just how many of our clansmen did they kill? From over 100 million miles away, a demon lord could sense Li Fuchen's baleful qi. Killing a fiendish demon would only leave a tiny bit of fiendish demon baleful qi on one's body. Even at close range, one might not be able to sense it. Killing 10 fiendish demons or 100 fiendish demons was nothing. However, the baleful qi of fiendish demons could be sensed from hundreds of millions of li away. The number of fiendish demons killed was at least 10 billion or even 100 billion. This person must be killed. The Devil Lord quickly chased after Li Fuchen. Demon King. A short moment later, Li Fuchen also sensed the presence of this devil lord. When Li Fuchen sensed that the opponent's qi presence wasn't much stronger than the two demon lords that he killed previously, Li Fuchen stopped. Human die. A distance of 100 million miles was nothing to a demon ruler. Soon enough, both parties encountered each other. Without any nonsense, the demon ruler released a horrific qi presence and charged at Li Fuchen. Sword See Horizon. Li Fuchen's eyes were clear and cold. When he brandished his sword, the sword sea drowned the demon ruler. Swish! A badly mutilated figure rushed out of the sword sea. This demon ruler's survivability was extremely powerful, and the sword sea horizon wasn't able to kill him. However, the demon ruler didn't dare to continue fighting. Li Fuchen's sword art was truly terrifying to the extreme. The sword Dao law in the world was attacking the demon ruler. Just as Li Fuchen was preparing to execute the second sword, a murderous qi suddenly assaulted him. Subconsciously, Li Fuchen dodged. Crackle. The area that Li Fuchen was previously at had instantly frozen and cracked. If Li Fuchen couldn't dodge in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Which demonic beast overlord is this? Li Fuchen yelled out. These demonic beasts were watching from the sidelines, and even sneak attacked him now. It was truly hateful. You can even dodge like this? I have underestimated you. At the bottom of the sea, an icy, cold palace floated up. Inside the palace, a figure could be vaguely seen. Mystic Ice Demon Ruler, is your mad, demonic palace planning to declare war on the human race? Li Fuchen might not have seen the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler before, but among the demonic beasts, there weren't many that could execute such horrific chilling power. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler was one of the best. If I kill you, who would know that I, the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler, did it? Furthermore, you cannot represent the human race. Furthermore, your human race is in imminent danger and might have to rely on my demonic beast race in the end. Do you think the human race would declare war on my demonic beast race because of you? You overestimate yourself. When the icy, cold voice echoed, the sea surface froze. The Blaze Demon Ruler and the others are right. In the deep blue plain, the human race and the demonic beast race are scheming against each other. My demon race has a bright future. From far away, the severely injured demon ruler didn't leave. Instead, he distanced himself and observed quietly. Sword See Horizon. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler was one of the 8 demonic beast rulers of the mad demonic palace. His strength was close to a peak-class saint. Let alone Li Fuchen, even a myriad image sword saint might not be a match for him. However, Li Fuchen still wanted to test the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler's strength. The Sword See Horizon had the effect of ignoring the difference in strength. If one was caught in it, even if they didn't die, they would still be severely injured. In an instant, the Sword Sea drowned the icy cold palace and brought it to another plane. After a few breaths, the Sword Sea vanished. Apart from a layer of thinning, the icy cold palace was unscathed, let alone the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler inside. Such an incredible sword move. It is a pity that you are facing me. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler laughed heartily. My Mystic Ice Palace is an absolute artifact that I condensed mystic ice for thousands of years. Do you think you can break it? The mountains will never change. Mystic Ice Demon Ruler, I will remember you. Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and shot out. The Mystic Ice Palace had condensed the Mystic Ice demonic qi for thousands of years. It was indeed hard to break, unless a peak-class saint made a move. Can you escape? 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, Mystic Ice, Divine Wall. The sea region that had a radius of a few tens of thousands of miles suddenly appeared with the image of the 9 palaces, 8 trigrams. Immediately after, a Mystic Ice barrier enveloped the sea region. Bang! Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and clashed with the Mystic Ice barrier, but wasn't able to break it immediately. Give up. It is impossible for you to escape. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler sneered. He was also a demonic lord, but he was ranked number 2 among the 8 demonic lords in the mad demonic palace. He didn't fear anyone below a peak-class saint or a great saint. From a human saint, he found out that Li Fuchen had a supreme artifact sword and plenty of resources. Therefore, he decided to kill Li Fuchen. As for the demon invasion, it had nothing to do with his demonic beast race. At most, he would wait for the human race to be unable to hold on before making a move. By then, the entire deep blue plane wouldn't be controlled by the demonic beast race, and the human race would only be a supporting character. Damn it! Caught off guard, the demon ruler who stayed behind to observe the battle was also trapped in the mystic ice barrier. With his strength, he wasn't able to break the mystic ice barrier. After releasing his spirit's soul power, Li Fuchen quickly found a flaw in the mystic ice barrier. With a flash of sword light, Li Fuchen emerged from the mystic ice barrier. Damn it, impossible. The mystic ice demon ruler's eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe that his mystic ice divine wall was broken. In his opinion, this mystic ice divine wall would at least last for 1 hour, and 1 hour was enough for him to kill Li Fuchen. Crafty little bastard. The mystic ice demon ruler didn't give chase, as he wasn't proficient in speed and might not be able to catch up to Li Fuchen. Crackle. Chapter 848. My current strength is still far inferior to existences like the myriad elephant sword saint. After the battle with the mystic ice demon lord, Li Fuchen had a clearer understanding of his own strength. High-level saints were divided into the most different levels of strength. Peak-level saints, sacred lords, and heaven monarchs were all at the high level of the unity realm, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Generally speaking, a high-level saint would definitely comprehend a pinnacle martial art. Those that comprehended a mediocre pinnacle martial art would be considered an ordinary high-level saint. Those that comprehended a third-rate pinnacle martial art would be considered a mid-level high-level saint. Those that comprehended a second-rate pinnacle martial art would be considered a high-class high-level saint. Those that comprehended a first-rate pinnacle martial art would be considered a peak-class saint. Those that comprehended a superclass pinnacle martial art would be considered a saint lord. Those that comprehended a supreme martial art would be considered a heaven monarch. This was a rather simple division. In fact, if the cultivation technique was incredible enough, the requirement for martial arts would be much lower. For example, the myriad elephant sword saint was a high-class high-level saint, but if his cultivation technique could be upgraded from unrated extremity to third-rate extremity, he might be able to become a peak-level saint. If a sacred leader's cultivation technique could reach the pinnacle level, they could also be considered a heavenly lord. Apart from martial arts and cultivation techniques, weapons were also a part of the strength. Those who wielded unrated extremity weapons would definitely be inferior to those who wielded supreme weapons. The mystic ice demon lord's strength should be at the level of a high-class high-level saint, while Li Fuchen's strength should be between a regular high-level saint and a mid-class high-level saint. The gap between the two was too great, let alone the Mystic Ice Palace. Even without the Mystic Ice Palace, Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon would only be able to injure the Mystic Ice Demon Lord lightly, but the Mystic Ice Demon Lord could take his life at any time. The Sword Sea Horizon was only able to kill in a single move against a weaker opponent. This was something that people stronger than him couldn't do. In less than a day, Li Fuchen arrived at the 30th battle zone. As compared to the other battle zones, the situation in the 30th battle zone was much better. There are almost no traces of demons. Among the 11 regular mid-class continents, only 3 continents were being ravaged by demons. After dealing with the demons, Li Fuchen arrived at the 7-color continent. He might have sent everyone he knew to the Emperor's Sky Continent, including some familiar people from the South Forest Martial Institution. But this was a place he stayed for a period of time, and he still had some feelings for it. Leave some seeds here. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, thousands of light spots flew out. These were sword-intent light spots, and they contained a portion of Li Fuchen's sword Dao comprehension. It was just like how someone proficient in calligraphy could fuse their martial Dao comprehension into calligraphy. Li Fuchen was superior and had directly turned his sword Dao comprehension into specks of sword-intent light spots. If it was other saints, they wouldn't be able to do this without a powerful spirit soul. Sacred lords, or even heaven monarchs might be able to do it, but who knew? The light spots of the sword were scattered all over the continent. Miraculously, these sword essence light spots all fell into the swordsman's body. Some of these swordsmen were in seclusion and suddenly had a burst of inspiration, allowing their sword Tao to progress by leaps and bounds. Some of them were in close combat with enemies and executed an extremely powerful killer move that they weren't too sure about, allowing them to kill their enemies in a single slash. There were some who were monarchs in the sect, and after obtaining the sword intent light spots, they had a deeper comprehension and their strength had surpassed all the primary sea realm monarchs in the sect and had reached an unfathomable realm. With these people here, we should be able to protect the seven-color continent. After leaving the seven-color continent, Li Fuchen flew towards the 30th battle tower. After using the battle tower's teleportation, Li Fuchen arrived at the 80th battle zone. This was the outermost region of the deep blue plain, and it was a battle zone. There were hundreds and thousands of low-class continents, but this place had the highest number of demons. Most of the door of flesh and blood were summoned from the abandoned continents in the outermost region. As such, the low-class demons could land nearby, while the high-class demons would head deeper into the deep blue plain. It was fortunate that there were plenty of martial artists here, and there were hundreds of millions of reincarnation realm experts. They might not be as numerous as the demons, but the demons that landed on the low-class continents weren't all Class 5 demons. There were Class 1 to Class 5 demons. The war was extremely intense, and there were countless lives perishing at every moment. Li Fuchen didn't interfere too much. If the difference in strength wasn't huge, he felt that it was better not to interfere. Such a war might be very intense, but it was a great way to temper one. As long as one could survive, one would surely have great accomplishments in the future. Extinguish. In front of a low-class continent, a devil monarch activated his demon chi and blasted a horrific dark wave at the low-class continent. During the crisis, the continent willpower mobilized the continent's power to resist the dark wave. It was a pity that a low-class continent was ultimately a low-class continent and wasn't able to resist the devil monarch's all-out attack. Boom! Countless void cracks extended out and the continent willpower gradually dispersed. As for all the lives on the continent, they were all turned into ashes. At a glance, the entire continent had been razed to the ground. There were some places that were even submerged by seawater, turning the continent into an ocean. After destroying the continent willpower, the devil monarch ordered his subordinates to set up a sacrificial array to summon the door of flesh and blood. He then found a place to slowly recuperate. Destroying the continent willpower would result in a backlash of loss. Such backlash would directly affect the chi blood source. It might not be fatal, but it was rather troublesome. If one didn't care about anything and continuously destroyed the willpower of multiple low-class continents, it was possible for one to perish. In front of the East Unicorn continent, extinguish. The one that attacked the East Unicorn continent was a peak-class devil monarch. He was different from the other devil monarchs, as he could casually destroy a low-class continent's willpower. Furthermore, he didn't suffer much backlash. Prior to this, he had already destroyed the willpower of over a dozen low-class continents. With a single wave of his hand, a black slash flew at the East Unicorn continent. It was as though he could already see the scene of the East Unicorn continent splitting apart. Crackle. The black slash was instantly annihilated, and a black thunderbolt that was suffused with five-colored radiance landed on the peak-class devil monarch. No, the peak-class devil monarch sensed something and widened his eyes. PFFF. This insufferably arrogant peak-class devil monarch didn't even have any residue left as he was blasted into nothingness by the five-colored black thunderbolt. How is this possible? The peak-class devil monarch's subordinates were all flabbergasted. A low-class continent willpower was able to kill a peak-class devil monarch. Even a mid-class continent willpower wouldn't be able to kill a peak-class devil monarch. Of course, it was needless to say for a high-class continent. Even a god might not be able to destroy a high-class continent in a single strike. Could it be that this isn't a low-class continent? It just looks like a low-class continent? In this world, there would always be special things and special existences. This low-class continent contained too much power and was even stronger than a mid-class continent. Quickly send the information to the other devil monarchs. Chapter 849. Countless demons were pouring out of the gate of flesh and blood on a low-level continent that had been ravaged and ravaged. These fellows are actually destroying the wills of low-level continents. Li Fuchen's expression was very unpleasant. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that this continent had just been destroyed not long ago. The gate of flesh and blood could only be summoned on an abandoned continent. Each time it was summoned, not only would it consume a large amount of the native life force, but it would also consume the power of the continent itself. Basically, an abandoned continent could only summon the gate of flesh and blood once. Therefore, the demons needed more abandoned continents. Destroying the will of the continents was their only option. With a burst of murderous aura, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Countless demons and the door of flesh were drowned in the sword chi. However, even though the demons were dead, the gate of flesh and blood remained intact. Boom, boom, boom. Li Fuchen brandished dozens of swords in a single breath, and each sword was executed with his full strength. This won't do. I am still not strong enough to destroy the gate of flesh and blood. Seeing the sword scars on the door of blood and flesh recovering in extreme speed, Li Fuchen knew that even if he exhausted all his sword energy, he might not be able to destroy the door of blood and flesh. Helplessly, Li Fuchen set up a simple sword chi killing array outside the gate of flesh and blood. Once the sword chi killing array was triggered, it would activate the sword chi stored inside. With a flash, Li Fuchen flew towards the East Unicorn Continent. To be honest, he wasn't very worried about the East Unicorn Continent. The last time he returned to the East Unicorn Continent, he could feel that the East Unicorn Continent was extraordinary. Of course, it was necessary to take a look. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the East Unicorn Continent wasn't destroyed. Furthermore, he was surprised that the heaven and earth chi in the East Unicorn Continent was actually several times more concentrated and wasn't inferior to the seven-color continent. What's going on? Li Fuchen was shocked. Just how many years had it been, and the heaven and earth energy was already at the seven-color continent's level? If it continued to develop at this rate, wouldn't it be able to reach the Emperor Sky continent or even a high-class continent? After entering the East Unicorn Continent and scattering a sword in tent-light spot, Li Fuchen left again. For the time being, he was not qualified to explore the secrets of the East Unicorn Continent. Li Fuchen's demon baleful chi was too concentrated. It was fine if he was further away from the Devil Lord, but as long as he was within 100 million miles, he would be able to sense it. Boundless Sword C. After killing a regular demon ruler, Li Fuchen was rather vigilant. The other party did not discover him by accident, but came straight for him. What Li Fuchen didn't know was 500 million miles away, a peak-level demon monarch sensed the fiendish aura on his body. Interesting. A mere saint monarch actually managed to kill so many of my clansmen. Darkness energy gathered, and the peak-class devil ruler pierced through the void and appeared near Li Fuchen. Danger! Every inch of Li Fuchen's skin was alarmed. Little guy, it's your misfortune to have met me. Surrender, and I'll let you die with dignity. The carrot devil monarch stood with his hands behind his back and stared at Li Fuchen as though he was a prey. At this point, the number of peak demonic lords that had descended to the deep blue plane could be counted on one hand. As long as a human sacred lord didn't appear, they had no opponents. Therefore, Demon Sovereign Kara wasn't in a rush to kill this little fellow. Why is there always this kind of trouble? The sword spirit's voice suddenly rang out. You're awake. Li Fuchen took out the joint heaven sword in surprise. If I didn't wake up, you would have died. The sword spirit said angrily. Can you still comprehend the sword patterns? Li Fuchen didn't have any other choice. Of course I can. It is fortunate that you have been pouring in the sword energy every day. Out of 10,000 portions of sword energy, only one portion will eventually become my power. However, there are too many of them. The sword spirit was able to wake up so quickly mainly because of Li Fuchen's sword energy quality. Originally, out of 1,000,000 portions of sword energy, only one portion would be able to nourish the sword spirit. I will have to trouble you then, Li Fuchen said apologetically. Leave it to me. This time, you will see an even stronger joint heaven sword. While speaking, the sword spirit activated his power and rushed at the incomplete sword patterns. Roar! There was a terrifying sword roar, and the void had signs of collapsing. What a great divine weapon! The Carrot Devil Monarch's eyes lit up. This class of artifact sword was at least a first-rate extreme Dao weapon. If it was brought to the Star Region trade fairs, it could be used to trade for a large amount of resources. Little guy, don't think that you can fight with me just because you have a weapon. Surrender now. The Carrot Devil Monarch grabbed with his hand, and a giant illusory devil palm enveloped over. Break! Wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen brandished, and a crystal white sword light illuminated the world. There was a PFFFTSS sound as the illusory devil palm was sliced apart. The Carrot Devil Monarch felt a pain in his palm and quickly retreated. Supreme weapon. The Carrot Devil Monarch was shocked at first before he was ecstatic. Supreme weapons were rare, even in the Star Region, and each of them was able to create a reign of terror. He didn't expect to see one here. Die! The astounding darkness power burst out, and the Carrot Devil Monarch's body appeared with darkness armor. His palm was also covered with darkness gloves before he charged at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, I shall let you have a taste of the true power of the joint heaven sword. The sword spirit let out a roar and fused a portion of power into Li Fuchen's sword energy. Roar! A crescent-shaped crystal white sword chi suddenly flew out. Immediately after, time and space became still. The Carrot Devil Monarch felt that his speed was getting slower until he stagnated. In front of him, that terrifying sword chi was getting faster and instantly penetrated his body. PFFF. Fresh blood sprayed out from the Carrot Devil Monarch's back, along with a sword chi pillar. Vaguely, the Carrot Devil Monarch could hear the sound of his chi blood source cracking. Looking inside, there was a terrifying sword chi that was wreaking havoc in the depths of his body. His chi blood source was constantly being consumed. Is this the power of a supreme weapon? The Carrot Devil Monarch was afraid. He thought that Li Fuchen was just a young kid and shouldn't be able to utilize the power of a supreme weapon. How could he have known that the supreme weapon was so powerful? Even if Li Fuchen couldn't utilize the full power, his life was still threatened. Let's go. After tearing open the void, the Carrot Devil Monarch vanished without a trace. He ran rather fast. The sword spirit let out a breath of relief. He was only able to assist Li Fuchen to execute this sword move and wouldn't be able to execute a second sword move. That sword move earlier was the full power of the joint heaven sword. As the initiator, Li Fuchen knew better than anyone else how terrifying this sword move was. It was enough to sever the source of all things. You are thinking too much. With your current cultivation, you are still unable to utilize the limits of the joint heaven sword's power, even with my help. But that sword move earlier had already used the quintessence of the joint heaven sword. The sword spirit shook his head. All right then. Chapter 850. While the joint heaven sword was still in an unsealed state, Li Fuchen sped up and wandered around. Since the demon lord seemed to be able to sense him, he would deliver himself to him. After crossing a few battlefields, another demon ruler finally noticed Li Fuchen. It was a pity that before the Devil Monarch could get close, he was cleaved into pieces by Li Fuchen. Originally, with the Devil Monarch's vitality, even if he was left with a drop of blood, he would be able to instantly regenerate. But after being cleaved by the unsealed joint heaven sword, he would definitely die. After killing 2 demon monarchs in one go, the joint heaven sword's sword patterns finally began to fill up. Satisfying, killing them is too easy. Li Fuchen didn't have enough. After you become a saint, it won't be a problem for you to maintain the unsealing time by 10 times. The sword spirit said. Li Fuchen replied, I will comprehend the sword pattern by myself. Then you have to work hard. These sword patterns are all top-notch sword patterns. After comprehending them, your strength will skyrocket by countless times. Even if you don't need the joint heaven sword, you will still be abnormally strong. The final sealing sword pattern wasn't a supreme sword pattern. If it was a supreme sword pattern, even if Li Fuchin progressed to a saint, he wouldn't be able to comprehend it even after a long period of time. On an abandoned mid-level continent. All of you, hurry up and set up the sacrificial array formation. His body had recovered, but his aura was much weaker. He was directing his subordinates to set up a sacrificial array. He held a blood-red crystal ball in his hand. This blood-colored crystal ball was called the Life Drain Crystal Ball, and it contained the life force of countless humans. Although the effect of sacrificing people wasn't as good as sacrificing people, it was more convenient and could be used in large quantities. After all, transporting so many people was a hassle. Summoning ordinary flesh and blood gates wasn't a problem, but summoning higher-level flesh and blood gates required a lot of living people, and the difficulty of transporting them was extremely high. With the Life Drain Crystal Ball, things would be different. As long as there was enough life force, summoning higher-level flesh and blood gates wouldn't be a problem. Soon, the sacrificial array was set up, and Demon Monarch Andre placed the crystal ball in his hand at the eye of the array. Boom! Surrounded by dazzling blood-colored lightning, a huge gate of flesh and blood slowly rose. The gate of flesh and blood opened, and an endless horde of demons surged out. They ranged from level 1 to level 8. Soon, the demon lords rushed out one after another. Greetings, Lord Andre. Among the demons, Lord Andre was a noble and had a very high status. Demon Monarch Andre nodded and stared at the gate of flesh and blood. Whoosh! A pair of large hands grabbed the gate of flesh and blood from the inside. Then, a demon with a pair of large horns on its head squeezed its way out. Seeing this demon, Demon Monarch Andre was overjoyed. Greetings, Fiend Master Lonka. Demon Monarch Andre said respectfully. The higher-level gate of flesh and blood was naturally used to summon the Demon Master. The energy contained within a Demon Master was too terrifying. It was at least 10 times or even 100 times that of a top-notch Demon Monarch. An ordinary gate of flesh and blood was not enough to contain a Demon Master. Andre, how did you get hurt? The other half of Demon Master Long Ku's body finally squeezed out. Although he couldn't compare to demonic beasts, he was still many times larger than humans. Most importantly, every inch of his flesh and blood contained an astonishing amount of energy. Compared to him, demonic beasts were only larger in size, but they were useless. As he spoke, his body quickly shrank, and the pair of horns on his head also retracted. Demon Monarch Andre said, he was injured by a human sacred lord. Human sacred lord, huh? If there is a chance, let's have a contest. Demon Master Long didn't mind. In the Starfield, it wasn't his first or second time fighting with a human sacred lord. Out of 100 times, he was only at a disadvantage once or twice. Furthermore, he had personally killed a human sacred lord. Die. Demon Master Long suddenly reached out and grabbed. 2 human sacred lords that were a few 100 million miles away were grabbed by him. With a clench, the 2 of them exploded into smithereens. Only their essence blood remained and fell into a small bottle. Demon Lord's prowess. When the Demon Monarchs saw this scene, they were both envious and fearful. Elderly, be careful. A Demon Lord has arrived from the demon race, and the human sacred lords have suffered great casualties. The mystic Deep Sword Saint's voice echoed from the Elder Token. Demon Lord. Li Fuchin's eyes contracted. A Demon Lord's counterpart was a sacred lord. If a heaven monarch didn't appear, they were invincible. During this period of time, both the demon race and the human race had suffered great casualties. The human race had the heaven-crippling sacred lord to constantly reduce the number of demon lords, while the demon race had also sent a demon lord. It wasn't that Li Fuchin looked down on sacred lords, but at the same level, a demon lord was much more threatening than a sacred lord. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100 Flower Sword Saint are both dead. I really wonder how this war will end. Li Fuchen sighed. He was just a puny saint and wasn't able to change the situation. He could only struggle with all his might. The situation was much worse than the human race had imagined. First, the heaven-crippling Sacred Lord was severely injured by the opposing Demon Lord. Soon after, the second Demon Lord arrived. The human race was in a complete predicament. Heaven-crippling Sacred Lord, do you think you can escape? Two demon lords from the Saint Een continent chased after the heaven-crippling Sacred Lord. Heaven-crippling Bloodhand. The heaven-crippling Sacred Lord's palm strike landed on Demon Master Long Ku's body and left a bloody palm print. Bang bang. However, the heaven-crippling Sacred Lord had also suffered a palm strike from the two demon lords. The difference was that Demon Master Long Ku only suffered minor injuries and recovered quickly. The heaven-crippling Sacred Lord's chi blood was getting weaker. Heaven-crippling Claw Shadow. The heaven-crippling Sacred Lord's attacks were getting sharper. At their level, even if they were severely injured, they would still be able to burst out with their combat strength. Heaven-crippling Sacred Lord, don't force yourself. You shall die today. With the combined efforts of the two demon lords, the heaven-crippling Sacred Lord was constantly forced to retreat. His blood was spurting everywhere like it was free. Heaven-crippling Saint Body. The heavier the injuries, the faster the heaven-crippling Sacred Lord's cultivation technique circulated. Only a few people knew that the heaven-crippling sacred technique that he cultivated would get stronger the more he was injured until his essence blood was exhausted. Boom, boom, boom. The two demon masters were sent flying backward. Interesting. The demon lord named Vacto squinted his eyes. The heaven-crippling Sacred Lord's combat strength wasn't particularly powerful, but the difficulty of dealing with him wasn't inferior to some formidable Sacred Lords. It is a pity that you will ultimately die. Death Ray Eruption. The Vacto demon lord burst out with a yell, while his eyes shot out boundless death rays that instantly drowned the heaven-crippling Sacred Lord. Whoosh! A blood-colored figure broke through the death rays and disappeared without a trace. This was the heaven-crippling sacred technique's heaven-crippling escape. It could only be used when one was on the verge of death. Once used, even a heavenly monarch might not be able to stop it. Vacto, why did you let him escape? The demon lord Long Ku's palm struck empty air and said unhappily, "Don't worry. After being struck by my death rays, he is already on the verge of death. He won't live for more than a few days." The Vacto demon lord was extremely confident. In this world, apart from a few extremely abnormal sacred lords, no one could survive his death rays. It will be a pity if I don't personally see him die. The demon lord Long Ku actually coveted the heaven-crippling Sacred Lord's essence blood. The essence blood of a Sacred Lord was extremely nourishing. Chapter 851. The heaven-crippling Saint Lord is really free. You should be like me, living a carefree life and not caring about worldly affairs. Isn't that good? Look at him now. He's severely injured and on the verge of death. It's hard to say if he can even survive. A Sacred Lord of the Sacred Light continent sneered. He wouldn't risk his life fighting the demons for the sake of the human race. At his level, he should have long since transcended the concept of race. Whether it was the humans or the demons, they were nothing more than fleeting clouds. To him, the deep blue plane was merely a place for seclusion. Furthermore, the deep blue plane wasn't the only place with humans in this universe. There were humans in other planes as well. Forget it. This place is already a troublesome place. I'd better leave first. With his more than 1,000,000 years of life, he would not risk his life to fight the Demon Lord. He knew better than anyone else how terrifying the Demon Lord was. Not to mention that their strength was equal. Even if the other party was weaker than you would still be the one to die if the battle dragged on. As for the clansmen, most of them had died over the years. Of course, this was mainly because he did not put in much effort to develop them. Other than the first few years where he spent some effort, he did not care about them anymore. In a flash, he flew out of the deep blue plane. Behind them, the deep blue plane emitted a deep blue radiance. It looked so beautiful and dreamy like an egg-shaped sapphire. Sacred Lord Silent Star, you're really cold-blooded. Are you just going to watch the humans get slaughtered by the demons? In the pitch-black starry sky of the universe, a ray of light moved forward at a speed several times faster than the speed of light. Soon, it arrived near the deep blue plain. It was a middle-aged man with gray hair and a triangular mark between his eyebrows. Sacred Master Ironcloud, you're meddling too much. Everyone has their own ambitions. Protecting the deep blue plain isn't my ambition. The Silent Star, Sacred Lord, left without hesitation. Upon seeing this, the gray-haired, middle-aged Ironcloud, Sacred Master, shook his head. Not only was the Silent Star, Sacred Master, cold in nature, but his cultivation technique was also very cold. It would be strange if he fought for the human race of the deep blue dimension. Killing intent flashed through Sacred Lord Ironcloud's eyes as he let out a breath and charged into the deep blue plain. I didn't expect the ardent sun pearl to contain a layer of mysterious star patterns. With the arrival of the Demon Lord, Li Fuchen decided to avoid the spearhead and improve himself first. East Unicorn Continent. In a desolate mountain range, Li Fuchen opened up a cave residence and settled down. In the secret room of the cave, Li Fuchen held an iron ball in his hand. This iron ball was the famous fierce sun pearl of the Zhu family. As a second-rate extreme path secret treasure, the ardent sun bead had many secret patterns on it. The core secret pattern was the star pattern, and it looked extremely high-grade. I wonder if I can reach the level of the hand of the sun. Li Fuchen revealed an expression of anticipation. The situation in the deep blue dimension changed extremely quickly. Before this, the heaven-broken Sacred Lord was heavily injured and had gone missing. The human race was in danger, but at the critical moment, a human Sacred Lord had returned. This Sacred Master was called Sacred Master Ironcloud. His Ironcloud sacred art focused heavily on defense, and he also had a top-tier extreme path secret treasure in his hand. By catching Demon Master Long Ku off guard, he had injured Demon Master Long Ku's core. If not for Demon Master Wake Duo's timely rescue, Demon Master Long Ku would have been heavily injured. Damn it, when Lonka recover, I will definitely skin him alive. On an abandoned continent, Demon Master Long Ku didn't dare to be negligent and immediately went into seclusion to recuperate. An injury to the core wasn't a small matter. If it wasn't recovered in time, there would be repercussions. The cardinal artifact in his hand is extremely powerful. I must not let my guard down. Demon Master Wake Duo had a grave expression. There was a huge difference between a Sacred Lord with or without a top-tier extreme path secret treasure. A weaker top-tier extreme path secret treasure would only be equivalent to an all-out attack from a regular Sacred Lord. But a powerful top-tier extreme path secret treasure would be equivalent to an all-out attack from a pinnacle Sacred Lord. Be it Demon Master Long Ku, Demon Master Ironcloud, or the missing heaven-broken Sacred Lord, they were all just regular Sacred Lords and Demon Masters. Any of the top-tier extreme path secret treasures would be a threat to them. My race should still have a few Demon Masters in the plane. Let me summon them again. 2 Demon Masters were still too weak and were enough to suppress the human race. If there were 3 Demon Masters, the human race wouldn't be able to contest. The ardent sun pearl star pattern was of a higher grade than Li Fuchen imagined. After comprehending 70% or 80%, Li Fuchen felt the hand of Moon loosening up. Soon enough, another half a month had passed. The hand of Moon's chi power within Li Fuchen's body had suddenly collapsed and concentrated. Not good. I'm about to break through. Li Fuchen quickly rushed out of the East Unicorn Continent. When he wasn't breaking through, he could still use his spirit soul ability to conceal his chi presence. Once he broke through, he would be easily detected by the East Unicorn Continent willpower. On the vast sea, Li Fuchen had completely released his chi presence. In the next moment, there was a horrific heat that was released. This heat didn't contain the blazing flame law or the sun law. It was the extreme stars law and Li Fuchen's chi blood law. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Li Fuchen felt as though there was a giant star in his body. Under the horrific gravity of the star, his body structure was getting denser. The denser body structure allowed his chi blood to emit extremely powerful heat. It was the same logic as a person with a strong body would have more heat than a regular person. As his body structure got denser, his chi power and chi blood were concentrated. Li Fuqian felt rather empty, and he required more energy to replenish himself. Lifting his head, Li Fuqian rushed into the clouds and soon arrived at the thermosphere. The thermosphere gathered the heat energy of the entire plane, and this heat energy was also a type of energy. It was visible to the naked eye that Li Fuqian was absorbing the boundless heat energy into his body. Gradually, with Li Fuqian as the center, an invisible whirlpool was forming. 1 day passed, 2 days passed. With the help of the boundless heat energy, Li Fuqian's body refinement had broken through to the subcompletion level of the Soul Union realm and was progressing towards the completion level. At the same time, Li Fuqian's chi blood and chi power had become extremely blazing. His body was getting tougher with the blazing heat, and it felt like he was consuming fire crystals. Finally, Li Fuqian stopped absorbing the heat energy, and the heat whirlpool outside his body gradually dispersed. When Li Fuqian opened his eyes, there were 2 bursts of high heat rays that made him look like a god. The Hand of Sun is finally completed. Li Fuqian felt like he was a sun that was emitting boundless light and heat. However, he didn't cultivate the blazing flame law or the sun law. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuqian circulated the Hand of Sun's chi power and gradually withdrew the heat energy, allowing his body temperature to return to normal. After sensing carefully, Li Fuqian thought to himself, "No wonder it is called the Hand of Sunday. Under the gravitational force of the stars, everything will collapse, and the high heat produced by the collapse is enough to incinerate everything. Right now, my body is no longer a simple human body. The hand of God is obviously transforming the cultivator's body into a god's body. This transformation could be seen from the star immortal body. The star immortal body was separated into 3 stages: the elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Right now, he had already reached the advanced stage. After reaching the Hand of Calamity, he would be able to cultivate the 10,000 Calamity immortal body. The 10,000 Calamity immortal body was indestructible and immortal. Of course, it was just a saying, but it was unknown if it could be done. If it was truly indestructible, the owner of the Hand of God wouldn't have died. But it was also possible that the owner of the Hand of God hadn't cultivated the Hand of Calamity to the extremity, and there was a loophole. Huff! After letting out a breath of hot air, Li Fuqian looked up at the starry sky. I wonder what kind of scenery is outside the plane. With a flash, Li Fuqian flew towards the outside of the plane. The higher the heat layer, the higher the temperature. At the end, it was already enough to incinerate saints. It was fortunate that to Li Fuqian, it was just like a hot bath and was still bearable. Finally, Li Fuqian flew out of the plane. Ice cold, silent, dark, resplendent. This was Li Fuqian's direct perception of the starry sky. Chapter 852. Driven by curiosity, Li Fuqian activated the Hand of Sun's chi power and sprinted towards the universe. There was no air here, and there was no resistance. Li Fuqian's speed was getting faster and faster until he turned into a stream of light. Such speed, Li Fuqian felt that the surroundings had turned into a lump of paste. The faster he was, the thicker the paste, and the stronger the resistance. Li Fuqian knew that this resistance wasn't just air resistance, it was void resistance. Once the void resistance was broken, the void would be distorted and he would be able to traverse long distances. In the vicinity of the deep blue plane, there were countless asteroids. These asteroids were moving slowly and were almost stationary. Swish! After landing on a house-sized asteroid, Li Fuqian turned around to look at the deep blue plane. The distance was too close, and he couldn't see the entire deep blue plane. He could only see the endless deep blue radiance. Let me comprehend the star's secret pattern first. Li Fuqian took out the ardent sun pearl and continued to comprehend the star's secret pattern. Perhaps it was because he was in the universe and could see the stars at a closer distance. Li Fuqian's speed of comprehending the star's secret pattern was several times faster. In just a few days, he had comprehended 90% of the star's secret pattern. At the same time, Li Fuchen's Hand of Sun had reached the middle stage from the initial stage. In fact, the Hand of Sun contains the star's law, and it is already enough to create extremity martial arts. Therefore, I shouldn't treat the Hand of Sun as a heaven-class high-tier martial art. It should be a heaven-class peak-tier martial art, which is also the extremity. Li Fuchen didn't know why the Hand of God was classified like this. Perhaps it was because the classification of martial arts in ancient times was different from the present. Li Fuchen guessed. But no matter what, at the same cultivation realm, body refinement arts were far superior to chi cultivation arts, let alone body refinement arts. After a few more days, when Li Fuchen had completely comprehended the star's secret pattern, the Hand of Sun had reached the late stage. At this moment, when the Hand of Sun's chi power was complemented with the Hand of Sun's attack method, the power had reached an extreme degree. A single fist strike would turn the asteroids within 1,000,000 miles into dust. There would also be a blazing flash. As for the defense, it was even more horrific. Now, just by relying on the law field on the surface of his body, he was confident that he could withstand the attack of an ordinary high-level saint. In addition to the toughness of his body and the high-grade star immortal body, no one below the pinnacle stage of the saints will be able to break his defense. In other words, he was now able to fight with a peak-class saint or a peak-class devil monarch. He had fought with a peak-class devil monarch before, so he had an accurate understanding of his own strength. I really want to go to the depths of the universe to take a look. Unfortunately, now is not the time. In the starry sky of the universe, there were tens of thousands of races and overlords. It could be said to be extremely glorious. If a saint didn't go to a prosperous place in the universe, it would definitely be a regret. Activating the Hand of Sun's chi power, Li Fuchen turned into a blinding light and headed towards the deep blue plane. After entering the thermal layer, Li Fuchen stopped. He realized that if he continued to absorb the heat energy here, it wouldn't be able to increase his body refinement anymore. His Hand of Sun was already at the late stage, and it had an extremely high requirement for the quality of chi power. The thermal layer's heat energy was just a qualitative change in quantity, and it wasn't very pure. It wasn't impossible to forcefully absorb the heat energy for cultivation, but the efficiency was too low. If he stayed here, he might not be able to reach the completion level of the soul merge realm even after a few hundred or 1,000 years. Furthermore, his body was already saturated, and it was like a container that was filled with water. Any more, and it would overflow. Because Li Fuchen had left the plane before, when he returned to the plane, he deviated from his previous location. When he arrived again, he arrived at the 32nd battle zone. Another saint. My luck is truly good. A few 100,000 miles away, a purple-haired devil monarch noticed Li Fuchen. Just nice. I shall use you to test my body refinement strength. Li Fuchen naturally saw the purple-haired devil monarch and stood still. 300,000 miles. 200,000 miles. 100,000 miles. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen executed his fist. When the fist was executed, a chi wave burst out. A glowing fist distorted the void and instantly blasted on the purple-haired devil monarch's chest. The fist was too fast. The purple-haired devil monarch only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and his body was already hit. PFFF. There was a subtle sound as the purple-haired devil monarch's body was turned into ashes and not even a drop of blood was left behind. The instant the violent fist makes contact with the enemy, it doesn't just release powerful power, it also contains heat energy. Li Fuchen was very satisfied with the power of the Hand of Sunday. This fist might not be as exquisite as the Sword Sea Horizon, but with the double damage, as long as the enemy was slightly weaker than him, they would be smashed into smithereens and wouldn't be able to survive. Mystic Ice Demon Monarch, I hope that we don't encounter each other again. After killing a devil monarch with a single fist, Li Fuchen scanned the surroundings with his spiritual awareness. Previously, he encountered the Mystic Ice Demon Monarch at the 30th battle zone. Therefore, the Mystic Ice Demon Monarch should be in the vicinity of the 30th battle zone. If possible, Li Fuchen hoped to encounter the Mystic Ice Demon Monarch and kill him. What is going on? Are there no more demon masters in the plane? On an abandoned mid-class continent, countless demons were surging out from the door of flesh, and there wasn't a single demon master. Demon Master Lonka felt a little strange. Vacto Demon Master said, they should have gone to reinforce the other planes. The demon race was an elite race in the universe, and it was very normal for them to invade multiple planes at the same time. Just as Demon Master Lonka was about to speak, his spatial rings suddenly emitted a pitch-black radiance. A palm-sized demon statue flew out automatically. This demon statue had 2 pairs of flesh wings on its back and a 3rd vertical eye in the middle of its forehead. Vacto, Lonka, come back immediately and give up on invading the deep blue plane. An imposing and horrifying voice echoed from the demon statue's mouth. Lord Ninth Heaven Demon, we are about to succeed. Give us a little more time. Demon Master Lonka said anxiously. Vacto Demon Master said, Lord Ninth Heaven Demon, did something happen to the other planes? That's right. The touring plane has started to risk their lives. If we succeed this time, we will be able to occupy the touring plane. Touring plane? Demon Master Lonka and Vacto Demon Master looked at each other. They had been in a war with the touring plane for a century. If they could defeat the touring race and occupy the touring plane, it would indeed be a great thing. They might have the upper hand in the deep blue plane, but it was still too early to determine the victor. After all, there were plenty of human experts that had yet to return, and the demonic beasts had yet to contribute. Hence, even though the duo was unwilling, they knew that it was necessary to give up on the deep blue plane. Lord Ninth Heaven Demon, we understand. Demon Master Lonka said helplessly. Just as Li Fuchen was preparing to display his prowess, a strange scene occurred. The number of demons seemed to have decreased. Li Fuchen originally thought it was an illusion, but when he saw countless demons surging towards the door of flesh and blood on an abandoned continent, Li Fuchen understood why the number of demons was decreasing. To be honest, Li Fuchen didn't care why the demons retreated. He was just happy for the humans and the humans. It didn't matter the outcome of this war. The humans were still the ones suffering. Some of the low-class continents had been razed to the ground in this war. It was unknown how many trillions of humans had perished. The demons have retreated, but the demonic beasts have won too. Li Fuchen sighed while his eyes flashed with murderous intent. In this war, it was the humans who were risking their lives, and the demonic beasts didn't contribute much. Originally, the humans and demonic beasts were evenly matched. Right now, the human saints had suffered severe losses and were probably going to be suppressed by the demonic beasts. Those that aren't of our race must have different intentions. Chapter 853. The demons wouldn't retreat for no reason. It seems like there is a problem with one of the planes. The Iron Cloud's Sacred Lord had been roaming the star field for a long time and was very knowledgeable. He immediately guessed the reason why the demons retreated. The Saint Spirit Continent's Swordsman Guild's headquarters had a rather depressing atmosphere. In this war, the mortals had suffered great casualties and the saints weren't any better. Just the Saint Spirit Continent's Swordsman Guild had lost 2 saints. It was imaginable how many saints had perished in the human race. The Tiger Fong Sword Saint should have died in the hands of the Devil Lord. The 100 Flower Sword Saint should have been assassinated. The mystic Deep Sword Saint said in a gloomy voice. Who is it? Li Fuchen asked. Listen. The mystic Deep Sword Saint took out the Elder Token and poured his chi in. Zhu. The 100 Flower Sword Saint only spoke one word before her voice stopped abruptly, as though she was interrupted. The Zhu clan is too much. The Myriad Image Sword Saint said with anger. Is it the Zhu clan again? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with cold light. The Zhu clan didn't contribute much in this war. Someone saw the Zhu clan's saint going out for a stroll and returning. They didn't even participate in the war. It isn't good to fall out with the Zhu clan yet. Let's wait for the guild leader to return first. The Myriad Image Sword Saint said slowly. The rest of the Zhu clan weren't terrifying, but the strength of the Zhu clan's #1 patriarch was unfathomable. He possessed the supreme weapon, the Fire God Axe, and many other peak-class cardinal artifacts, let alone a peak-class saint. Even a saint might not be able to suppress the Zhou clan's #1 patriarch. This was also the reason why the Zhou clan was able to stand in the deep blue plain for so many years. Otherwise, just the Zhou clan's array wouldn't be enough for the Zhou clan to flourish. The mystic Deep Sword Saint and Li Fuchen remained silent. Li Fuchen didn't know what the mystic Deep Sword Saint was thinking. He only knew that if there was an opportunity, he would kill the Zhou clan's saint without hesitation. But before that, his family and friends wouldn't be able to reach the saint's spirit continent. Unless a saint had a method to deceive the continent willpower, they wouldn't be able to enter a mid-class continent. If a Law-Phase realm emperor were to enter the Emperor's Sky continent to look for trouble, it would be courting death. The willpower statue that he left behind wasn't to be trifled with. The East Unicorn continent might be a good choice, but Li Fuchen was worried that the East Unicorn continent would be promoted to a high-class continent. Even though the demons had retreated, the waters of the deep blue plain didn't calm down. They were still surging violently. This time, the human race's losses were too severe. The Water Sky Pavilion, which was ranked last among the top 10 major sects in the deep blue plain, had lost all 10 of their great lords. More than half of their elders and disciples had perished, and they had almost been removed from the deep blue plain. After all, a sect without a great lord could only exist in name. The Water Sky Pavilion was located on the Water Sky Island near the Holy Sun continent. As soon as the saint of the pavilion died, the resources of the pavilion were coveted by various forces. Among them, the demon clan was the most brazen. They openly killed the disciples of the Water Sky Pavilion and robbed them of their resources. In the end, it was the ironclad Holy Master who stepped forward to protect the foundation of the Water Sky Pavilion. Actually, Sacred Leader Ironclad was extremely angry. He wanted nothing more than to kill all these demon race forces. However, as far as he knew, there were at least 2 demon lords hidden in the sea. Even if they didn't appear during the war, it didn't mean that they wouldn't appear when he was killing the demon clan forces. At that time, another battle would be inevitable. The war has ended. It is time for me to make a trip to the universe. Li Fuchen had a massive amount of resources, and if these resources were exchanged for peak-grade spirit stones, it would be in the tens of thousands. But in the deep blue plain, it was impossible to exchange so many resources. At most, he could only exchange them for resources that were useful to him. But to Li Fuchen, peak-grade spirit stones were more practical. It was too troublesome to exchange them for other resources. There were 9 high-class continents, and each high-class continent had a one-way teleportation array that led to the deep blue planet. The Saint Spirit Continent's teleportation array was at the Saint Spirit Mountain. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the Saint Spirit Mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was a teleportation platform. A single teleportation costs 5 peak-grade spirit stones. It isn't something that a regular saint can afford. Saints had too high of a demand for peak-grade spirit stones. Even if they had some peak-grade spirit stones, they would basically use them up and wouldn't have any reserves. Li Fuchen took out 5 peak-grade spirit stones. These 5 peak-grade spirit stones were gifted to him by the Myriad Image Sword Saint and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. Li Fuchen didn't take advantage of the duo and gave them some resources that were extremely useful to saints. When the 5 peak-grade spirit stones were placed into the groove of the teleportation platform, a pillar of light burst into the sky. The deep blue planet was 30 light-years away from the deep blue plane. The so-called light year referred to the distance traveled in a year of light. A light year was converted to a conventional distance measurement, which was close to 19 trillion miles. It was an extremely horrifying number, and even a saint would need a very long time to travel. On the deep blue planet's teleportation platform, the pillar of light descended and Li Fuchen's figure appeared. This is the star? Once Li Fuchen landed on the deep blue planet, he could feel the star's law in the world. In the plane, it was impossible to feel the star's law. Only on the stars, one could feel the star's law. If Li Fuchen could cultivate on the stars, he wouldn't even need the star gem or the ardent sun pearl to push the hand of God to the hand of Sunday. There are no more teleportation arrays now. I can only rely on the star map to travel. It was too dangerous to build a teleportation array in a prosperous region of the universe. Every plane was a secret, and apart from the people of the plane, there were extremely few people who knew about it. Otherwise, once the plane was exposed, it would definitely attract the covetous eyes of some powerful races. Of course, the war between planes was restricted to heaven monarchs. It was mainly because the heaven monarch's destructive power was too powerful and could easily exterminate a race. It was probably against the basic rules of the universe willpower. After all, heaven and earth would always leave a trace of hope. After flying out of the deep blue planet, Li Fuchen started to travel. According to the star map, there was a teleportation star 5 light years away. Through this teleportation star, Li Fuchen would be teleported to the universe city, Myriad Spirit City. In a universe, any universe city was an unimaginably massive existence. Take the Myriad Spirits City Lord, Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch, for example. He was one of the strongest heaven monarchs in the universe and had existed for tens of millions of years. It was reckoned that he would continue to exist. As compared to the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch, many heaven monarchs were just juniors and their strength was far inferior. The Myriad Spirits City had plenty of races and was very prosperous. Li Fuchen should be able to exchange all his resources for peak-grade spirit stones. With increasing speed, Li Fuchen soon surpassed the speed of light.